Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to PF International and Finals Day in the 2025 Motorsport UK O-Plate for the Rotax classes presented by Wera Tools. My name is Henry Beaudette, and joining me once again this weekend is Anthony Jordan. Anthony, this is where the metal meets the meat.
It certainly does indeed. It's finals day. We've got, of course, the pre-finals. We've got the Super Heats A and B for Junior Rotax. We've got the first of the qualifying heats for the T4 Juniors and Seniors, and I know there's a lot of people at home waiting to see that. But yes, back for one final day of racing here at the fabulous PF International Kart Circuit in Lincolnshire.
Yes, the home of British karting, now entering its fourth decade of existence. Nearly 1,400 metres, the site of the 2017 and 2024 World Karting Championship. The weather is set reasonably fair for the day. We don't want to have any spoilers of what may or may not have happened in Melbourne, Australia, earlier this morning, but when we say there may be rain, there may be rain. Hello to everybody watching on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, on the Karting UK YouTube channel, and on the Wera Tools Facebook page. There is the weather, and well, at 2 o'clock, overcast clouds. The main events for every class start at just after 2 o'clock, and they're scheduled to finish at about 4:15. And you would have seen on that graphic that there is some light precipitation scheduled at around 4 o'clock. But of course, Anthony Jordan, myself, and BBC Essex Jake Peach will be here in the commentary box. Down in the pits and the paddock, eyes everywhere, it's Nicole Sutherland.
Thank you very much, Henry. Here we are then. The curtain has opened on our final day of racing at the 2025 O-Plate. I'm sure Henry would have told our audience yesterday that over the past 5 years, 20 O-Plates have been rewarded. And of course, today we're going to get 4 more. We've got the Tillotson's qualifiers as well. So the juniors and seniors, they're going to be out on track, giving us a show. For those of you who tuned in yesterday on the Wera Tools Facebook page, Karting UK YouTube and Alpha Live channels, you would have seen some full-on action. We've already had round the outside moves. We've had shows from every single class. Are we down in Parc Fermé for the heats, trying to get in those stories, seeing those drivers retire and giving you live broadcast updates? Back to you, Henry and Anthony, up in the box. Who've we got up next?
Thank you very much, Nicole. Tillotson T4 Juniors. Yesterday we had their qualifying sessions, but now the Tillotson T4 Nation Cup qualifying heats are set to begin. Both the juniors and the seniors will have 2 heat races and their final today. BBC Essex Jake Peach joins me up here in the commentary box. Jake, tell the people what the Tillotsons are here competing for.
Good morning. Yes, Henry, thank you very much for welcoming me to the commentary box once again. Yeah, we're here for the Nations Cup qualifiers today. Drivers compete on behalf of both themselves and their country for the coveted Nations Cup trophy. We're here for the qualifiers of that, and the series is basically ideal for those skilled drivers starting out, but also very affordable, highly competitive, maybe for drivers that have come out of the sport and wanting to come back in as well. So we've got the Nations Cup event in Valencia later this year, and today is a chance to qualify and get some of those first points and guaranteed places on the board for the event later this year.
Thank you very much. Now, Jake is new to the commentary box. Anthony Jordan is very familiar to viewers of Alpha Live British Karting coverage, but he's only on weekend release.
I see.
There will be another familiar voice joining me for the regular season, but that familiar voice is in Barcelona, in Spain at the moment, and that familiar voice and that familiar face had a few words to say for the British audience.
Good morning, everybody. Andrew here. Hello from the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalonia. Sorry I can't be with you today. I'm with our friends at Alpha Live at the Gedlick Winter Series for the 6 hours of Barcelona. Gutted that I can't be there for the Rotax O-Plate because it was such a great event in 2024. But I just wanted to say best of luck to all the drivers. Enjoy it, have fun, race hard, but not too hard. And just a bit of a story on this place. Last weekend, we had a number of drivers from the Wera Tools British Kart Championships last year and years prior on the grid for some of the series. So it just shows that if you work hard, keep your head down, and you can be here. It's a brilliant facility to be at. So yeah, best of luck today for the racing at the O Plate. I'm sure, as I say, the racing is going to be absolutely fantastic. And best of luck, of course, to Anthony and to Henry. The marriage is back. Great to have you in the box together for the first time in quite a while. But do not fear, everybody. I will be back for the rest of the season, and really looking forward to the Rotax racing, especially as we go to some fantastic circuits across the course of 2025. I'll see you soon. There's more racing, of course, here at Circuit de Barcelona, Catalonia, if you are watching the O-Plate, and after you finish watching the O-Plate, because I know Henry will be very, very annoyed if I try and steal his viewers. But do come and have a watch of what we've been doing here in Spain this week and the last few as well. All can be watched on Alpha Live. See you soon.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Yes, I was getting very animated. Don't you dare turn over to watch Andrew Mather in Barcelona until the end of today's main events. There is Motorsport UK, the Paddock Hospitality, the race centre. There's the Paddock. There is the famous PF International podium, Jake, and that's where the drivers will be awarded their top three. It's a quiet morning. The atmosphere is very different. I don't know if you noticed this from yesterday morning to this morning, whether the tension levels have started to rise.
Well, yeah, walking through the paddock this morning, you can certainly sense teams trying to get everything in order as much as possible, whether that is for the junior and senior Rotax later on, even the Tillotson Invitationals, which we're going to experience this morning in the junior and senior senior classes, of course, for later this year for that big event we were chatting about in Valencia. But yeah, the paddock was very much, I think like everyone was hunkering down, maybe getting a few extra 40 winks and getting fully recharged and rested for what is going to be, as we know, a very action-packed day of racing here at PF International.
Yes, indeed. A quick hello to everybody who's on the live chat facility on the Alpha Live YouTube channel and the Karting UK YouTube channel. Harvey Sargerson getting plenty of support. RCE drivers getting plenty of support. Mikey Walker, the Dan Holland Racing boys are all getting plenty of support as well. Harvey Sargent, Nana Gwen is watching, and Harvey will be going out a little bit later on. Please keep your comments coming in. There is a young happy man. He's just bought a wrap, and
he's sorted for the day.
The Orange Army, Jake, the tireless marshalling team, Team Trent Valley Kart Club here, the best in the business in karting. They are on post, and there's a green flag in the air. What does that mean, ladies and gentlemen?
We're going racing.
We're about to go racing. Tillotson T4 Junior will be your first race of the day. Race number 13, Tillotson T4 Junior. Pole position, it is the reigning Honda Cadet O-Plate champion, Ralphie Branscombe, who's also the Motorsport UK British Honda Cadet champion. Teish Huys from the Netherlands starts at the outside of row number 1. Thomas Harper from the UK and Ferenc Havesi from Hungary go from row number 2. England's Harry Ward and Ireland's Wesley Brereton are on row 3. Irish driver Ben O'Keefe and Ronnie Legg start on row number 4. The fifth and final row of the grid, Harry Gardiner and Samuel Harris from Ireland. Once again, Jake, these drivers, they're racing for points as well as a guaranteed place in Valencia at the end of the season.
The top 3 finishers of today in the final that we'll have later on in the proceedings will give them a top 3 guaranteed places and prize money towards that Nations Cup event in Valencia. So yeah, big things at stake today here at PF International.
And as Pink Floyd once said, the distant sound of thunder emanates through the Lincolnshire countryside, because these are 4-stroke Karts, they're all identical. Prepared Tillotson, part of the Praga IPK family of karts. It's great to see the Tillotson name here in the paddock. I want to say a big happy birthday to Daniel Sleever from Praga IPK Karting. He has a birthday every weekend, does Daniel? Here we go. So, Ralphie Branscombe, pink crash helmet, light blue race suit. He's come out of, like you said, he's moved out of Honda 4-stroke. He's now moving up. He's looking at juniors, Junior Rotax, Junior X30, potentially Tillotson Junior as well.
And this is a great stepping stone, and again affordable, with all of the costs that are going to come, of course, in the career later on, to try and test out himself today and get a bit more experience around circuits like this, and in the series actually on track doing it, because you can be out of the sport, can't you, for a little while, and you lose that muscle memory.
Yes, indeed. Just quickly there, we've got people from all over the world tuning in as usual. That's the first time we've seen Todd Road mentioned on the live chat feature. Hello to Michael Burke from Bathurst, Australia, and the rest of the Australian karting contingent watching Todd Road. Oh, I'm more of an Orange Kart Club fan myself, but, you know, anyway, here we go then. Bring it into the tram lines. We're about to go racing.
Yeah, we're underway. Ralphie Branscombe leads us away up towards turns 1 and 2 here at the PFI International Circuit into this bowl section and hugging the curb nicely. Obviously coming in a bit slower than the road taxis, but still a lot to do, a lot to think about. Hugging that inside line and trying to get the best start. All looking pretty tidy as we go through this first sector of PF International here, coming down towards Hepimon. Got a little bit of a move going here, coming out on the number 15, getting challenged. Thomas Harper being challenged there by Ferenc Hevesi. He's been...
it's the 204. It's Teish Hoyce.
Teish Hoyce coming through there, and coming down towards hairpin 2. Looking pretty orderly at the moment, you have to say.
Yes, indeed. Now, of course, these are 4-stroke engines. The driving style is very different, you know, than the 2-strokes. It's all about momentum, you know. The 4-stroke Honda and 4-stroke into this Tillotson T4 class. It's a great proving ground for talent. Alex Albon started his karting career in 4-stroke karting because, of course, you've got low range torque, you haven't got the zip just to pull you out of the corner, so you have to be smooth. You have to be very smooth, and of course slipstreaming is key. Now look at that, under the bridge
really
they go.
Close.
That is a perfect example of drivers using the draft. 8 wheels working in harmony are quicker than 4 wheels working on their own. So at the end of lap number 1, Branscombe leads Hoyce, Harper, Hevesi, Legg, Ward, O'Keefe, Harris, Brereton and Gardner.
Yeah, and looking to build upon this great first lap here of Ralphie Branscombe is broken away quite nicely there. A bit of a challenge, of course, from Teish Hoyce, but as you said before, Henry, sticking right to that bumper, nice and close, trying to stay in that draft there and minimise the effort that his go-kart has got to do around this PF International Circuit. Coming through here into this third and final sector, really technical and tricky. You've got to get the line perfect into these 2 bends to get you a good run onto this home straight, and if you're brave enough, take some of this inside curb and you could gain a little bit of lap time there if you ride the curb perfectly there, and using a little bit of as much runoff as you like there. We've got a spinner there,
yeah,
number 71.
And that is number 71. That would be Harry Ward, who has gone around. He continues, but at the back of the field. Now, as we start lap number 3 in this 8 minutes plus 1 lap race, of course, Tillotson T4, very popular over in Ireland. That's sort of, I'm not sure it's where it started, possibly, but that's, Ireland's a very popular class in Ireland. Been asked to mention drivers taking part in the Ulster Kart Club rounds at Nuts Corner next weekend, and I just want to, on behalf of everyone here at the British Championship, I want to pay tribute to the late John Eastwood, who very sadly passed away. The Eastwood family, who run the Nuts Corner circuit, one of the best families in karting. They, every time I've gone to Nuts Corner, they've looked after me so well. Charlie Eastwood, of course, Raimi Eastwood racing, but the patriarch of the Eastwood family, John Eastwood, a legend in our sport, and one heck of a raconteur. He could tell a story. My word, could he tell a story. He sadly passed away late last year, and we're still thinking of you over at the Ulster Kart Club at Nuts Corner. That being said, there's some go-karting to talk about. It's what John would have wanted, what he loved to talk about. Here we go then. Ralphie Branscombe being pushed along by the Netherlands, Teish Hoyes, and they're pulling away from Thomas Harper. Now, most of these drivers either running under Tillotson awning with help from the organisation, or on their own as privateers. Thomas Harper in third, though. He's running with the Ultimate R team, Ben Hingley's outfit. And you just noticed something.
Yeah, we got a 5-second penalty there.
Yes.
Just come through for Wesley Brereton. Not sure that was for maybe track limits or running off the circuit earlier.
Well, it would be probably a start line penalty in this. I mean, there may have been incident, but there were several drivers outside the tram lines at the start. Number 204, he had 4 wheels outside the tram line, so he's got a 5-second penalty. That's Teish Hoyes. Okay, number 55 had 2 wheels out, Ronnie Legg. That's a 3-second penalty. There's another penalty for number 311, Samuel Harris, and for number 14, like you said, Wesley Brereton. This is a step up in terms of all the eyes that are on this event. Apart from the likes of Branscombe, who obviously is very used to the rigid structure and scheduling of a Motorsport UK round. There was a couple of drivers that were maybe a little bit late to the briefing because they were like, I've got 2 minutes, I'll be there. No. So again, the Trent Valley Kart Club, Motorsport UK, the marshalling team, they're monitoring those tram lines. And, you get 2 wheels outside the tram line to start, that's 3 seconds. 4 wheels out start,
And as, of course, it gets more competitive, got to be more of a stickler for, upholding the rules, of course, and that is very, very, very well presented across right through all the different series and formulas. But, this is, again, in this kind of series, giving them a real good taste of the standards that they've got to uphold as they move through the Rotax classes and up through the OKs and all those classes.
And it's really good to see a lot of the Rotax drivers watching on from the banking as they go underneath the Wera Tools banners out there on the banking. Our intrepid Alpha Live cameraman. There's a move, or is there?
Looking very
55.
Very close there. Ronnie Legg did try to throw it up the inside there of the 320 Ben O'Keefe. So there's a great battle here going on for 5th, 6th and 7th place, and it looks like Ben O'Keefe has come on top out of there at the moment.
That driver in the orange and black colours, Ben O'Keefe, the Irishman, and he moves into P4. This is the battle for 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th on our screens. O'Keefe, Legg, Harris and Brereton. Of course, penalties are applied post-race. I've got to say thank you to hello to the Isle of Man. The PLGP. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. After the Rotax O-Plate, and before you watch Andrew Mather's Alpha Live coverage from the 6 Hours of Barcelona, go onto YouTube and type in the Peel Grand Prix of karting in the Isle of Man. That was a spectacular event. Hello, watching from the VIP area.
I don't mind taking it easy on this Sunday.
Yeah, Sunday morning, Sunday here again. Here we go, back to the battle for first place.
Yes, and Ralphie Branscombe they've been literally toe to tail, haven't they, this whole race, and keeping each other honest. Teish Hoyes from the Netherlands, keeping very close to that rear bumper of Ralphie Branscombe, going through this final sector here, and it looks like they're pretty evenly matched here, but Teish Hoyes got the fastest lap of the race at the moment. Of course, not much in it in karting, but got the bragging rights right now as we go across the line for what is looking to be 2 laps left of this race.
But if you look at, that was Teish Hoyes there with a almost a perfect lap. This circuit obviously is split into 3 sectors. A purple sector is the best sector of that entire race. A green sector is that individual driver's best sector. A yellow sector is where the mechanics giving them a bit of a hurry up. But purple sector 1, purple sector 2.
And a dive down the inside here from Teish Hoyes. A nice move as we go into the hairpin there, and having to get your braking, of course, spot on there to not get squirrely coming out towards hairpin 2.
Yeah, because, of course, you have to be smooth and momentum. The back at spectacular looking driving in Tillotson is not the best way. And Branscombe getting over the curbs there at the Fullerton S's. Now
taking
down the back
risks.
straight. Yeah, taking a bit of risks. The clock has struck 0. Next time around, they will see The last lap board go out through the final chicane, past the grandstand and the dummy grid. Hoist starts to defend. Branscombe will try now to set Tish Hoyes up as he goes onto the bowl. But not quite yet. Over the Litchfield Bridge is next, and Branscombe looking to the inside. Oh, he has to back out of it. Experience move there, but look at the momentum that Ralphie Branscombe has lost.
Yeah, and he's managed to maintain, of course. Tish Hoyes has been quite aware of that, and now is thinking he can maybe take a bit more of a comfortable approach to this hairpin here. He's got a bit of buffer to play with there as he go into and towards this final sector. But of course, as we saw yesterday in all of the races, it is not over until you get to that finish line, because anything can happen. Ralphie Branscombe might be thinking of chucking it up the inside, maybe in this kind of series, but as you say, it is a bit slower, different approach.
Jake, I'm already liking you a lot more than Anthony Jordan, because what's the song? It ain't
Steady,
over
steady,
till
hang
it's
on a minute. He's looking at me right through the glass.
That's it, yeah. What's that song? Who's it? It ain't over till it's over.
Yeah.
See, oh, you've got someone to sing along with me.
Anyway,
I'll tell you what, who's
we've got a
singing
race
along?
to finish.
It's singing along. It's Tish Hoyes,
and he's
from the Netherlands,
taking the checkered flag here in this Heat 1 of the Tillotson T4 Juniors, this qualifying event here at PF International, and taking that third spot, Thomas Harper, who's had a pretty lonely race from the back and just keeping himself honest there.
Yes, Ronnie Legg gets a 5-second penalty as well. A learning experience for a lot of these drives in the live chat. Who sang It Ain't Over Till It's Over?
I work in radio, so this is really embarrassing.
It ain't over till it's over. Tish Hoyes, Ralphie Branscombe, Thomas Harper, the top three. Ben O'Keefe, Ronnie Legg, Wesley Brereton, Samuel Harris, Ferenc Havesi, Harry Gardner and Harry Ward. Your top 10. And
Samuel Harris having a good race though, up 3 places to 7th. Ronnie Legg up 3 places to Ben O'Keefe, up 3 places to P4. So all doing joint equal best performances there in that junior race we just witnessed.
yes, indeed. There we go. Now
into Parc Fermé.
Unlike Joao Castro, that 204 NASA panel does have a little bit of the Euro lean going on there. Hopefully, said NASA panel and said nose cone bracket is still in place. A couple of other people getting a lot of support. Eva Morris, who has got the one and only Nibbers, Matt Isaacs, on the spanners for this weekend. Matthew Lambert and Benita getting, supporting Nibbers. It's his weekend off, so he's come karting, obviously. It's his weekend off from karting, so he's come karting. Let's have a little look. There is the drivers coming into there. Oh, there's the nose cone.
And you could spot that it's not quite dead
well,
straight.
Well, the NASA panel's one thing. It's the nose cone bracket that is the main thing. Now, there's different types of NASA panel there. Anthony Jordan can talk about bodywork all day long.
But of course, it's important to say that even in the Tillotson categories, junior, senior Rotax, they're still under the same rules, with the nose cone penalties and all of the rest of it that come into scrutineering.
Absolutely, indeed. There we go. Across the line.
Through there.
Nicole is down watching the racing in the pit lane area, and again, if Nicole is down there, Nicole, I mean, those drivers, this is their first experience of a major event like this for some of them, and already we're getting into a few little words of Nicole, what's the atmosphere like down there? There's a couple of drivers having a slight discussion about the racing that just happened.
Yeah, I think you might have been able to see on your screens just then, Henry, drivers getting a little bit het up with each other. It was the 71 and the 14, short words maybe about what was going on out there on track. Of course, this is the kind of race where there's so much at stake. Atmosphere is really high, tensions are high. It's all getting a bit feisty down here.
But Nicole, you've been in this situation before. It's heat number one. It's got a couple of the drivers that are a little bit het up at the moment. How do you calm down now as a driver before the next race?
From experience, I always find just walking away is the main way to just chill out, leave Parc Fermé, go back to the awning, and kind of just pull your head back together.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Nicole. Let's let those drivers go back to the paddock. We'll go to the next race. it is Tillotson T4 Senior. Here is your starting lineup. From Ireland, Aaron Coogan on pole position, and from the United States, Noah Rosser on the outside of row number 1. Jean Bremer on the inside of row 2 from the Netherlands, followed by England's Owen Roberts. Row number 3, Henry Bell, who we featured on the Paddock Show last night, and Northern Ireland's Ewan Miller. Then it is former Kart Masters GP Minimax champion Philip Rawson and Chris Alcock on row 4. John Nuttall and Sam Hinksman on row number 5. Tyler Brereton and Jason Bradbury on row 6. Keith Burke and Olivier Lemmens from the Netherlands, Zach Mead and Luc Hornstra from the Netherlands as well. Warren Russell and Joe Bechtold, an all-Irish. 9th row, Ed Davidson and Max O'Neill round out your top 20. And thank you to Paul Ozan, Lenny Kravitz. That's the one.
Goodness, why didn't
and
we
a
get
big
that?
hello to Paul Ozan,
terrible,
the
isn't
Gold Kart team and all the historic kart that you're doing. Great guy. Glad you're watching. Yeah, I could do a stand-up gig with Paul because he is a laugh a minute. Usually it is driving, but there we are. Here we go. Drivers in the tram lines. Are we behaving ourselves in the tram? Well, somebody in the middle, not quite. And let's have a little look. They go into turn number 1. Oh dear!
Big crash there. Hopefully they're okay.
3 drivers have decided to park in the very well prepared barriers at the bridge. They're all up and out of their carts. There's a marshal with them lifting broken wagons off each other. The drivers are now looking down to see who can maybe get back out. Okay, so the 308 is there. That's Olivier Lemmens from the Netherlands. I think I saw, did I see the number 17 of Jason Bradbury also out yet? And the 3rd driver, Luc Hornstra. So, after a Dutch win in the opening race, we've now got double Dutch here, and there's 2 of the Netherlanders out of the race.
And of course we've got a yellow flag at the moment. Once that's been cleared up at the moment, it's very dangerous here, of course, going at very high speeds through these first couple of S's. So yeah, unfortunate for those 3 drivers there, but it looked like just a very unfortunate coming together, and not enough space, believe it or not, going through the 3 wides at these turns, because it can very quickly shut the door and the space can go.
It could and did go Pete-Tong. Luckily, all the drivers are out. There's a couple of, oh dear, so Mark and the team from Tillotson have got a bit of work to do. You can see one driver trying to get the pull cord started. Of course, these are the 4-stroke pull cord start engines. That is an unfortunate start. The race clock is still ticking, and there is a rear axle doing its best impression of a banana. I hope he hasn't got any loose fillings, because you could that's what's going on.
It's
with
almost
that
dancing,
engine.
isn't it?
I mean, it's
not in the way that you want.
It looks like someone's dancing. If you dance like that, Jake, I'll be very upset. Aaron Coogan, no relation to Steve. Maybe, who knows, is leading this race. Yeah. Noah Rosser from the United States is second. Jean Bremer, the only surviving Dutchman from the 3 that started, is there in third, followed by the O plate of Owen Roberts. I would imagine that would mean he won this event last year, it being the O plate.
You'd
and
hope
all
so,
that.
yeah.
You'd hope so.
So Noah Rosser coming out, unfortunately, from that scuffle on the first lap back into second, but I'm sure he'll be very happy tucked up right at the back here, this yellow flag. They're all bunched very much together, and it's just got an equal chance of all resets again.
Yes, indeed, because the green flag is in the air. The incident has been cleared. We're off and racing once again, and this time they all make it safely through the Bruno Ferrari S's. Out on the banking side by side. Here comes
still trying to get it home.
Driving in, looking like that. You can see double. But out the front, it's 5 or 6 carts in a line heading down towards turn number 1. There is the number 11 cart. Sorry, is it number 17?
Number 17, Jason Bradbury, sadly coming into the pits there. Of course, just that rear axle damage, just too much to cope with there. Hopefully, maybe Nicole can get a word with what happened there and get his perspective later on. But here we're at the front of the pack with Aaron Coogan, Noah Rosser, followed by Jorn Bremer, Owen Roberts, as you mentioned there, the O-plate, the bit of the prestige in this senior T4 field at the moment today here at PFI International, followed by Henry Bell, Ewan Miller, Chris Alcock, Philip Rawson, John Nuttall, and Hallie Hinksman round off your top 10 at the moment, with just about 4 odd minutes and a lap to go at this PF International circuit.
You can see the number 29 Kart in the back, Philip Rawson. Philip has raced karts all over the world. He's got a family now. I've just met his I don't know if it's his wife or his partner, and got a young daughter as well, who was a little bit upset that she couldn't see over the barriers there down the side. But young Miss Rawson, don't worry, I will tell you how Daddy is getting on. And Daddy Rawson, Philip Rawson, moves into 7th position in kart number 29.
And meanwhile, at the front, we've had Noah Rosser do a lovely move up into that first hairpin and taking a very opportune moment to take the lead off of Aaron Coogan once again. Of course, on your screens, it'll update as we cross the third sector timeline provided by Alpha Live here in association with Wera Tools, helping us deliver all the coverage here to you live right across the world.
It is indeed across the world. We had viewers from the Seychelles yesterday, from the Barbados. There's Philip Rawson and the number 414 car of Ewan Miller now begin to battle over 5th position at the end of lap number 4. 3 minutes and change to go. Noah Rosser in that bright red race suit has pulled away, but Nicole, down the pit lane, what can you see? What can you tell us?
Well, we saw the driver of Bradbury retire. He came in over the scales. He's now left Parc Fermé, but the issue with the kart was complete bent back axle. The rear bumper had some damage to it as well, so he's pulled in and retired from this race.
Thank you very much, Nicole. He's now got a couple of hours, not too long, however. The second senior heat is at 1:20 this afternoon.
And from your experience, Henry, having covered countless races over the years in all these series, is that enough time to get the go-kart back into good shape for later on?
Provided he has got the spares, even as a privateer driver, yes, there is enough time. However, in this class, even if he's only on his own attempt, there are people in the Tillotson. They're a really good, supportive crew of people. They will make sure that the drivers get out. They will do everything they possibly can. Obviously, if he doesn't have a spare axle, then that's an issue.
Yeah.
But,
You'd think they do.
Mark and the guys at Tillotson, they're really, really good. They want to see all their drivers out at all times, so they will help to make sure that he does get that fixed. And then send the invoice.
Very much so. Really forcing him wide there.
No!
And, I mean, that was really on the edge of racing there, but a very good action to see between Aaron Coogan and Jorn Bremer there. Jorn Bremer are really forcing the issue, trying to hold on to that second place at the moment, as we see here on our screens. Owen Roberts and, I believe, Philip Rawson.
Six signals there as Roberts goes past the number 347 of John Bremer. Is like pats the back of his head. Oh dear. And that was John Nuttall coming to grinding to a halt. And I hate, obviously after Wales' pitiful performance in the rugby last night, we're not the worst nation in the world. Troglodytes is watching from officially the worst sporting nation in the world,
which is
Liechtenstein.
And you have proof for that,
they are now ranked last in the football world rankings because they got beaten by San Marino. So Troglodytes, you should have said you were from San Marino. Bigged yourself up a little bit. Good to have you back on the live chat, sir.
But Owen Roberts here making his O-plate count a little bit. There's quite a gap now to Noah Rosser, who's putting in a tremendous performance round here at PF International Circuit. Owen Roberts, though, got it all to do with Jorn Bremer right on the tail of his T4 Tillotson go-kart here as we're going through the second hairpin here, coming up to this technical sector 3 as we get to the chicane. A nice little battle going on here, Henry.
Yeah, that's the number 75 of Aaron Coogan, our pole sitter, going back past Philip Rawson. The hand signals are far more demonstrative in this class. Again, as people patting the back of their crash helmets, that signal for like follow me or draft with me. Moving forward, the younger kids, they're very small little hand signals. But the Tillotson drivers, they want everybody in around them to know exactly what they're doing. The clock has struck 0.
Which means we have one lap to go, although with that contact I think we saw earlier on in the couple of hairpins, Jorn Bremer has received a 5-second penalty that just has come up on our screen.
Jake, you might say the word contact, you might say the C word, the race director might say an incident that may be worth going under review.
Yes.
Maybe.
Between the two.
Philip Rawson picks up another spot. Oh, and there's a little bit of aggro going into turn number 2 as the driver started defending. This is Rawson now running in P4. Or is it P5? No, he's 2, 3, 4. Yeah, Rawson 4. The shake of the head of Mr. Halle Hinksman. Sam Halle Hinksman. As they come around, they will see the last lap board now. It looks like Noah Rosser, 2.1 seconds in front. Jorn Bremer and Owen Roberts, second and third on the road, although Bremer has been given a 5 seconds penalty.
And of course, the kart drivers, they get to see the boards as they're going around the circuit, but will they be aware of that?
Absolutely. Yep. Even, like, for example, if there was a driver that maybe got, a technical flag in qualifying yesterday, followed by 5 black flags, he would have been aware of it. He just chose not to pit and was sent home. There we go. Oh, hello, I'm the O-plate winner. Let's go. That's what he's saying. And Bremer, there's no point defending, Jorn. You've got a 5-second penalty anyway. So just try and get as many seconds between you and the cars behind as possible. But Noah Rosser has got this one in the bag.
A 2.5-second lead, which of course in karting is an absolute eternity, to be fair. And coming through this final sector now, it is all about Jorn Bremer, who has got past the O-plate of Owen Roberts. As you say, though, with that 5-second penalty to come, it is a bit of a foregone conclusion now as we come into these final couple of corners.
Marshall running, yellow flags waving, coming out of the Terry Fullerton S's. Somebody has stopped on the back straight. There he is. It's the number 73.
Of Zach Mead.
Oh,
he's unfortunately at the final hurdle had to bow out of this one. Pretty competitive race all in all, though.
Well, for second place on back, yes, very good. And but that's the problem in the lower powered classes. You give someone an advantage, it's just harder
to get
to work back.
Yeah, absolutely.
So there we go. The first round of Tillotson races are in the books. There's the. Give us the top 10 rundown.
10, absolutely. Noah Rosser coming in there with an impressive 2.5-second lead win there over this PF International Circuit. Jorn Bremer, Owen Roberts coming in to complete the podium. Philip Rawson, Sam Halle Hinksman there moving forward. Aaron Coogan, Chris Alcock, Ewan Miller, Tyler Brereton, Keith Burke rounding out your top 10. On to Warren Russell, Henry Bell, Joe Bechtold, Ed Davidson and Max O'Neill rounding up our 15 finishers of 20, of which of course that means 5 didn't finish this race, either with some issues with rear axles as we saw in the pits, or of some frackers, as the diplomatic word I've been using this weekend.
A territorial dispute.
We can see coming across the track here on the axle the numbered kart there of the number 4,
in a bit of a hurry,
which was John Nuttall, bringing his kart right across the track. Unfortunately had to stop out on track because of what happened in that race.
And John is in a hurry to get back because he has to get that kart through the technical area, but also has to get it fixed. So he is in a rush to get back there. But there is the number 331, your race winner, Noah Rosser, as the rest of the drivers discuss things down there. Well, we look at the post-race discussions. You'll be back, Jake, for the second round of heats later on. Thank you very much for joining us here. And now Anthony Jordan will return to said commentary box. But for those of you Tillotson fans out there, I know that you're all going to stay and watch the Rotax racing, but Tillotson T4 heat number 2 starts at 15 minutes past 1, quarter past 1 this afternoon. But before then, we've got some super heats. But before then, we've got some words from our wonderful partners.
It's the 2025 Rotax British O-Plate brought to you by Wera Tools, and it is time for the Superheat. Superheat A, and it's Junior Rotax coming out first. Leon Hasty and Cameron Nelson on row number 1. Eli Baden and Charlie Wilford, after brilliant days yesterday, put it on rows 1 and 2.
Matteo Palazzo and Kian Bernard go for row number 3. Ellis Bell and Daniel Kilpatrick on row number 4.
Row 5 sees Finley Buck and Ryan Gandor go from the rounding out the top 10. Jared Fox-Whiteley and Ava Morris, they go from row number 6.
Cole Denham and Jack Collinson are next, followed by Zach Starbuck and Shun Sekaguchi.
Then it's Ewan House and Saint Quaker starting on the bubble. William Archer and Joseph Yao go from row 10.
Jake Flewitt and Jensen Hookie are next, followed by Nathaniel Gray and Harry Holland.
Marcel Papakul and Finley Lyons go from row 13. It's Elliot Surtees and Luke Holmes-Balak on row 14.
Sebastian Lusch, John Buchan, Ava Reynolds, Adam Turashek. The next couple of drivers, Jacob Carnes. Not everyone has made it out, I don't think. John Buchan, Adam Turacek and Elliot Surtees out there as not showing up. Hopefully there's just a transponder issue. Here we go. We'll explain the superheat warmer as we go. In fact, thank you, drivers.
We
because
can
you
do
all
it
started.
right now. Yes.
So, everybody all 66 entries in the junior Rotax class competed in 2 heats yesterday. This is a superheat. It's points plus another half. So it's, instead of, you get 0 points for a win, but instead of getting 2 points for second place, you get 4 points, and so on. I have the full list somewhere, but at the end of these 2 superheats, the drivers in the top 36 in points go into the main event. Everybody else goes home. At the moment, in this race, 33rd in points is Ewan House. 35th in points is Zane Quecker. William Archer and Joseph Yao are the first 2 drivers on the outside looking in.
Yes, indeed. So basically, the 10th row backwards, they've got the work to do here.
Yes.
They need to step up. They need to push through the field, try and gain those places. If you are behind that and you have a moment, you can class your weekend is over at that point. You won't make the final. It's a little bit cutthroat, but that's karting. You've got to be at that peak level. You've got to be the best to compete for these one-off plates, and that is what we're about to find out. For the drivers who are on the front row of this one, Leon Hasty and Cameron Nelson, good races for them. Leon Hasty undefeated yesterday. He's looking to see if we can capitalise on that today. In this first superheat, we are green, we are racing down in towards turn number 1, and it's a brilliant start for the inside row. Leon Hasty immediately covering off Cameron Nilsson, defending that inside line, going in towards the Bruno Ferrari. Yes, there's no drama there. You can see the KR Sport making the way through. I think that's Matteo Palazzo, who's got up into second place there, Henry. If that's so, that's a brilliant start.
That young driver, Matteo Palazzo, came here to the first round of the British Championship last year as a privateer and poled it in qualifying. He's now joined KR Sport. He's a very, very talented young man, is Palazzo. Now we're going to find out if that speed can translate into the aggression and temperament that you need to win a big one-off British level event. As Jared Fox-Whiteley sends at the inside, and Kian Bernard in the Wera Tools sponsored Kart entry heads to the runoff.
Yes, indeed. Very close moment for those 2 there, but clear breakaway at the front. Leon Hasty and Palazzo breaking away now, clear by 1 second from Cameron Nelson, who started on the front row of the grid. Eli Baden still there in P4 from Charlie Wolfer. Ellis Bell with a good start there in P6 from Jarrett Fox-Whiteley. Kilpatrick in P8. Finley Buck and Keir Bernard now rounding out the top 10. But eyes will focus on these top 2 for the moment, Henry. And they're having a nice little scrap. But in this sort of situation, you would feel it's work together, break away, don't have a battle. It is a superheat. A good result is needed.
Yeah, now Finley Lyons, he started the day all the way back in 51st place in the points.
Oh,
the
dear.
37, Rayan Gandour, the Canadian driver, runner-up in this year's Rotax Winter Series over in Orlando. Rayan, where's he put himself? He was 19th in points coming into that, so he should still be okay. There's a former Kart Masters champion there, Finn Leslie, in the black coat. Come back to watch some racing, and we're getting reports Nicole Sutherland is down in Parc Ferme. Nicole, has it just started to spot with rain?
It absolutely has, Henry. It's not that heavy just yet. It's only spitting. I'd quite like to see it get a bit heavier, actually. Ooh.
I was going to say,
Back to you then, boys.
The oohs were because two drivers running wide coming out of the first hairpin, possibly because, like you said, Nicole, it's spitting, but it might have started getting a little bit heavier. There's another one off. The number 88 of Zach Starbuck. This is really going to throw the cat amongst the pigeons, Anthony Jordan, because Zach Starbuck was very precariously placed in the points.
He was indeed. He was just ahead of the cut-offs. He was in the safe zone, but that moment there puts him right in the danger spot. You can see the water on the camera lens there. It is coming down. If you did see a certain race on the other side of the world, they had very similar conditions, and right now it is seeing it here, right now in PF International.
Well, Zane Quecker in kart number 11. He started this race 35th in points. He's moved up into 8th place. So he is going in the right direction. He is just coming into the Fullerton S's now. 8th position, let's count them back. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So he'll be there in the Ultimate R kart. He's going in the right way. Going in the wrong way are the likes of Rayan Gandor, and Zach Starbuck is down to 30th. Quecker's been given a 5-second penalty. That could be really significant, but we need to now look at who's going in the wrong direction. Jack Collinson down to 24th position. Collinson started this race 27th in points rather. He's not safe in the number 22 kart.
No, he certainly isn't. And
92 kart, sorry.
No, the racing's still going on here, and Charlie Wolfett getting down the inside of Matteo Palazzo there, and they've switched for 3rd place. These battles are heating up, but the crucial thing is that they're keeping the temperature up in the tyres. Again, the word is the rain is still falling little bits here and there, but they've got to keep the temp up. If they dip a wheel on the grass, the grass is wet from the last night's rain. If they go onto there, that will spell disaster for them, but if they keep it on the straight and narrow, they should be all fine as well. Look at this from Jensen Fox Whiteley there. He likes those moves down the inside, and once again he's going to go wheel to wheel into the Bruno Ferrari S's. Are they going to make it through? The answer to that is yes.
Now, I've noticed there a couple of drivers setting personal best sector times through sector number 3. Nicole Sutherland is still down in the pit lane. Those drops of rain, Nicole, that were falling, have they ceased to fall as we see the lead change? But is it now drying out in Parc Ferme, Nicole?
It is, Henry. I would say that the rain has stopped. Like you said, the drivers out there are getting faster and faster with those sector times, so it shows you they're still pushing on, and the rain isn't making any difference to the tarmac out there on the track.
Well, we'll have to keep an eye on those clouds, Nicole, as the racing's still heating up out here. As quickly as we were seeing the likes of Jared Fox-Whiteley gaining those places, he's now been shuffled back in that order. We had those lead changes there. Cameron Nilsson, we saw him at a hairpin 1. He had that scary moment where he got pushed out wide onto the grass. He's still there in the race. He's in P3, right on the rear bumper of Charlie Wolfett. Those two still going at it there for 2nd and 3rd place. This does give Leon Hasty that little bit of breathing space as the two of them continue that scrap here, Henry, down towards hairpin number 1.
Now, we were talking about the progress as Cameron Nelson makes the move on Charlie Wolfett for 2nd, and now the slippery surface flag going out. Zane Quecker has been given a 5-second penalty. So has Ewan House. And Ewan House was 33rd in points. He's 19th on the road. Oh, and they're all going off. There's three of them.
It's raining hard.
There's 3 of them. It's raining hard in the barriers. There you go. One of them was up to try and see the numbers on that car. There's Eli Baden and Nicole Denner having to go through the cut through as well. It's now really raining hard.
Well, I think, Finley Buck may have been one. I think the other possibly, maybe John, Eden 30's there, but I'm pretty sure it could have been Keane Bernard. I saw the Wera tools and maybe Jarrett Fox-Whiteley.
And there's more gone off. Zach Starbuck's gone off as well. There are slippery surface flags out, and it's tippy-toe time.
Oh, look at this.
3 minutes, just under 3 minutes to go. 3 minutes ago, what's the order? Look, now, what is the race order? Because this is going to have a massive impact on who makes the main event and who doesn't.
Yeah, it certainly will. And, of course, they don't have the pleasure of going in for a pit stop. There's no strategy of coming in and switching to wet tyres. They're on slicks to the end here now. So it's literally just going to be a case of to finish first you've got to finish. And these drivers right now are tiptoeing, and that's as close as you can get it. 3 karts all trying to go for the same part of the track. And this is what we're talking about. Leon Hastie's leading the way, but he's the guinea pig going into every single corner. Crucially, though, him being on his own, he doesn't have to worry about someone else trying to get on the same piece of track as him.
Now, Shun Sekiguchi is out of the race. Oh, he's down at the back of the field. He came in, he was one of the karts that went off. He came into this race 31st in points. Bad news for him. Zach Starbuck, 29th in points. He is out of the race. Ewan House, 33rd in points. On track, he's up to 16th, but he's got a 5-second penalty, which would drop him down to about 20 seconds, 23rd. Bad news for the likes of those drivers. Zane Quacker and William Archer. William Archer in 6th position now in the number 61. Sam Pollitt Racing kart started this race on the outside. He's racing his way in to the main event. Joseph Yao is also doing quite well. He's up into 16th position. Jake Flewitt is up into the top 10. He's gained 11 positions. He's trying to race his way in. The weather has thrown the cat amongst the PFI pigeon, and I don't mean Anthony Jordan.
Well, again, these points, they do mean something for these drivers, but you have to remember, Henry, there is Superheat B left to go as well. Those results can change what happens to a handful of these drivers as well. It is far from over just yet, but 30 seconds plus that one lap, and you are seeing these moments here. There on your screen is William Archer, 13 places gained. He's just tiptoeing his way around now, thinking, right, I've got to keep this kart on the island to the end.
Yeah, he had an absolute snotter yesterday of a day, did William Archer, but he's raced his way in now. Now Cameron Nelson deciding that he wants to block Eli Baden going down the start-finish straight. That was on the limit, but look at Zane Quacker. And they're off. There's 2 of them off. Nelson and Baden. They've gone off on into the banking there. I wonder. Oh, and a 360. Well caught. Jack Collinson. I mean, style points. I like that. Oh, this is now so treacherous. Eva Morris is hanging on in 12th place. Oh no, there's Collinson out of the race. The Anglo-Latvian driver. Dad from Hartlepool, mum from Latvia. I think his day might be done, and we're not going to know. I mean, there's going to be so many nose cone penalties as well, just because of the incidental bits of rubbish. There is Finley Lines heading his way up through the field. Nelson and he's had the Dan Holland team. He's had a bit of a rough thing. Eli Baden of Cato Motorsport going through. And but yeah, Finley Lines making up ground hand over fist, but from 51st in points, he's going to need a miracle. As we look at the clock, we've still got a lap to go. Oh no.
Man, that is again
Game
for Finley
over.
Lines. It's just so many cars trying to go for the same piece of track. It is it's pandemonium out there. They're all just fighting for the same piece of track, and you know, you can really start to tell who's gone to a rental kart track on a wet day on slick tyres and learned how to drive, because these are the worst conditions for a driver, and that is the key thing. You can tell between the difference of them. This, though, is our lead battle? No, Leon Hastie leads by 3.6 seconds. Yeah,
Matteo Palazzo is there in 2nd position.
There he is.
There's Leon Hastie. So this has been he's glad he made a good start, because it's kept him out of the chaos behind. Matteo Palazzo. He's answering questions about whether he's got the speed. Now we know he's got the nous to do it at this level. Excuse me, Zane Quacker, even with a 5-second penalty, is going to finish a superb third. Here he comes across the line. I would say provisionally Zane Quacker has just raced his way in to the main event, as has that driver going across the line there for Sam Pollock Racing, William Archer. They started 18th and 19th. They finished 3rd and 4th, did Quacker and Archer. Finley Buck, Daniel Kilpatrick, great drives from those two. Didn't mention that much, but in a race like that, you don't want to be that mentioned until we get to the first page of the result sheets.
Yeah, indeed. I suspect that result as well that you see on your screen
is provisional in the most provisional sense of the word.
Yeah, that's going to change quite a significant amount, I can imagine. So make sure you keep an eye on that one. Ava Morris, you can just see there rounding out the top 10 as well. Brilliant little race, 2 places gained. Jake Flewitt just behind in 11th place with 10 places gained. Marcel Popical as well was a driver who was outside that cut-off area. Gains 13, finishes P12. The day not done yet, though, for the driver from Poland. Ellis Bell as well, pretty standard race there, 13th place. Did drop down 6 places, but did start inside that top running area, so should be okay. Cole Denham, I'm pretty sure I could see Cole Denham with a nose cone during that race, but again, that's just my words. We'll have to wait for the official results to come out. Ryan Gondor as well, good result, rounding out the top 15 ahead of Jensen Hookey. Elliot Surtees, 10 places gained, really strong effort there, 17th, that's right on the cut-off bubble. I think that might just not be enough, despite the fact that was a brilliant, brilliant drive. Joseph Young, Nathaniel Gray, Harry Holland, Finley Lines, running at the top 21 from Luke Holmes, Balak, Sebastian Luge, Keane Bernard, Jacob Karras from Jared Fox Whiteley, Ava Reynolds, Shun Sekaguchi, and Jack Collins, the 29 finishers. And I suspect, Henry, the words down there will be
unprintable
yes.
on a pre-watershed broadcast.
Yes, yeah, exactly that. But that's that's the hardest racing conditions these drivers could have faced in possibly their career. They're out there, it's a dry track, they've got the temperature into the tyres, it then starts to rain, the grip level disappears, there's karts going everywhere, and then you've got this huge scrap for temp in the tyres. That is the hardest race you could probably have.
And of course, it's what's at stake as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Drivers who will be now very, very nervous. Keane Bernard, 24th. Jared Fox Whiteley, 26th. That should still be enough to get him into the main event. Shun Sekaguchi, Jack Collinson, Charlie Wolfett, Zach Starbuck. They have a nervous wait for the next race, which will take place after these words from our partners.
Here at Demon Tweaked, you probably know us for our massive kartwear range. We've got everything from suits, boots, gloves and helmets from the biggest brands in the business. But we are so much more than that, because if you're looking for kart parts, well, we've got you covered too. We've got everything from Rotax parts, sprockets and chains, discs and pads, data loggers and dashers, fuel tanks, steering wheels, bead breakers, and loads more. But of course, it doesn't just stop at the track, and if you're looking to build your skills in the sim, then we've got everything you're going to need to build the ultimate rig. So whether you're just getting started or you're already at the top of your game, Demon Tweaks has got you.
Well, after a very dramatic opening race there for Junior Rotax, the second of those superheats will be coming up very, very soon. Let's quickly fire you through that starting lineup, but the question remains, the rain has stopped. I reckon it's still going to be slicks out there. Albie Lapper and Riley Cranham, the GP plate, starting this one on the front row. Kai Clark and Harry Freeman, they go from row number 2.
On row number 3, Aston Sharp, who, don't forget, qualified 66th and last yesterday, and Jensen Chalk, Louis Radcliffe and Riley Bishop on row number 4.
Albert Friend and Ethan Griffiths go from row 5. He is Welsh, for rounding up the top 10. Lewis Sumner and Vlad Tomachuk round out row number 6.
On row number 7, John Richardson and Charlie King, Daniel Minto and Ryan Gill are on row 8.
Row number 9, and on that cut-off spot, Reese Owen and Pierce Wade go from row 9. They'll have Henry Cameron and Shane Chandilia rounding out row number 10 of the top 20.
Joel Dixon Cohen and Noah Barham, Dijon Bennett and Daniel Hartley.
Harvey Sargentson and Benjamin Backer on row 13. Samir Paul and Harry Taylor on row 14.
The last few drivers, Rory Armstrong, Kieran Stewart, Freddie Ridrington, Connor Large, and then at the back of the field, Hani Sadiq, although Hani Sadiq may not be out there, didn't show up. So, as things stand, Team Canadian Pierce Wade was 36th in points coming into today. Someone at the back of the field has gone for a spin on the rolling lap. The track is definitely slippery because that's the 3 drives going around. So, Pierce Wade, P36. He's in kart number 40, the black and yellow of the global karting team. Henry Cameron, the Ultimate R number 21, is the first driver on the outside looking in. Then Kenya's Shane Chandaria for Pro Train Racing. And for the first time this weekend, the Alpha Live onboard camera is with Kai Clark with Harry Freeman, starting on the outside of row number 2. Drivers on the grass, we're underway and under the bridge. Freeman with the onboard camera as they head out. They slither out on the banking, and already we've lost one, and that's the number 64. That is Daniel Hartley for Ultimate R. Oh, I'm going to love this onboard camera, and you've just seen the onboard camera car make a great move up the inside the P3.
Yeah, indeed. Well, let's keep an eye on all of these racing, because again, it's still looking pretty slick out there, Henry. The traction levels aren't quite there, and remember, they've not had much time to get temperature into the tyres. We go on board there, you can see, with Harry Freeman for the Kart Republic team, the KR Sport team, I should say, as they go through. But that is a very interesting moment there. A tenth point for one of the strawberry carts in the midfield.
Yeah, and that's the GWR, the George Whitbread Racing machine in the middle of that action. That's Joel Dixon Cohen. I believe. No, is he not? It's definitely a GWR. Yeah, it is. It was in that mix there. Connor Large. Scotland's Kieran Stewart hasn't gone out there. Daniel Hartley at the bottom of the field. There is a sight that no one wants to see. It's the number 44 Strawberry Racing kart. And if the camera's on, that means Nicole Sutherland isn't far away. Wonder if we can find out as the race progresses what caused Connor's day to come to an early conclusion.
Here we go. Action for the race lead here live on board with Harry Freeman, who's going to try and send it down the inside of the Terry Fullerton S's. Gets that job done. Now has the work of defending that position from the rest of the field, as that pack is starting to close in just that little bit here. Now, you just saw there, that's Connor Large leaving the pit lane area, the repair area. He's not started that race, but he's rejoined it now, albeit right at the back of the field and 2 laps down.
I tell you what, we will potentially give you a little bit of Alpha Live history at some point today. We haven't seen an on-board move for the race lead in a British Championship event. Harry Freeman's has got it, the lead, and he's got the camera. Will we be able to see? But he's got Riley Cranham bearing down on him in a hurry, with Albie Lapper, Aston Sharp, Kai Clark and Jensen Chalk. Mummy Chalk is watching from a 70s weekend away in Butlin. 70s, that's the era of music they listen to, and it's the amount of vodka that she drank yesterday, apparently. That was Jensen told me that this morning.
Well, there you have it. Points, final intermediate classification. These are going to be determining where people are going to be starting for that all-important O-Plate final later on today. Leon Hasty has got 0 points. He's fine. Ooh. This might change it, though. Down the inside, Riley Cranham retaking that lead. Now, Cranham currently sits 4th in the points, which means he'd be starting on the outside of row number 2. That position change there, I think, puts him now ahead of Harry Freeman, who was 3rd in the points. That now changes who starts on the inside of row number 2. And remember, the inside row gets the better run down in towards the Bruno Ferrari S's. So that overtake is more important than you might think.
Yes, indeed. So Anthony Jordan, look at that mean green TB kart machine of number 17, Riley Bishop. Well, he just gained a load of places, and there's a problem. That's the 74 of Charlie King, and the number, Jensen Chalk. He's waving his hands in the air in despair, kind of like the same action that his dad Mike was using when he tried to get into the Liverpool PSG match and realised that his Apple wallet had deleted himself along with his very expensive tickets. And hands in the air, despair, he was forced to go back to the pub and drink 18 pints.
Well, there you have it.
Shocking.
Shocking. Less than 6 minutes to go, and there is Chalk out of the race. The damage is too much. He has to pull it off. And where was Chalk at the start of this one? Was he in a danger zone?
No, 12th.
He was 12th, so he might still be okay, but we'll have to wait and see. Action still happening, though. There, going now backwards. Riley Bishop losing out on 3 or so places. Still in a strong spot there. And some of the drivers who have had really good races. Harry Taylor, who started this one well down the order, now finds himself inside the top 10. He is looking to make sure he gets into that final later on today. Has he done enough, though, Henry?
Do you know something? He was 56th in points. He had 52 points. Don't forget, the lower the point score, the better. 52 points. Pierce Wade had 39 points in 36th. Wade is driving. Where is Pierce Wade on our screens? The answer is he is having a great drive. He's up to 9th. So Pierce, under pressure, doing a great job moving up. Harry Taylor, like you said, he's up to 7th. So we're looking at the likes of, well, we've already seen Zach Starbuck, who was in the earlier race, Shun Sekiguchi in the earlier race. They both retired and finished well down the order. So even though they're not in the same race, Harry Taylor could be racing his way in at the expense of 2 drivers who are currently watching nervously back in the pits.
Well, we'll keep an eye on all those points as they progress. Of course, we'll keep an eye on the racing on track as well, as Cranham's lead extends now to just under half a second from Harry Freeman. Aston Sharp there in 3rd place. He's another 2.2 seconds further down the road, and we'll keep a very close eye on these gaps as they go on. Albert Friend and Joel Dixon-Cohen, they have just switched places on that previous lap as well. Henry Cameron not had a good run on that last lap as well. He's just lost out in 3 places. He's dropped down to 23rd place. Harvey Sargentson getting up to P25 as well.
That drop from Henry Cameron, that could be significant because he was 38th in points. It could be as we've got a change as Kai Clark goes past Aston Sharp.
Beautiful
Henry Cameron dropping down the order, maybe dropping out of this event.
Bishop.
As Harry Taylor, there he is in the Dan Holland racing car behind Bishop. This could be a couple of really crucial laps for Taylor. Every position he gains now, there's one, gets Harry a step closer to the main event.
I mean, even if he starts shotgun at the back of the field, he's started the final. He's got a chance at getting that O-plate. You can see there that the temperatures are increasing in those engines. You can see the flaps going up on the radiators. Drivers continuously monitoring the dash on their steering wheel to keep an eye on those engine temps. They do not want to overheat it. It will go pop. This, though, is the battle for the lead. Harry Freeman has closed in. This will be determining who will start on the inside of row number 2.
Cameron's out.
Yes.
Nicole is down there. Sorry, Anthony, sorry, but if Nicole can find out what has gone wrong on that number 21 Ultimate R Kart, because that is it for Henry Cameron. He was in the main event. Now he's out.
Yeah, disaster striking here, and this one here still kicking off and round. Out of the race.
Aston Sharp.
He was in P4. He was in a really strong spot there, but I don't think it's going well. Is the 76 in? Is Kai Clark out of this race? He's not clocking up on my timing screen anymore. Nicole, is Kai Clark in the 76 in the pit lane? He's disappeared.
He's dropping out.
He is.
Oh, no. Right, Kai Clark 6 in points. He's still in the main event, but that's cost him a chance at the O-plate. He's going to be down at the back. Now, a move to the lead. Harry Freeman into top spot. We'll try and catch up with what happened with Kai Clark and what happens with Henry Cameron as the last few minutes of this race goes on. Cranham and Freeman, they just need to play nice now, boys. Harry Taylor is up into third. He could be the lowest ranked driver coming into this today who makes it into the main. Lapper is fourth, Bishop fifth, Lewis Sumner, Vlad Terenchuk, 6th and 7th. I want to say quickly about Lewis Sumner. Yesterday in qualifying or practice, Jamie Perilli rolled his kart and has broken his shoulder.
Yep.
And Lewis Sumner stopped his kart to help lift the because Jamie was trapped underneath his cart in an awful amount of pain, and Lewis Sumner was the driver that got out to help Jamie Perilli. Well done, Lewis Sumner, and a good deed. Looks like it's going to be rewarded with a place in the main event for the X-Kart TV driver.
Yeah, certainly so. Well, we'll keep an eye on this action because it's still heating up. Blue flags out.
Samir Paul.
That is Samir Paul smartly getting out of the way. Good driving there. But eyes still focus on this one with those 30 seconds to go of this race. Plus that one lap, of course. It's still chopping and changing in those points. To give an update on it, Leon Hasty has 0 points. Awi Lapper has got 8 points. He's currently running in P4 right now. That retirement we saw earlier on, that's put him back up into the top 2 positions. He's back on the front row. Cranham now in the lead,
but
retakes that one.
Nicole's got some info for us down in the pits.
Yeah, it's all going wrong down here for our drivers. The 43 has now retired. The 21, it was a back bumper fallen off. That's why he retired. And Kai Clark's exhaust had come off of the 76 kart. So that is why he is no longer in this race either.
Well, eyes on this one here, and the battle for the race lead still on, as well as Cranham and Freeman go absolutely wheel to wheel here. Ryan Gill, you've just pointed out to me here, Henry, he's out of this race. He was 32nd. He's out. He won't make the final with the retirement here. That is a huge disaster for a driver who was going to make it into it. Albi Lapper's gone down to P6 now. That will affect his points as well. He's now joint with Freeman, so now he's lost out on starting on the front row this one. Cranham in the lead as we go on to this final lap, has got a chance to start on the front row, but Freeman is going to make it very, very difficult for him. If he can get in front, it might help him out, but with Lapper, look at this round the outside. That's not going to work. He holds back, and now he looks at the switchback on the inside. It's not going to happen, and once again, the rain starts to fall. The change of surface flags are out, and this is going to be right to the end, Henry.
It is indeed. That's the cutback of the day from Harry Freeman, but look at Harry Taylor. From 26th, 28th on the grid, Taylor is going to cross the line at least in third. He might even win this race. But with the slippery surface flags out, so many nervous drivers. Cranham goes to cutback. Steady now, Harry Taylor. Steady, you've done all that work. Don't get it undone now by doing something stupid on the last corner. But Harry Freeman, with a peach of a move, takes the win from Cranham and Taylor.
Well, I was about to say that win puts Freeman on the front row, but Albi Lapper brought it back into P5. That one position change just clinched it, and that confirms then it will be Leon Hasty and Albert Lapper provisionally, of course, on that front row. But there is a look at your results. I can imagine there'll be some changes to that as well over the course of this one. So much was happening. Nose cones are a factor as well. But that was a fight, and for Harry Freeman, that was a deserved win. For Riley Cranham, brilliant drive. For Harry Taylor, did he do enough there? I think, yes, I think he's going to make it into that final.
And I think, obviously a nose cone penalty would put him down to about 11th or 12th place.
And knowing that he's done the 25 overtakes, there is a high chance of it.
Yeah, but, there are also, even if he does, there are so many other drivers in and around the bubble that have had, if you look at the results there, that race. So, Jensen Chalk, he should still be in even though he's retired. There's Harry Freeman. Henry Cameron, I'm afraid it's game over for him. He was 38th in points and then retired. Ryan Gill, 32nd in points and retired. This is the key. there is Harry Taylor pushing his kart onto the wave bridge. Now, this will be key now. Let's have a look. Ernie Salmon, one of the MSA technical commissioners, is there. There is the
clipboard of doom,
which
and I think it's all
doesn't get
good.
kicked. So Harry Taylor, well done, Harry Taylor. You've just raced your way in. Aston Sharp, 66th in qualifying, started 5th, running in the top 5, drops to 25th at the end. That should be enough, but maybe only just. And I've got to say, Charlie King, that's going to be tight for Charlie, only finishing 20th. But a lot that comes and goes. Shane Chandaria, Joel Dixon-Cohen, Pierce Wade. Well, there's Pierce in the red and white race suit, the Team Canada and the white crash helmet, number 40. That would have been, a buttock-clenching drive, and he's passed his first test of the nerves with flying colours.
Indeed.
Oh,
we're going to need to do some maths on this one, hey?
On-air maths?
Well, no, not on-air maths, but certainly over the lunch break and just see.
I tell you what, I'll nip outside, check the weather, while you do some live maths.
Oh, excellent. I can't do live maths, Henry, so thanks for that. But the rest of the drivers making their way in. This, of course, still a tense moment for them, checking those no cones, just making sure, and of course, making sure they're above the weight as well. They don't want to be underneath that. That's an instant disqualification. Oh, and I'm seeing the phone coming out there for the number 23. It's not good news for Noah Barham, who gained 13 places in that race to finish just inside the top 10. A 5-second time penalty for Barham would put him down into around 15th, 14th place. So that's not good, great news for him. But he still might just be okay in this one. But certainly a very tense moment for the rest. There you can see the likes of the drivers just coming in as well. There you can see the likes of Dijon Bennett. That's a tough race for Dijon. Of course, he spun at the start of that one. He did make his way back through the field. And still actually gained a place in that race, 22nd for Dijon as well. Daniel Hartley was another one of those drivers who started on the same row. He as well had a good recovery drive on that one after that early spin, five-place gain. Still finishes inside that top 20, but he was outside that cutoff. They were starting on row 12, and I think that might be, for a handful of drivers, of course, all provisional, a weekend over. Let's head down to Parc Ferme. Nicole Sutherland, who have you got for us?
I've got Harry Taylor, who is probably the one driver in that race who was on an absolute mission. Harry, you weren't messing around there. No. Tell me about those moves.
Yeah, it was good. I did a few really good moves. I did 4 in one corner once, and then 3 in the next corner.
So 4 in one corner, then 3 in the next. Yeah. The confidence to get that going and to pull that off, where does it come from?
A lot of practice.
Yeah. And then moving into the next races, you had a bit of bad luck yesterday. You had to retire and take back up the front Nasso panel. I think hopefully after that performance then you should be in the main finals this afternoon. What are you thinking going into those?
Same again, just 2 higher.
Same again and do higher. Are we going to see some more moves 4 in one corner?
Yep.
And Harry, over the winter, you've jumped up into a big kart. You're now a junior. What's it look like for you? What's the prep been?
I mean, it's a lot faster, and I definitely prefer it. It took a lot of training and strength training, but yeah, it's good.
Well, great to hear from you, Harry. Well done. I'm looking forward to seeing if you can pull some of those moves off once again. We'll head back up into the box because I can hear that the whistle has gone for our next race.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland down there with, like you say, Harry Taylor, 25-place gain there, and see if we can get 2 more in that final. We'll have to wait and see. That junior final will be later on today. We're going to take a short break. Don't go anywhere because the seniors, they're coming up next.
Superheat A for senior Rotax. 56 drivers have to get whittled down to 36. It's an all-Welsh front row with Matthew Higgins in Super Ted, Teddy Pritchard-Williams. It's an all-English second row, Brandon Truman and Cian Garrity.
Row number 3 sees Matty Hingley and William Antrobus after that huge lunge yesterday. Can he do the same today? Charlie Cox and Joshua Graham starting on row number 4.
Row number 5, Lewis Gilbert, Mr. Consistency in the O-plate, and Kai Beach with Hugh Moulton and Lorenzo Cordal up next.
Last year's British champion and, of course, last year's O-plate winner, Macaulay Bishop, starts as one of the 7th row of the grid. I'll have Alfie Thompson alongside Henry Gregory and Lizzie Mentier just inside the cut-off on row 8.
Row number 9 is Archie Butler and Jack Lilly. Then George Holbrook and James Johnson. They're the first two on the outside looking in.
Christopher Holst and Oliver Liversedge go from row number 11. Angus Scrivener and Alex Moody go from row 12.
Now, where is Henry Gregory? And there is the number 10, that's Jack Lilly. Out of the race, Lilly, who was 35th in points, will not make the main. His hopes are over before the race even begins. And the rest of the field head out onto the banking with those omnipotent spots of moisture loitering in the air, and they caught a couple out. That was James Johnson running wide.
Yeah, it was indeed, and James a little further back in the field, the number 35, starting it on the 10th row of the grid. He was outside the cut-off. He needs to gain places in this one, and that start is not going to help his favour out of making it into that final later on today. Crucially at the front of this one, though, it is the two DHRs there, Higgins and Brandon Truman, who have broken away from the rest of the field. Teddy Pritchard-Williams there in 3rd place as we see Cian Garrity just trying to squeeze it down the inside of Bobby Game Corner. They're not going to work out. He stays behind in around P5.
And of course, don't forget, this is only half the senior grid. The rest of the senior drivers, including the one and only Mikey Walker, will be in the next one. This is Mikey Walker's world. We're just living in it. Yep. Here we go. So now Matthew Higgins is out there, but his okay. Let's play. Let's see if we can give Dan Holland and Sean Carter a heart attack in the paddock. Matthew Higgins is out there on track. His transponder isn't picking up. If said transponder is on, then that's okay, and it's just not working. If someone has forgotten to put it on, that's a problem.
Yes.
It's a disqualification problem.
Yeah, now I know there was problems with it earlier on today as well in the morning warm-up. I did see that, and they were out there, but they weren't clocking up there as well. So is it a case of they forgot to put it on? That is a question.
Well, I tell you what, the only person that knows for 100% certain is Motorsport Dash Timings, Ian Walker. Ian Rogers.
You've lost a minute of dance
time
there. There
he is. So, and amongst all that equipment and technical wizardry that Ian has got there, that has got the manual transponder pickups. And Ian has just confirmed that Matthew Higgins' transponder is on, it's just not beeping enough. So, there we go. Higgins is safe. He hasn't forgot to put it on. There's Macaulay Bishop making a move. Matty Hingley going backwards. So, when we talk about transponders, Ian Rogers there, with great view of the timing system. People there that he can confirm that the transponder of Higgins' cart is on. It's just not functioning as it should be. 26 drivers still running. Henry Gregory also out there, but transponder not working. And there at the back of the field is Elliot Foster, who started last and is running last. It's a good bit of experience, but he is one of the drivers that won't make the main.
Well, they're certainly keeping our timekeepers busy in this race. Those names dropping up and down throughout this, but still Higgins leading the way from Teddy Pritchard-Williams. Great shots here as they go over the Litchfield Bridge, and again it's teetering on the edge of just rain constantly throughout this, and there you can see even more dramas in. That's one of the X-carts for the TB. That is Elliot Foster, and he's given up his hopes of an O-plate in 2025. That is a huge shame.
We call them the Mean Green Machines, but that Mean Green Machine turned out to be a bit of a boogeyman for Elliot Foster. Luca Posick, the Guy Cunnington racing team, is down in 25th. He's the second of the three of the Canadian drivers. Oh, there's a Mean Green Machine getting nerfed. but continuing on, as that would be the ex-Kart of, let's have a look, Harry Hurst Grover, Lizzie Mentier in that battle. Up at the front, it's still Higgins from Pritchard Williams, the Origin Motorsports team. Elliot Surtees' dad, Ethan Welsh from the United Arab Emirates. You know, they're doing it's a British stroke Emirati team. And Super Ted, if you're starting out a new team, sometimes you've got to just say, okay, look, we need a talented driver that we know is going to get our name up at the front to encourage more people to join the team. We've got to throw a bit of wedge at him, offer him a few things, free drive, what have you. But Teddy is doing exactly what he needs to do to get the Origin name up at the front of the most competitive national karting grid in the world. Teddy Williams takes the lead in this go-kart race.
He does indeed. Nice move there down the Bruno Ferrari S's. Now the banking over the Litchfield Bridge. It is a tight-knit group, this one, with now Pritchard Williams leading the way. Higgins still there in P2. Gilbert now under pressure, though. That's Brandon Truman down the inside. Fellow DHR driver Macaulay Bishop tagging along for the ride as they go 3 wide in towards hairpin number 2, as these two now will try and close in on the likes of Teddy Pritchard Williams. But once again, Mr. Consistency, Lewis Gilbert splits the 2 DHR drivers in half.
Yes, indeed. 5 podiums in the last 5 years in the O-Plate Senior Rotax category for Lewis Gilbert, including the win in 2021. Now, why was Macaulay Bishop starting further back than you would have thought? Yes, obviously there was a post-race penalty. Kai Hunter and Macaulay Bishop, possibly one of the most intriguing rivalries in British karting. Chapter 1 was written yesterday. Chapter 2 will come in the main event later on, because Kai Hunter is not in this super heat. But Bishop versus Hunter, 2 of the most outrageously talented drivers in the UK. They will lock horns again in the final, ladies and gentlemen. If that's not box office, I don't know what is.
Well, things have been happening in this race, and it's not been a good race for Lorenzo Cordal, the driver of the number 30. 5-second time penalty applied not 2 minutes later. A technical flag then came out, so Lorenzo Cordal's hopes of possibly getting into that final have been shattered. He started inside the bubble. He was P12 at the start of this race, but a 5-second plus of retirement out of this. He'll be right at the back of the field, so that might spell a little bit of disaster for him. So hopefully we'll see what happens later on. Higgins, though, here, he's caught back up to the lead. There you can see the likes of Macaulay Bishop. He's back into play as well. This is not over, and a nice little lead change there. It's Higgins back in P1.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, after the rugby, yes, we need to win something. We need to win something. Come on now. In terms of Bishop just cruising up, and Euro lean going in the Bobby Game corner. He's giving it even more. He's got the Euro lean, he's got the absolute Euro driving style, because he's made his way up from 13th on the grid, and he's now sitting on his teammate Matt Higgins' rear bumper in P2. Whilst the rain begins to spot its way around the circuit again, new leader Macaulay Bishop up the inside, and then comes across to defend. Here comes Super Ted, and no, Bishop keeps it around the outside. Oh no, of course, this is all these drivers, they should still make it no matter what happens. They've got enough points as, there's a problem. That's the number 30. That's Lorenzo Cordal. The second domino has fallen. It was a technical flag for Cordal. I wonder if Nicole Sutherland can find out what that technical flag was for and elaborate. But now, Lilly and Cordal, 2 drivers in the top 36 coming into the day, are now out of this race, probably out of the main event. Who could replace them? Well, looking down at the order, Angus Scrivener is moving up. He's up 10 places. So's George Holbrook. Nicole Sutherland, down to you.
Yeah, just get It's a back bumper issue then for Lorenzo Cordell, retired from that technical flag. As you can see on your screens, it's just completely fallen off.
Well, you can see it. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see that one there, but we'll take your word for it. Oh, there it is. That's a very clear view as to why that has been pulled off the track. Usually we're on that, Henry, spotting rear bumpers falling off. We missed it.
No,
Glad Nicole's down there.
Right, yeah, okay, that's we need a young set of eyes down in the paddock. Now, let's have a look. Here's the battle between Truman, Gilbert. This is 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th you're looking at. Truman, Gilbert, Hingley, Antrobus and Moulton. We're saying who's going to be trying to get into the main event. Well, Archie Buttle is doing well. Up in 12th position. Lizzie Mentier in 14th. That's going to be very, very close for Lizzie. She was 31st in points. That should still be just about enough. Angus Scrivener, he's the man on the move, the Scotsman for Hunter Motorsports. 45th in points coming in, but he's moved up there. Kai Veach is hanging on. Kai Veach, well, he's got his family crest on the back of the helmet, of his crest, which has got a load of bulls. It look like the Chicago Bulls livery. He's got the Australian star. He's got the Filipino flag on the other side. His heritage. He's going to need to summon all the warrior spirit he can in that number 75 Kart, because he is 12th at the moment, just about in the main event. Harry Hurst Grover, has had a problem and has dropped back. He was going the right way. Now he's going the wrong way. And Alex Moody, injured calf muscles and all, in the number 80 Cato Motorsport Kart. He's making a late bid to make it into the main event, but we're on the final lap, Anthony Jordan.
We certainly are, and this battle has still been raging on. Bishop checking over the shoulder, now going defensive. Geraghty has closed in on this one. It is a 3-car battle. Teddy Pritchard-Williams there in P4 as well. Remember, Bishop needs that good result here yesterday. End of the day with that penalty. That fight between himself and Kai Hunter later on is still on. The same for him and Matthew Higgins here. There is going to be no change. It will be to the line. Bishop, Higgins, Geraghty will cross it. 1, 2, 3. A superb drive from Macaulay Bishop as right on the final hurdle there, right at the end.
No!
That's Alex Moody. Alex Moody goes no further.
And he was, Moody had fought his way into a potential qualifying position, and look how close he came. That is the cruel, cruel nature of this sport, but that is a statement win for Macaulay Bishop.
Certainly was. Well, Matthew Higgins does finish that race in P2. Macaulay Bishop taking the win, though. So Geraghty in 3rd, Teddy Pritchard-Williams in P4 from Brandon Truman, Lewis Gilbert in P6. Don't worry, he crossed the line, Henry.
I was going to say, Brandon Truman, our original Uncle Tyrone, a top 6 finish. Can he win the O plates?
Of course he can.
There we are.
Well, let's find out. Of course he might. What we change it to. There's a look at the rest of the results there popping up on your screen. A lot of 5 seconds going out in that, Henry. Got a little feisty at the end of that race,
William
didn't it?
Antrobus, double bubble, a 10-second penalty, 2 lots of 5 seconds. Also, a 5-second for the number 12 Kart of Charlie Cox.
Yeah.
Now that could be significant because he finished 11th. There's Cian Geraghty.
Great race for him.
Yeah, great race for him.
P3 for Cian Geraghty, and all good for him. He makes his way back through. Here's the number 4 seed, Teddy Pritchard-Williams.
Yes, he's okay.
He's
okay.
absolutely fine.
Wales have got something to cheer about this weekend.
Not the rugby, though.
No.
That was abysmal.
Abysmal's one word, beginning with A, that I would describe it. There are many other words. But
it's all right, Henry. It's all right. Wales can't have it all.
No. We've got Teddy Pritchard-Williams, Archie Buttle.
They've got you as well.
Hingley, and we're okay. We're okay. We'll do all right, Wales. We'll do all right today. I got a feeling on 4 wheels is better than 15 men holding an egg. Speaking of Welsh people, Matty Hingley's got an English flag next to his name.
Well,
I'm going to have
He's
stern words.
He's seen the light.
There's the Diamond of Dalry, Lewis Gilbert going through. And there's, now talking about Kai Veach, there's the Kai Veach crash helmet. Again, you can see there's he's British on the top there. He's got the Union flag. And then on the back there's Matty Hingley. Coming back into karting this year, former vice British champion, junior. Do you remember your very first year with me in the Country Box 2020? Matty Hingley and Matthew Higgins battling for the junior Rotax British
the good
title.
fight. The only thing I remember from that year, Henry, was your pink and black checkered belt that you wore with skin-tight jeans. It was the worst thing I'd ever seen in my life.
My God, it was a blue, and which now Kyle Lawrence in South Africa has, my Rotax colleague.
Yeah.
And the skin-tight jeans, they weren't skin-tight when I bought them. Let's just say that. But, you know, hey, God, do something to keep the mums happy. Come on.
I think one of the cameramen or someone close behind that cameraman is listening back to the broadcast. I can hear my voice in my own ears.
You know, I mean, of course, why not?
Watching back the racing action.
A couple of the parents, the families watching on, nervous, pensive, chewing his coffee cup. You know, well, he's paid £9.80 for it, so why not? He's drunk the coffee, now we're going to eat the plastic. That is one of our strawberry drivers there looking nervously on. Dan Barrett sent a picture there. Good. Oh, no, that's not Dan Barrett. That's probably Dan Barrett's grandfather or something.
Henry,
like that.
you can waffle away to yourself. Let's take an ad break. We'll be back. Yeah. I'll resuscitate Henry.
Mm-hmm. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there, we've got Sam there. We've got Hobbsy eating a bacon roll. Good to see Sam. Who else are we looking at there? We got, there's Harry Bartle's mum and his granddad next in line. But I want to say this one thing. Next race. Who do we want? Mikey Walker. When do we want him?
In probably about 3 minutes.
That's the one, yeah. The live chat has just exploded with Mikey Walker fans. The number 32 Jax Motorsport driver will be starting P9 for this one. I just want to say congratulations to Harry Bartle. He's moving into cars, but you got Sam Morgan and Hobbsy chatting to the left. Then you got the Bartle family watching. Is this one of the last times we're going to see Harry in a kart race? Well, hopefully not this next race, but that's coming up right now.
Well, that last of the senior Rotax race is about to head to the track. Superheat B, let's go over that grid. Kai Hunter, Archie Walker on row number 1, Harry Bartle and Joshua Turnbull on row number 2.
Jack West and Ewan Charman on row 3. Guy Cunnington and Freddie Ingram on row 4.
Mikey Walker fan club is up. He's on row number 5. He's joined by Reg Hayward, Armin Hamilton and Harrison Crowther rounding out the row behind.
Charlie Smith from California and Owen Neve go on row number 7. Neo Clark and Liam Hartley on row number 8.
Then we get to the money business zone. Tristan Rennie and Jack Baker start this one on row number 9. They're on the bubble. They need to have a good race in here. Ethan Martin and Deacon Russell join on row number 10.
Oakley Pryor and Zach Heslop on row 11. Then Adrian Tions from Latvia and William Pemble on row 12. They've got work to do.
They certainly have. And the last 2 rows there, Jack Gillingham, Asa Pinder and Miles Roby start from the final 3 rows. However, I'm seeing here, Henry, on our timing screen, one particular driver, the number 62.
Zach Heslop.
Yeah,
yes.
He's not clocking up on our screen. Has he made it out on track, or is he not there?
Well, we'll have to see down in the back of the grid. There's a couple of Dan Holland karts. There's the Latvia race suit. So I think Zach Heslop is out there. Oh, well, Chris Simpson bats about Britain. You give him a task and he
56.
gets a tight shot.
Yeah, that was Ethan Martin.
Oh.
I don't see Zach Heslop out there.
I think he could, well, you know, in Chris Simpson we trust.
In Chris Simpson
in Chris
we trust.
Baps we trust.
He didn't make any this weekend.
I know.
I'm not angry.
I'm not angry, just disappointed.
Disappointed.
Right then, Kai Hunter going for O-Plate victory number 5. Leads them to the line for a false start. For those of you that haven't got the live chat feature open and you're wondering why we are, coin phrase, why we are giving it the Mikey Walker glaze, it's because I've got to say, Mikey's friends out there, well done. You are supporting your man. The YouTube algorithm is going through the roof for all the comments that you have got coming in. We are just reflecting it. So all I would say to the drivers is get your mates to watch. You know, that's the thing, you know. Get them tuning in. It's no longer light drizzle. It is now heavy drizzle. Or as we like to call it in Wales, Tuesday.
I like to call it rain. But, you know, that's just me.
Yeah. Rain, go away. You are not wanted in this next race. Look at them. Okay, they're warm. They're vigorous warming of tyres now. Vigorous warming of tyres, checking the steering. There's the number 42 karts. That's Ewan Charman. He's got 3 top 10 Rotax O-Plate finishes to his name. Archie Walker is in there on the outside of the front row. But you know what? It's drizzling at Wera. I'm looking out of the other side of the commentary box window. Oh, now the hoods are going up. Now the hoods are going up. This is going to be 10 nerve-wracking minutes. The Mikey Walker fan club are ready. We're walking along, singing a song, walking in a Mikey Wonderland. Here we go.
In towards turn 1. Hold your breath here. It's starting to drizzle, and we're slick tyres in towards turn 1. Is the temperature there? It's not there, and a handful of karts take to the grass, but amazingly, they all get through the bridge section. But as they go up the banking now, look at them fanning out. All of them trying to find a piece of tarmac that's got traction.
Get the heat of the tyres as quick as you can. Oh, someone's had a spin, and a Guy Cunnington Racing kart gets caught up. That's the number 24.
Armand Hamilton.
That is the Hungarian-Australian driver who is the reigning E20 Rotax Grand Finals champion, and he wasn't exactly assured of a place in the main event.
He wasn't indeed. He was in that sort of near cut-off area there, dropping to the back. He possibly is out of this one. Eyes on the front here, though. It's still all kicking off, but look how controlled they need to be here, and look how skittish these karts are.
Okay, now Nicole Sutherland raced Rotax throughout her career. Down watching. Nicole, what do the drivers need to be doing now to get as much heat as possible in their tyres in terms of how they steer the car? What are the tactics that the drivers need to do to generate as much tyre heat as possible?
Well, it's a tricky question, Henry, because of course when the water goes down onto the rubber, there's all oil over there. You know, it gets slippy, but these drivers have got to go in nice and hard, nice and late to keep that heat up, keep it generated in the tyres, and make sure that they can find some grip out there.
When you say go in nice and hard and go in late, that means as in going to corners hard and turn the wheel hard and late to just get the front tyres almost scraping across the tarmac. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right, Henry. On the brakes as well, you know, nice and hard, nice and late, and ensuring that they're not rolling off the brake, which will create a slide and then make it hard work when on the exit of these corners.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Again, you know, our resident driving experts here, as Harry Bartle showing the rest a clean pair of heels, and Mikey Walker, fans, he's up into 5th position.
Certainly is. Still 3 seconds behind Bartle at the moment. Bartle having a really good run there, but testing the waters on the exit of the Terry Fullerton S's, but has got a clear advantage now from Kai Hunter. Ewan Charman in 3rd place, but Tristan Rennie now setting the fastest lap of the race, is on the charge through. Tristan Rennie, 11 places gained here, Henry. He was on the bubble. He was in that danger zone. He's only gone forward. He's in a really good, strong spot here.
Tristan Rennie, top 5 in the junior O-Plate back in 2020, top 5 in the senior O-Plate in 2021 for the Scotsman. And oh, there is the unreal waftage of Mikey Walker.
Is that the first waft of the weekend, Henry?
No, we had a couple of wafts, not many. What is the Spanish? Well, Spanish, it's muchos waftos.
Muchos waftos.
Muchos waftos. What's the Italian for waft? Mio wafte. Let's have a little look back at a brief rotation for one of our drivers on the Wera Tools replay.
This is a lot further back in the field. You can just see here how much was going on. And, oh dear, yes.
It's a Jack's Motorsport Kart.
Number 19, Deacon Russell.
Oh, Deacon Blue is now his mood. Miles Roby getting a warning. He could have been the other driver in there. Okay, Armand Hamilton has retired from this race. The number 24 driver was 22nd in points. That's going to be very, very close. He's going to need help. And by that, I mean Miles Roby's driven up to 11th place from 27th. He's got a warning flag, but there is Miles Roby, the MLC Motorsport car. Oh, and that was, who was that flying wide? Was that Rennie?
I have no idea who that was. Shot through the screen there, but
I think it was.
I think it might have been as well, but it just shows how treacherous it is out there. There is Armand Hamilton's wagon, unfortunately going no further in this race, but it just shows again, Nicole was saying you've got to go in hard and fast into the corners. That may have been a little too hard, maybe a little too fast as well.
Well, let's have a look at Miles Roby a second. There's a move further up, and that is Tristan Rennie going past Freddie Ingram for 4th place, as Harris Barber, one of our Micromax drivers, watches on. Miles Roby is driving the absolute wheels off that MLC Motorsport Kart. He's up 16 places already, and he's now decided the track isn't good enough for me. I'm up the banking. Yeah, it's all kicking off, Anthony Jordan.
The traction levels have disappeared. The temperature in the tyres has gone. You can see they're going into the corners. There's just no traction whatsoever. They're trying their best to keep it, but watch them. They're right on the outside line here, trying to sweep it back in. That's the wet racing line here that you will see on slick tyres. But even there, they're still just not getting the power down. And the rain, once again, is coming in from the banking. It's pushing its way in further into the circuit. You can see the hoods going up. And you can see when they get to that bowl section, that's where it all goes wrong. Back here, though, in towards the Wilson complex, it seems to be okay for the time being. I say that, eat my words. Look at that. That's not got any traction.
And I think for those of you wondering about track limits, in a situation like this, there is a certain degree of leniency because, of course, the drivers are doing everything they possibly can just to keep their go-karts pointing in apparently the right direction. There's 2 of them have gone, and that is a number
92. That's Jack West.
Jack West has dropped now. So Jack West, he was 10th in points coming in, so that's not, well, it's a disaster in terms of grid position. And just look at that grass. Well, Tav Kirk and the incredibly hard-working team here at PF International that run the circuit on a day-to-day basis, they won't need to get the mower out going across the grass on the inside of the banking. The inside of the Bruno Ferrari S's, because these drivers in senior Rotax have cut all the grass already.
They certainly have, and there I'm seeing some
Here's
nose
battle.
cones bopping up and down. Here, though, battle for the... Is this not the lead?
It is. It
is the lead. That
absolutely
is the lead
lead.
change, yeah. Hunter in the lead now, so despite all the weather that's happening, these two are still finding some incredible traction levels out there.
Love that, love it. Look at the way they're using different parts of the tarmac. See about what Nicole Sutherland was saying earlier about going late and hard. Late on the brakes, jam the brakes, hard turn of the steering wheel, get those front tyres jacked up. As Archie Walker's dad there watching Archie slither around in 7th position. There he goes, follows him. Archie, there he goes in that KR Sport car. A little bit further back, there is Owen Neve, and there is a potential problem for the number 38, is it? Is that Charlie Smith, the driver from Orange County, California? Where's Charlie?
Well, he's currently rotating in around 12th place
Already
right now.
he's gone off.
Oh, dear. Again, it's all at the banking there. They just can't get the temp into the tyres. There's still 2 minutes left of this, Henry. I don't know who's going to finish this one on top.
And of course, look at it coming in like a bunch of exocet missiles. Miles Roby, high, wide and handsome. Oh, he was so far up and now he's dropped it back. Game over, Roby. I don't think we're going to see him in the main event. William Pemble's gained 9 places. He's up to 15th. He's looking okay, potentially for Pemble.
We've gone slow.
Right, okay. So, looking around, we've got 90 seconds to go. The rain is falling.
Yeah, it's really falling now.
Is that a preemptive? Let's slow things down before somebody hurts themselves.
Well, you've got to think from a safety standard. The race officials just thinking all of these drivers are on slick tyres. Something bad's going to happen. The rain is continuing to fall here. The traction levels just aren't there. I think it's probably the safest thing to do. You might see a stoppage, but yeah, we're unsure. And I'm seeing drivers there under slow procedures. I'm seeing some moves that... no, he's backed out of it. Look, that would have been an interesting one.
Now look at the drivers looking down at their front noses.
Yeah.
You'll see them. They're all trying to see... Josh Turnbull gets a 5-second penalty. They're all trying to see, has the bracket come in? And of course, it is a clean event disqualification, is if any driver is found trying to push their nose cone bracket out. So as the drivers come down, it's a safety car procedure, this is. So now you've got the stewards in the stewards room. They're looking at the footage to making sure the cameras, they're checking every camera to make sure that, number one, nobody is overtaking under yellow, and number two, there as you can see, the Guy Cunnington lifting his visor, looking down to check his nose cone bracket. But I don't know why the drivers do it, because there's nothing they can do about it if it is already in. So let's have a look back at Kai Hunter passing Harry Bartle for the race lead.
Yeah, here it is earlier on in the race. We missed this actually on the stream, but there you can just see that direction change. Just on the outside, locking that front in. It just gets the temp into those fronts. It rotates the rear of the kart. You use the power on the exit. He just had the better waft out the corner. Just got it on the exit, a hairpin too. Nice standard little overtake there. And that overtake might have been the winning one. You can see the timer struck to 0 now. Yep. They will go on to the last lap. I've just got a feeling it's going to stay under slow procedures. I think the race is going to be neutral to the end.
I think it is. I mean, we red flag the race? Well, no, but we're going to neutralise it to make sure that, because of course, you've got to then do all 10 minutes plus a lap.
Yeah.
And this is no difference. And you have this procedure at the start of races, sometimes the middle of races. It just so happens it's happening at the end of the race now. Well, provided everyone gets around, let's have a look at the provisional running order, stroke finishing order, and who is going to be very, very nervous, because there are drivers who have raced their way in this race, but there are other drivers that have found their way out.
Certainly have, and looking through it, I mean, Tristan Rennie, great race for him.
Up 12 places.
12 places, that's good news for him.
So he'll be in.
Yeah, for some other drivers, though, Armin Hamilton is a big one for me. Strawberry Racing driver who started P11 on the 6th row. He was close to the cut-off on this one. 22nd, a retirement there.
The only saving grace, Anthony, is that Lorenzo Cardal, 23rd in points.
Yeah,
he retired from his race. Harrison Crowder, 24th in points, only running 21st, so he's only going to gain a couple of points there. Looking down, we saw Jack Lilly, 35th in points. He retired. It's going to be very close, so there's not as many as I thought drivers behind Armand who have also had bad results. Let's look at those on the outside. George Holbrook, we saw him gaining quite a few places. Deacon Russell, he had a spin, and so he's not going to gain too many places. So he was 40th in points as the checkered flag comes out. Oakley Pryor, he's gained 8 places, but that could be a problem for Armand Hamilton. Zach Heslop is out. I think Hamilton will be okay, but obviously he'll be starting at the back. The checkered flag has waves, but Kai Hunter, and where were we in terms of Hunter v Bishop?
Well, Bishop on our screens does not sit anywhere inside the top 8 after that race. Kai Hunter, with that win, after his 2 wins earlier on in the weekend, finds himself starting smack bang pole position for the senior Rotax O-Plate final coming up later on today.
Yes.
That'll be one to watch. He'll be joined by Matthew Higgins on that front row. Bartle, brilliant job for him. That second place secures the inside of row 2. And he'll be joined by Teddy Pritchard-Williams alongside Kean Garrity, and Ewan Charman will round out row number 3. And Archie Walker and Guy Cunnington will round out row number 4. That's all provisional, and more races coming up very, very soon.
Why are we showing you that? Well, the meeting status is open. That means drivers are free to choose slicks or wets. Why are we showing you that clock? Because if there's any drivers still in Parc Ferme when that clock strikes 0, they do not race. 18, 17, 16 seconds. The next race up is Micromax. Are there any Micromax teams and drivers scrambling to get in? I think there might be. Oh, that orange mechanic is. Oh, they're Minimax drivers at the back. They're minis. They're okay. So, Mikey Walker fans finishing 9th. So that would put walking along, singing a song, walking in a Walker Wonderland. 18th in points. He's probably going to be in and around the top 8 rows of the grid, Mikey Walker fans. There we go. Thank you once again to you all for your support. I think that the anyone got a link to the timing page, says Germany's Dirk Uhlenbrock. Well, Dirk, if you go to www.motorsport-timing.co.uk, look at events, it will have live timing there.
It does one even better. All you have to do is go on the homepage, you look at the top, and you'll see O-Plate. Click on that.
Oh, really?
Live timing at your fingertips.
There you go, Dirk.
Not a drama in the sky.
Not a drama. Well, apart from all the rains in the sky that are creating a lot of drama for us. There's Joshua Turnbull. He was given a penalty in that one, but he should still be okay.
P10 for him, 5 seconds would drop him down to roughly about 16, 17.
A big thank you to Motorsport Magpie for providing the link on the live chat for the Alpha Live YouTube channel viewers. A big thank you to Motorsport Magpie, he's acting as a moderator, so any unsavoury bits of chat that go on, he removes them. He was working overtime.
Like anyone who says Henry is better at commentating.
Yeah, there we go. Here we go. Good luck, Alfie Garrett. Alfie Garrett is going to be starting in 4th position. He's on this grid in the number 42 car. There he is. We'll see Alfie and the rest of the Micromax drivers up next.
Micromax UK heading out onto the circuit for their one and only superheat of the weekend, and it starts with Dean Bahal on the front row with Charlie Page alongside. Benedictas Masiokas goes from row 2, will be joined by Alfie Garrett, Albert Farrow and Dax Farrier go from row 3, and joining him will be Otto Amy and Harris Barber on row number 4. Albie J. Stubbs and Ditya Uzanov go from row number 5. They'll have Ralph Martin and Zach Andrew on row number 6. Chloe McGill and Jensen Darlow on row 7. They'll have Ted Hayward and Max Ummett on row number 8. Sebastian Crawford and Freddie Walker on row 9. Oliver Woodall and Harry Barrington go from row number 10. Will Wainwright, George Simmons and Ansel Murray round out the 23 runners. All drivers out on track. And like I say, it all kick-starts with Dean Bahal, who had a brilliant day yesterday, scoring just 2 points after all of the races. Third in time qualifying, a win in Heat 1, second in Heat 2, secures a pole position for this superheat. Very closely followed by Charlie Page after a P4 yesterday. But where was the pole sitter from yesterday? Albie J. Stubbs, starting this one P9, so he's got a lot of work ahead, but knows the pace is there. A lot of wet tyres on. Not sure if there's any slicks out there, Hezza.
Well, let's have a look. Dean Bahal brings the field out. Oh, there is going to be the problem. That is going to be a false start easily. And, of course, it is difficult to come out of that final corner to get everyone sort of lined up. Now, this is the superheat. Same rules apply, but there's no cut-off. There are only 23 drivers in here. Now, one thing, have you noticed over the last couple of years, Anthony Jordan,
go on,
that the interweb connection up here at PFI has improved greatly?
Yes.
I think we've got Zach Jensen Darlow's father to thank for that. He works up here on the IT area.
I heard a rumour that the big antenna on the roof was pointing the wrong direction for years.
I've heard, I've heard the big antenna on the roof was actually made out of tin foil for years.
Yeah. There we go. Welcome to the 21st century.
Well, we're in the the Lincolnshire countryside here. Now, for those for Dan Ashton spotting, trainers today, he's on the start line gantry. I would say, and I mean, I don't know what his mum Linda would think about this, but I mean, it's blue with a little bit of black and white. I mean, it looks like it's got some W's down the side of it. Not his best effort.
I think they're all right.
They're all right.
Yeah.
A B minus.
B minus?
You know.
B minus in the shoe department.
Yeah.
Gotta say.
Yeah, for Dan Ashton.
Ryan Manchester, not far away from a set of fine shoes as well.
Yes.
Here we go, though. We are about to start this race. Bring that speed down just a little bit. Control the karts. Get in those tram lines. Lights are green. We are racing. Dean Bahal on that inside line has got the jump. A little bit of a twitchy moment there for Masioskis. Masioskis had a great day yesterday. Did take a win in that second one after qualifying second overall, and he's fighting back in this one, but round. And that's a big moment there.
Well,
full 360.
Hey.
But that's not over yet. I think Otto Amy may have just had the best little recovery there.
Well, there's one for the highlight reel. I've got to say, Otto Amy getting clipped. And then going around, hopefully he is okay. And, he's not.
No, he's out of the car. That's a flat tyre, it looks like. I think
Otto
the bead's
Amy.
come off.
Well,
yeah.
I mean, I've got to say, young man, the recovery was excellent. However, that when you clip the spinning cart, that probably knocked the bead off. And there is said spinning cart also being pushed away. Dax Farrier. So, but luckily we'll see both those young men and all these young boys and girls in the main event. Side by side for the race lead, Benedictas Masiokas versus Dean Bahal going into turn number 1. Oh, and there is a Carlos Sainz chassis doing Carlos Sainz things and going off.
Yes, the track there. Well, Zach Andrew, one of the privateers, just not getting that kart back on the track. Does so now going in towards Bobby Kane. Some drivers struggling there. There is Dean Bahal going very wide at the exit of the final corner here. Now has lost out on a lot of time to Masioskis, who leads the way. Charlie Page has closed in. Henry, the battle for place is on, but we'll keep a close eye on that as the rest of the field going through. The good thing, like you've said already, everyone gets through. That's a hefty whack of damage there.
Max Armit.
Yeah.
Oh, dear. Now, of course, as we look there, Charlie Page, Benedictus Masiokas leading, Pahal second, Page in third. Page is being coached by Matt Scheuer, who has done a lot of work with an awful lot of drivers in British motorsport. And Charlie's coming on leaps and bounds. Dean Pahal, interesting. We talk about sponsors. Well, Virtual Employee, they're the company that makes Dean's website. They bought the Go-kart last year for Dean as part of the agreement that Dean is racing now. And of course, Dean's also got a sponsorship from a tyre company who fit tyres to lorries. And I was saying to his dad, well, you should try and get them to come to a British Championship round. You know, so anyone who's got a karting van or a karting truck and they're not sure about the tyre trends, well, get it done at the circuit. Okay. You know, that could be something there. And no, I'm not on commission before anyone starts chirping. There we are. I'm just here because I love it when drivers, oh, look at that, like little ducklings in a row, heads bobbing up and down like meerkats peering over the Wera Tool banners. But no, this platform that we're giving the drivers, Anthony, you know, all the partners who've got an Alpha Lives coverage, the drivers that run with this and use this platform to promote themselves, to get their brand out there, to get outside businesses, you know, not just Bank of Mum and Dad, but outside sponsors in. When they do that, it's only fair that we tell the story. No. You know, which is what we're doing. Which is what I try to do.
It is exactly right. Exactly right.
I don't even have a van, so they can't, you know, help, or a website.
Henry, with all these words you're saying, people are going to think your pockets ain't empty.
Which, as you know, the only thing in my pockets is dust.
Here we go. Some side-by-side action here. This is Ralph Martin and Dimitar Uzanov going wheel to wheel here. Uzanov just getting that job done. Now moving up into P4 out on track. Alfie Garrett dropping down to P6, losing out of both of those positions. 6 minutes plus that one lap to go. And Henry, I'm seeing some 5 seconds coming in on the board here for a couple of drivers. Yeah,
Alfie Garrett, Auntie Kirsty and Auntie Kerry are watching. It's only 8 o'clock in the morning in Barbados, where
only
they are.
8 o'clock in the morning.
So they haven't got on the cocktails yet. Don't worry, by the time Alfie moves into Minimax, you'll know a bit more about karting. You'll start drinking the minute you open your eyes on race morning.
Only you, Henry, could get away with saying something like that.
Well, no. Different family members go through different emotions.
No, exactly.
You know? That's all I'm saying.
Henry Beaudette, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much. Now, helmet painting. We've got a couple of drivers in this class that have got some new crash helmets en route. Alfie Garrett is one of them. Freddie Walker is also having his. So there's Alfie Garrett. He's got that plain black crash helmet. Well, I have to say, Ashley Crossy is doing his magic back home that I've just seen. So Reggie Chandler, who we'll see in the IAMI O plate in a couple of days, he's got some great merch anyway as Reggie. He has just had his crash helmet done by Ashley Crossy, and it is one of the best I have ever seen. It's straight fire, Bled.
Straight fire.
Straight fire.
Excellent.
Straight fire.
Good stuff.
Nathan Chafer watching in Australia. Watching George Holbrook in Senior Mac. George on the statement. Oh, God, that's a horrible. Alfie May, get a different helmet sponsor. That's terrible. It rots your teeth. Sorry. See, back to the go-karting, Anthony.
Yes.
You've got to learn to shut me up again.
No. Yeah, it's been a while since I've had to say 4 minutes remaining plus 1 lap, which is usually your cue to do pack it in. But no. It's good stuff that's happening out here. I've got to say, for Masioskis here, really delivering what he did yesterday, breaking away. However, that gap doesn't look like a second anymore, Henry. It looks like they're side-by-side for the race lead, because Charlie Page, setting the fastest lap of the race, is looking to go round the outside, a hairpin 2. Does he get it done? Yes, he does.
Brilliant. You know what? Motorsport UK, we've got the race with respect. That camera shot there of the two drivers battling wheel to wheel, the gap between the two sets of outside tyres was minuscule, but it remained a gap. Either could have moved across on the other, but they didn't. that encapsulates Race with Respect, you know, that image, and we should be using that to show. Great work from Charlie Page, Benedictus Masiokas, Dimitar Usunov in that black and red liveried machine. Kart number 62 for the JPD UK team. It's a CKR chassis, which is a CRG with a different name, with a different letter, rather. Jason Dredge running that wagon. There it goes in third position. Yes, and then behind him you've got Ralph Martin. Then Dian Pahal in 5. Harris Barber, Albert Farrow, Ansel Murray, Alfie Garrett and Albie J. Stubbs, your top 10. Now, of course, different tyres. The track is you know, drying out. We're seeing a spread out race, but we're seeing a calm race by and large, apart from the 3 retirements we've had due to incidents.
Yes. Well, we'll keep an eye on these races, but looking at the final intermediate classification as well, with the Page leading the way now, he will secure at this moment a pole position for that. Masioskas is still in a strong spot, will join on that front row. Dian Pahal from the pole position start on this one, with dropping back just that little bit to P5. Still in a good spot, starting on the inside of row number 2, as long as Dian can stay in that spot there. Eyes focusing on this one here, though. Uzanov looking very, very competitive here, Henry. 7 places gained for the young man. Scratch that, make it 8.
8 places gained. Dimitar Uzanov, very impressive, and that's what I love. This is the first. The O plate has become the traditional kickoff for the domestic karting season. And over the winter, you have drivers who are moving international level racing for the first time. And it's, for me, I always love seeing who is going to come out of the gate swinging, who's going to put the cat amongst the pigeons, who's going to be the new star on the scene. Uzanov is that driver in Micromax, because all the other drivers were aware of them and their achievements, and Uzanov, I've got to say, first time I've commentated on the young lads, and he's come out at the Motorsport UK British O plate, and he is up to 2nd position on that CKR chassis. I think it's the only CKR chassis here.
Yes, and with that as well, he increases his starting position for that final as he crosses the line. Those points will update, and that puts him up to P5 in the points. He is joint now with the likes of Albert Farrow. Now, Farrow is in P7, is just ahead or just behind Dian Pahal. That battle will affect that changing in positions as well. So we'll keep a very close eye on that one. Now, I'm just seeing on that previous wrap that Jensen Darlow for the Jax Motorsport team picking up a warning flag. So drivers still being kept a close eye on. I've got to say, though, Henry,
yes.
I'm starting to hear a lot of tyre squealing.
Yes.
The track appearing to be
yes.
drying.
And the wet tyres, now these are Vega tyres, the very narrow profile tyres indeed. They're a bit spindly.
How do they hold up on a dry track?
Well, they're very squealy on a dry track is what we've now
yes.
learnt. Lap time wise, I don't know. They're getting faster and faster. Ansel Murray having a really strong run. Up 18 places and passes his RCE teammate Dian Pahal. So the Indian driver Ansel Murray having a great drive. And let's have a minute to talk about Chloe McGill. There she is. She's got the SFR Motorsport bar, but she's got a little pink livery on her go-kart as well. We keep talking about the last female driver to crack the top 10 in a Rotax O plate. Well, she's 11th at the moment. It's only a super heat, but we talked a lot about Eva Morris, a lot about Lizzie Mentier. What about Chloe McGill? Could Chloe McGill break Amelia Nelson's record for top 10 performances by a female in the British Open Championship? Because at the moment, all she'd have to do is, if she's finishing 11th, I'm not quite sure where she would start, but she's got top 10 pace. We know that.
Well, we certainly do. We'll have to wait for that final later on today to find out that information. We are on the final lap of this race. Charlie Page in the lead of this one in the number 33 is clear by a staggering 4 seconds from the rest of the field. Uzanov in second place currently, but for everyone else, it is just a chasing game here. For Charlie Page, with this win, would secure a pole position for the final. He crosses the line now. There he is on your screen. The 33 goes through. A fist bump as well. Uzanov will finish in second place. That will secure a third row start in the final later on today. And Masioskis will secure a front row start alongside Charlie Page. All of that is provisional with a capital P, of course. But for these drivers, it's a long way to go before they get to that final.
And look at that. As the drivers cross the line, our results graphic updates itself, which is another new, little feature that we have this year. Ralph Martin, top 5. Now, Charlie Page, apparently, if he wins the O plate, his mum's going to dye her hair pink. That just for Charlie, a bright pink. Apparently so.
Can I paint your hair pink?
You could, if you could find one to paint, then you go for it, mate. He may have won, but he wasn't the fastest in that race. Ansel Murray, fastest lap. So Charlie Page took it on the very last lap. Oh, I do apologise. Sorry, Ansel, but it's still a fantastic performance. So there we are. We've got 2 dark horses in Micromax. Number 1 is Dimitar Uzanov. There he is. Has come out. He's got the flames on that very attractive livery cart. And there is the second dark horse behind Masiokas. He's not, I wouldn't call him a dark horse. He's one of the pre-race favourites. There, Ansel Murray, number 98. 2 drivers coming out of nowhere in the big day, the main event day. They put their best foot forward.
Certainly do. Well, the rest of the field going through now. All is looking well here. I've not seen any drama with a nose cone, so that is looking good. Of course, now I've said it, usually eats the curse, but no, we're all good. We're absolutely fine. The rest of the field going through. Really strong performance from Micromax. Looking forward to their final later on today. You can catch that final, of course, on the broadcast. Micromax, their O-Plate final kick-starting at 3:05 local time. So if you're here for that, that's what you set your alarm for. But I would say don't go anywhere because there's still plenty more action to go. Of course, Minimax 950.
Yeah, why would you set your alarm? You're going to
don't go anywhere.
And then during the lunch break, ladies and gentlemen, you are going to watch the Paddock Show from last night if you haven't done so already. What's next?
Adverts next. We'll see you in a few.
Here at Demon Tweaked, you probably know us for our massive cartwear range. We've got everything from suits, boots, gloves and helmets from the biggest brands in the business. But we are so much more than that, because if you're looking for kart parts, well, we've got you covered too. We've got everything from Rotax parts, sprockets and chains, discs and pads, data loggers and dashers, fuel tanks, steering wheels, bead breakers, and loads more. But of course, it doesn't just stop at the track, and if you're looking to build your skills in the sim, then we've got everything you're gonna need to build the ultimate rig. So whether you're just getting started or you're already at the top of your game, Demon Tweaks has got you.
36 Minimax drivers, a capacity grid led by Edwin Haynes and Emerson McAndrew-Uren. Josh Griffin, first race back in 6 months, starts third alongside Leo Livings.
Row number 3 is Max Jolly and Austin Gibson, Ryan White from Scotland, and Riley Morrow. They round out row number 4.
Joshua Cook, the Cookie Monster, fresh with new Cookie Monster merchandise, and Tom the Farmer-Ree round out your top 10. Alfie Mayer and Sebastian Behrman are next.
Harry Radcliffe and Max Wheatley go from row 7. They'll have Benjamin Lawn and Josh Cormack on row number 8.
Max Wheatley's Mimar. Natalie is watching on. Row number 9. James Roots, the Roots is on fire, and Max Gilman, Logan Rolfe and Luke Millward, last year's Micromax British champion, round out your top 20.
Aidan Hammond and Alfie Ward go from row 11. They'll be joined by Jensen Walker and Sebastian Clark, who round out the top 24.
Soren Gallagher, Ollie Thompson, Lucian Smith and Theo Bradshaw are up next. Maria Roberto was slow getting off the grid, but she is out there. They're getting a second rolling lap because all the drivers are on slick tyres, so the organisers just giving them a chance to get used to track conditions. The A plate of Thomas Jackson, then Alessandro Salas and Arthur Farrow, followed by Jake Fulbrook-Harmer, Oliver Spencer, Esme Rosie and Austin Oman. Watch out for Spencer and Oman at the back of the grid. Esme Rosie, the first Zip factory driver to be given the legendary number 42 Zip Young Guns plate by Earl and Tuesday High. She had a rough day yesterday, did Esme. Like Yaz said, the only way is up, baby.
It didn't take too long to start singing, did it, this morning?
Just saying. Just saying.
There we go. Right then, drivers getting those temps into those tyres. Like you say, that extra little lap just to get the temp into it. The rain has subsided. Do I dare say the sun is trying to break through the clouds? I believe it might be. Now that is, I have no idea. It looks like one of your hair clips.
Well, it was when I had hair, but it's pink and it's square. So man does not know what that is. It's been retrieved from the circuit, however. Well done, that Marshall. Could it have been a neck brace or something like that? Lights are off. We're off and racing. Full grid through turn number 1. Out on the banking. Slick tyres. A cold but dry track. Haynes leads. Griffin up into P2. Everyone else fighting over third.
Indeed, traction levels will be improving as this race goes on, but of course a green track nonetheless after that rain earlier on. But all eyes on this field, looking relatively strong here, and you can see there the hard-working marshals keeping a very close eye on the entire field there, because they're going to be reporting incidents as well to the race direction team. And I've got to say, the whole official staffs here this weekend have done a brilliant job. Eyes on the racing, though, as they head down in towards Bobby Game Corner for the first time. Side-by-side action kicking off all the way throughout. And that was a very sideways moment over the curb there from Max Gilman.
And that's even worse for another of the MLC Motorsport karts. Couldn't quite see which one that was. We will find out when they cross the line.
I think that was Max Gilman.
Was it Max Gilman again? Logan Rolfe also involved for the Luke Christie racing team.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, so it went wrong, then wronger for Max Gilman. So now he's got to try and pick his way back up through the order. New leader, Emerson McAndrew-Uren. Crossover from Edward Haynes, wheel to wheel. Joshua Griffin watches, capitalises, sticks his nose at the inside of Haynes, retakes P2.
Smart reading of the road there, just assessing the battle, thinking where can I squeeze my kart in. Down the inside of hairpin 2, no drama there whatsoever.
Oh, no.
For one driver though, out, and that is
Thomas
that
Jackson.
A plate? It is Thomas Jackson.
Thomas Jackson, he's a double A plate champion. It's a 4-round championship. You go to all 4 Motorsport UK circuits in Scotland: Larkhor, Boyndy, Golspie and Crail. And and then you accumulate those points. He won it in Honda Cadet last year, 2 years ago. Won it in Minimax this year. or rather last year, so we can use it in 2025. But he's looked to be in a bit of discomfort.
But he's got going again.
He's got going again. Well, they build them tough up in Scotland, as you well know, Anthony Jordan.
Yes, they certainly do. Right, eyes on these top three here. McAndrew Uren, Griffith and Haynes. 1, 2, 3. Ryan White has impressed me, Henry, in this one. Former Honda Cadet British champion, stepping into the world of two-stroke in the Minimax 950 category and is looking strong. Lead change, Griffin to the lead. Back comes through Edward Haynes.
Yeah, really strong driving, good, close, clean racing. Ryan White, then Riley Murrow, Leo Livings, Tom Reed is into P7. And we can have another lead change here. Haynes, mirror signal maneuver, side by side. And of course, yeah, this is a battle on track. It's also the battle for who is going to start on the front two rows of the grid in the main event, Anthony.
It certainly will do. And Emerson McAndrew Uren earlier on in this race, when he was leading the way, was looking at pole position. Now it's looking at Edward Haynes in second place. Now Joshua Griffin, who is in the lead of this race, needs the likes of Haynes to go back into third place. That would secure this pole position. Now, if Ryan White can get involved in that fight, that would make it a little bit easier on the rest to try and beat Haynes in this one. But Haynes has control of this one in second or in the lead of this race. If he can stay in those 1 or 2 places, he's fine and dry. He starts on pole for that final. Race is far from over, still 6 minutes to go.
Yes, indeed. A little bit further back, Lucian Smith sadly has retired in the KR Sport number 44. And let's have a little look. Luke Millward's down to 25th. Austin Oman is already at 15 places to 21st. But Oliver Spencer from 34th on the grid up 20 places to P14 in the KR Sport number 8. He's just passed Theo Bradshaw in the Luke Christie Racing Synergy kart.
Yeah, Spencer's qualifying yesterday wasn't the one. Started everything from the back of the grid.
And then had issues
in the first race.
Heat, yep.
Yeah, it didn't go his way. I mean, he qualified 30... he didn't even qualify. He's got no time there. 36th in his first race, stone dead last, 28th in the second actually for him.
18th on the road.
Yeah.
Obviously had a nose cone.
Yeah.
That dropped him back to 28th place.
And that shows again how close and compact this field is. A nose cone could end your weekend.
But yeah, the first of the 3 KR Sport karts on your screen is that of Oliver Spencer. So there is Spencer at the head of this train. But in the 4th kart, the number 11 kart in that train, that's Austin Oman. He started 36th and last because he didn't even see a checkered flag yesterday. Retired from both races with, I believe it was mechanical issues. But obviously he's got better tyres and he's got the bit between his teeth. Oh, Oliver Spencer, he's been passed by his 2 teammates. Now he's going to get defensive. And there's a KR on KR Sports issue there. Josh Cormack getting turned around and he comes on track just as Alessandro Salas, who is the Walter Swift Restricted Grand Prix Plate champion, arrives on the scene.
Yes, indeed. So everyone tripping over themselves just a little bit. Now there are yellow flags out once again at hairpin number 1, and that will be why.
It's a Birrell. It possibly is Salas.
It could
it's a red
possibly
and white
be.
Birrell. Let's have a look, and that is a shame.
Yes, I think Alessandro Salas is the driver there. Very different racing lines there. Is that mechanical in nature, or was that just straight a wheel off the track there? Unfortunately for Ryan White, we were saying good things about him earlier on closing in on the field, but that there just straight off the track.
Now I hate putting drivers in an awkward position, but when I see them doing something that they should not do, I have to say it. Alfie May has just passed a kart clearly under a waved yellow flag at the first hairpin. As a commentator, you hate saying things that the race directors should see in case they're looking the other way, but I'm looking up there. The marshal at post 5 is clearly waving the yellow flag. In fact, he's still waving the yellow flag, and Alfie May just mirror signal maneuver made the pass, probably thinking to himself, why didn't there's Thomas Jackson out of the race. So sorry, Alfie, I hate to drop you in it, but hey, rules are rules, mate.
Yep.
And a driver of his calibre, second in the international trophy for Alfie May, sorry.
But,
got to say it when you got to say it.
And it's not as if you can overtake once you've passed the incident. You have to wait for that green flag. That's a chain off, that is.
Yep.
And that is off the number 38. That's going no further for Luke Millwood.
Well, the car actually was going further. It was heading back to the track. And Luke Millwood
has abandoned it.
In disgust, trudges up the bankings. Probably sits in front of the Wera Tools barrier and says, well, this is why, Joe, my dad, should buy some Wera Tools, because then chains wouldn't come off.
Well, yeah, maybe. I don't think Wera make chains, but yes.
But they fasten them and stop them. Oh, there he is.
Maybe so, but yeah, he'll be walking back. He'll head to Marshall Post there on the banking. Like you say, it's not the end of the world. He knows he's making it to that final, so hopefully he can do his work there. Time quickly running out here, Henry.
Yes.
The battle at the front is heating up here. Emerson McAndrew back in the lead and now leads the intermediate classification ahead of Edward Haynes, who sits there in second place. Those two changing positions will affect the pole sitter, and this time around we're seeing a very defensive line there from McAndrew.
It is, and look at the train now. 2, 4, 6, 8. Oh, at the back of it, Alfie May getting a little bit of. Oh, he was pushed sideways there. That was Austin Gibson, the number 52 Kart, who tried to stick his nose at the inside of May, and there was not room. And Nicole Sutherland down in pit lane. What can you tell us?
Well, we saw the A plate retire earlier on. I caught up with the driver and he said he had hit someone earlier on in the race and the car just kept to the left when he was driving in a straight line. That typically indicates that there's a bent front end on that kart.
Right.
Thank you very much. Again, it's great news to the driver. Obviously, so Esme Rosie there. She's had a spin. She's going a lap down. She was caught at the worst possible time, and you can see the top 3 drivers have now broken away only by a kart length. There is a cutback to end all cutbacks from the farmer, Tom Reed.
Brilliant stuff at hairpin 1 there, and I could see it coming from a mile back. You saw the 2 in front take that inside line. Tom Reed on the outside, timed it perfectly on the turn in, sweeps through, split the 2 in half, and now it's a 3-car battle, and crucially for Edward Haynes, that spells disaster for him, because now that's another card he's got to try and get past to try and secure a pole position start for the race later on today. Timer has struck 0, Henry. Last lap borders out.
Here we go. Let's start biting the old fingernails. McAndrew, Tom Reed. Talked about Tom Reed. How much has he learnt? He's learnt how to be aggressive. Now, let's put it into practice, Tom. You've got to make the move at some point. Learn. He follows McAndrew deep into turn number 1. Round the outside goes Haynes. Griffin tries to make it 3 wide. Are we going to make it 4 wide? Almost. Are they going to touch? No! Great racing. Haynes now looks to the inside. McAndrew defending for all he's worth into the Terry Fullerton S's.
Well, keep an eye on Griffin because, again, he is also looking at a pole position start here, but he's just not found his way through. That is one of the global karting karts out of this race as well. We'll find out who that is in a moment's time.
Benjamin Lawn. Sorry to see that, but here we go.
Here we go. Checker flag is coming out. Emerson McAndrew is going to take it across the line, and with that secures pole position for the Minimax 950 O-Plate final later on today. That is what he wants to see. After starting it on the front row, he now secures a pole position for that final ahead of Edward Haynes, Joshua Griffin third from Tom Reed, Riley Morrow from Max Jolly, Austin Gibson from Leo Living, Sebastian Behrman, and Alfie Mayer rounding out the top 10. A solid drive there, Henry, and crucially for pole position, Emerson McAndrew looking the strongest going into that final.
Yes, but on this page there are also some winners. Joshua Cook, Ryan White, Oliver Spencer, Arthur Farrow, Josh Cormack and Austin Oman. This is a stacked Minimax field.
Certainly is. Well, we look forward to seeing what they can do later on today. But these drivers right now are just going to head back in towards Parc Fermé. Those nose cones get checked. And they'll be checking to make sure everything is in order. They'll head back in towards scrutineering, and everything will just get sorted out. So a tense moment still for the drivers. Like I say, their day is not over just yet. They have got their finals later on today. Those all-important O-plates will be arriving. We will crown those champions in 2025 here at the PF International Circuit. But the qualifying heats are not over just yet, though. Race 21 and 22 are coming out next. T4 Junior and Senior will be on circuit in a few moments' time. You'll hear from Henry Beaudette and Jake Peach over the course of those next couple of races. And of course, I'm sure there is a fair few of you in that live chat there wanting to see what those Tillotsons can do. That was feisty racing earlier on, I'm sure, leading up to their finals of the Nations Cup qualifier. There will be some feisty racing there. So far, so good for the field. No real dramas for them as they will make their way back into it. There you can see the 37 just getting squeezed into place there. Sebastian Behrman, a top 10 finish. However, a 5-second time penalty. May find himself dropping back just that little bit more in the race. There's a Lando Norris-esque helmet there, just going through. Nice livery on board as the Arthur Farrow getting himself sorted out. Great race from Arthur Farrow in that one. 15 places gained, just finishes behind Oliver Spencer. They're going through as well as Max Wheatley. 2 places gained inside P12. Like we're saying, T4 is coming up next for Tillotson. We're going to take a short break. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back in a few moments' time.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I have to say that I go out and check the weather, inverted commas, every once in a while. Out of the mouths of babes. Luke Millward, we saw the reigning British Micromax champion crash out of that one. But as Luke was coming back, as I was standing up there, Luke said, I hit the brakes, I had no brakes, and I made a dent in the barrier. Did you see me? And I said, yes, we did see that. He goes, there's a dent in the barriers. I made it. I said, well, don't tell everyone because they'll charge you for it. And then he struts to his mechanic, Connor Ambleton. Connor, you trying to kill me? My car's had no brakes. There we are, as he now proudly struts around. But, you know, there we go. There, well, you need some Wera tools to fasten the chain guard properly so that the chain doesn't come off. That's what he needs. But again, the young drivers in our paddock, they learn to be around the media and they learn to be confident, to speak out. It's a wonderful thing to see some of these young drivers just confident enough to say, here's a microphone, there's a camera crew, but I'm not scared of them. I'm going to tell my story. Jake Peach back in the commentary box. It's Tillotson T4 Junior Heat 2 up next.
Let's do it. Okay, back for Heat 2 then of this Tillotson T4 Junior here at the PFI International. P1 starting on pole, Ralphie Branscombe, Tay Schwees on second, P3 Thomas Harper, and then Ferenc Hevesi is in P4. On to P5 on row 3, Harry Ward, Wesley Brereton on P6, and row 4 Ben O'Keefe, and Ronnie Legg is P8, P9 Harry Gardiner, and P10 rounding off that top 10 of Samuel Harris.
Results from race number 1. Ralphie Branscombe took the win eventually. Now, Tish Hoyes had a penalty, a 5-second penalty, so he was demoted to second. So Branscombe, second on the road, takes the win. Who else had penalties in that first heat, Jake?
We had Ben O'Keefe with the penalty, as well as Wesley Brereton, I think, who got a bit out of sorts out there, got caught up in some of the action, as well as Ronnie Legg and Samuel Harris as well. But judging by the action you just had before in the Rotaxes, since I've been gone, and the changeable weather conditions, things are going to be very different, I feel like, in Heat 2, and things might just ramp up a little bit.
Yes, indeed. And of course, the first thing, some of those penalties were for start line infringements. Now, when they come out of the Mike Wilson complex, you'll see very clearly the 2 sets of white tram lines. You have to stay within those tram lines until the start lights, which the viewers can't see, which are on the lighting gantry. When they go green, then you can move. Or when they go out. Before those lights go out, you cannot move. Let's have a look. In the tram lines, and already got a couple, but did the lights go out before they moved? That's what the stewards in the stewards room will be checking immediately. While we're looking at the action, the stewards are now looking at the tram line start line infringement, because that is something that you can give an in-race penalty for. But on track, it looks as though Branscombe still has the lead.
Yeah, we're fully away here in this Heat 2 of this junior Tillotson T4 race. Branscombe off to a strong start again. If you remember, in Heat 1 earlier on, he equally built up a nice gap at the start of the race, and then we had Tay Schwees sort of batting him on later on in proceedings, but looking like keeping honest at the moment. Maybe still a little bit damp out there on the track, still running slicks, of course, so maybe not quite as optimal temperatures as earlier on in Heat 1, but looking like they're all managing okay as they come through into Sector 3. And
of course, you've got Tish Hoyes with that clear visor, plain white crash helmet, clear visor. Love that, you know. We got Chris Simpson is the camera man from Alpha up at the entrance of the Bobby Game corner, and Chris, you know, he loves getting in tight on the car, so you can see the whites of their eyes as they come through. And now, of course, every other Alpha Live cameraman out there, of which, you know, the crew is great this weekend. They're all trying to say, right, okay, first one to see the best, like, eye shot of the day. The challenge has been laid down for our Alpha Live crew, ladies and
gentlemen. But the top 3, well, even top 2, sorry, seems like they're breaking away quite a lot here. Branscombe, Tay Schwees and Harper, and Ralphie Branscombe there making a nice sort of defensive move, even though no one was sort of challenging there, and just keeping very much honest. Tay Schwees behind. Thomas Harper P3 and Ferenc Hevesi top 4 right now, and a beautiful pink helmet on the 96.
But here we go now, right, there we are, looking down. Oh, he's hiding behind. There we go.
You couldn't get much closer. You were looking at the whites of the eyes.
I was going to say, everyone in the Alpha Live camera there on this lap, it was so, the tight angles were fantastic. And Chris Simpson goes, hold my baps. And he wins.
Is that a technical term?
Well, no, Chris makes his own bread. Baps about Britain is Chris Simpson's sideline. And there we go.
I'm learning all the time.
Out onto the banking. Yeah, it's not just go-karting we do here, ladies and gentlemen. But again, good, solid racing. While these two, Branscombe and Hoyes, have been squabbling amongst themselves, the number 15 Kart, Thomas Harper, the Ultimate R team, the only non-privateer in the Tillotson T4 class, is busy closing in, and Ferenc Hevesi, the Hungarian driver, isn't too far back in 4th position.
And as you've been saying previously in other races, particularly in the Tillotson, it's all about picking your moment and having to make that move at the right time. Particularly as well, the process of overtake in Tillotson is slower than the road taxis that we've been witnessing in the last couple of rounds here at PF International. And going through this final sector now, we are getting a strong run from Teichries. Nice run off of the last corner there onto these fast S's into the bowl section and wanting to hug this inside line nice and tight as possible. And Branscombe just not too worried about Teichries behind. He's probably obviously very wary he's there, but just keeping eyes in front on the road and focusing very much on the job at hand coming up to hairpin 1.
Yeah, now if you have a little look there, we not only do question about how to make the proper cup of tea, and but we also
is there another poll today?
We also do. Are you familiar with the well-known British cinematic film Snatch?
I've heard of it.
You've heard it? Oh dear. Well, we've got a lot to learn, ladies and gentlemen. But if you have a look here, the NASA panel on the number 204 kart, it's like Tyrone in Snatch. It's at a funny angle. There we go. But I'm not quite sure if that what that means. That might just be perception. It might just be
But you did spot that earlier in scrutineering. I think I'm not sure if it was Teichries earlier on, but equally in Heat 1 it was a little bit wonky, and we were asking whether that's been knocked slightly. But maybe that's an aerodynamic preference.
It's an aerodynamic. Yeah, maybe it's an aerodynamic. It could well be. But certainly there's nothing wrong with the aerodynamics. There's nothing wrong with the Tillotson 4-stroke engine on that kart, because Teichries is able to just push Branscombe along. And the fact that they're working together, it's keeping Harper out of harm's way. There we go. There's another great. Oh, see with the eye
whites
shots.
Of the eyes.
Yes, it's not done yet. But you have a look. The driver's always looking around. These top two turning around to see where their nearest rival is. And obviously, Teichries is thinking to himself, "I'm not too far in front to get involved in a battle because Harper is still too close for comfort. So I'm going to carry on trying to push away until I've got enough of a safety net to go offline to force Ralphie to defend, to make a move without Harper closing in and making the meat in the sandwich."
And of course, if they're going offline in the last hour or so that we've had, the track has dried up quite a lot, but it's very treacherous out there. If you're going to go on the outside line, you've got to be making sure you're getting that braking spots straight on and not trying to lock up as you're going through. Get that rear locking, of course, of these go-karts, which is very easy to, and lose the back end.
We also have a large young audience here, and of course the young generation, they use certain phrases and vocabulary that is not familiar with those of us that have actually been to school.
What are you trying to say?
And Dirk Uhlenbrock is busy asking, Dirk, it's just brain rot. It's nothing but brain rot. It's, that's all it is, the S word. We don't say it. We don't say
no,
it.
we don't say that one.
And there's a spin.
We've had a spin there of the 320. Ben O'Keefe, unfortunately. You can see, not too pleased with himself, as you'd imagine.
No. And that drops Ben. He was in 9th. I think that's dropped him back to... He's still in 9th place because Sam Harris is a little bit further back. A minute 25 seconds to go. There's the battle for the fifth position between Ronnie Legg in the 55 and Wesley Brereton in the number 14 kart, the Irishman, Wesley Brereton, who's got a lot of family watching.
And Wesley Brereton wanting to try and improve on the last race, helping get the penalty, finishing in P8 and trying to work his way up through the field. But these two very much leading the way, as we know at these events. The final later on in this T4 Tillotson Junior and Senior, the top three will guarantee to have a place at the Nations Cup event in Valencia in October later this year. So a lot is on the line.
The Circuit International Lucas Guerrero in Chiva. And I was very fortunate enough to commentate on the very first race that circuit ever run. Lucas Guerrero, former Spanish GT racer, is a great guy. He's done a lot for that region, of course, which was ravaged by floods at the end of last year. It's in Chiva, it's outside of Valencia. And again, there were some people in the British karting community who had their karts out in Spain ready for the Army Warriors final that had their equipment ruined. But here we go. The clock is about to strike 0. When is the Dutchman going to strike?
And of course, in a slower pace race like the Tillotons compared to the Rotaxes, there is a bit less opportunity because the clock does tick down a bit faster, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, there's fewer laps. Again, so now look at this. So Branscombe gets fooled. Ralphie says, fool me once, Tish. Tish saying, go on, go forward, they're not going to attack you. Then he makes his move. Ralphie, who's trying to lock out pole position for the main event, saying, I'm done trusting you. We're too close to the end of this race. Good drive, though, from Thomas Harper, just to keep pushing on. Will any scraps fall his way as we start the last lap? But Branscombe has enough clean air to not defend. That will prevent Harper from closing in on these two, because Branscombe has now just got the pedal to the metal.
And Thomas Harper doing a great job from the last race as well. P3 in the last heat and P3 equally at this one. But a lot can change in these last couple of sectors. And again, look, not getting that hairpin right. You saw Tejri sort of close up a little bit there to Branscombe.
He missed the apex by about 30 centimetres. You saw H there up on the wheel, and now Branscombe's got an issue to deal with.
Okay, coming into these final sections as we will be approaching the Michelson complex very shortly here at PF International Circuit. We've got Thomas Harper trying his best, but he's not going to get close to these two, but these two are going all the way to the line. Ralphie Branscombe just trying to keep it in, going in a straight line, not getting out too wide, and a bit of a swerve before we get to the finish line, but Ralphie Branscombe takes that one very comfortably. Very well controlled race there in front of Tejri, and Thomas Harper in P3, rounding off your podium there for Ferenc Havesi coming in P4, Ronnie Legg P5, Wesley Brereton in P6, Harry Gardner at 7th, 8th is Harry Ward, Ben O'Keefe is 9th, and Samuel Harris rounding off the top 10 in that Tillotson T4 Junior Heat 2 race there. So Branscombe, very happy, of course, going into the final later. Yeah,
and again, where's Brereton? He's got some family. I can see Jeff there on the live chat watching from back home in Ireland. There is a smiling face.
And a great race suit, I must say.
Great race suit. Cereal bowl haircut, sadly. I think Mummy Branscombe, Peaches may have had something to do with that.
You had a mullet once, didn't you?
I did not. Who told you about the mullet? Yes, I was a proud owner of a mullet in the mid-90s. Thank you very much.
It was a guess.
It was oh, really?
Educated guess. You have start, right?
Of course. There is your top 10. Branscombe, Hoysh, Harper, Havesi, Legg, Brereton, Gardner, Ward, O'Keefe and Harris.
What are we saying on the live chat? Or some of the feedback?
Basically, I've got to say, Dirk, people that say the word skibbity are those that have negative 500 aura. They are beta personalities, whereas I, and anyone who's been in education, is immediately...
You have a lot of riz, no cap.
But zero cap.
Zero cap.
Welcome to Yap Central up here in the commentary box. I don't have a modicum of cap. Zero. Nil. No cap. Nil point cap. Absolutely never even looked at cap. I have a yes, not a modicum.
All making it through Park Farmer here.
Into technical area. Yeah, the technical area. Ernie Salmon, our Motorsport UK Commissioner here, there. And there goes the very nice sort of in sync race suit. Thomas Harper, crash helmet and race suit design with sponsors is very good.
It's almost like he's thought about it.
Almost like he's thought about it.
Ronnie Legg here on the scales, just making sure everything is tickety-boo.
There's Chris Derrick, again joining us this year full-time as one of the MSA technical scrutineers. One thing that I'm pleased about, no start line infringements.
Yes.
We saw a couple of drivers moving, but they were obviously moved after the lights had changed. So the junior Tillotson drivers that were penalised in the first race, they learnt their lesson quickly.
I was going to say, coming back into the paddock after that first race, would a lot of their mechanics and their team have, sort of talked to them about that and said, come on, guys, you've got to be careful with the second race, and particularly the final later. Yeah,
exactly. And again, it's a learning experience as a lot of these, this is an international qualifier. It's probably it may be one of the biggest events that these drivers have ever done. Here we go. One heat to go. It's going to be Tillotson T4 Senior up next. I have just learnt something absolutely insane, Jake. Thomas Harper's race suit is based on the silk-cut Group C Jaguar liveries.
Ooh.
Oh!
That is some taste.
That is some taste. Right,
Talking
here we
of
go.
taste, here's the grid.
Aaron Coogan and Noah Ross are row number 1. Jorn Bremer and Owen Roberts, row number 2. Row 3, Henry Bell from the British Endurance Pro Kart Championship and Ewan Miller. Then Philip Rawson and Chris Alcock. John Nuttall and Sam Haller-Hinksman, followed by Tyler Brereton and Jason Bradbury. Keith Burke and Olivier Lemons, Zach Mead and Luke Hornstra on row 8. Warren Russell, Joe Bechtold, Ed Davidson and Max O'Neill. And after the incidents we saw earlier, Jake, your question, is that enough time to get the karts fixed? The answer is yes,
absolutely, and they've been working probably very hard since that last session, and Noah Rosser very much enjoying himself here across the pond in Lincolnshire, in the countryside at PF International, because he took the victory in the last heat. Can he repeat that now?
Once again, Henry Bell from the British Pro Kart Endurance Champion, Jess Alexander, double British Pro Kart Endurance Champion. Jess is out at Albert Park in Australia representing the Racing Pride organisation. They do a fantastic job, I believe, in the paddock to make the community a better place.
I couldn't agree more, and it's great to obviously see so many amazing initiatives and support groups like that really doing some great things right across the globe, and particularly having an impact right across all the different grids across the world, and really slowing up here before they get onto the start formation grids. But here we go then for the senior T4 Tillotson Heat 2 at PF International. Are they all behaving themselves? Did they get through there?
Hand in the air, just don't care. That means it's a false start. Now, somebody in the live chat, now Henry Bell's Pro Kart in BPEC team, I'm trying to think of what the team name was. I can't remember what it is. It's quite a funny team name, I have to say. It is printable, but I wonder if that person's still watching. What was Henry Bell's team name? Because I used to race pro karts, love pro karts, think they're a fantastic way. Even when I was 25 years ago when I raced, it was probably the only class that I could squeeze in without being a massive weight disadvantage.
What was your favourite kind of move that they might want to emulate?
One that the race director one that the race director didn't see. That was my favourite kind of move.
I should have expected that answer. That's very honest of you, though.
2004 Landau Kart Club Pro Kart Champion, Senior Honda Champion, Motorsport UK title. Thank you very much.
Really? I thought you got a scroll here, haven't you? So roll that back up, won't we? Yeah.
The trophy was given as a scroll because it was that long ago. There's Philip Rawson. Philip Rawson, great to see Philip back in the car. I've just seen Mum and Dad here watching. I've always been a huge fan of Philip's racing. His family have always been huge fans of Philip's racing in that CRG race suit. He's raced all over the world at the very, very highest level, but now he's got a young family, and this is what happens. This is what is perfect about Tillotson, that, you can still have a family and come and race,
get some back into the grid.
Yeah, but also you can still go and race around the world.
Yeah, and doing very well in the last heat earlier on. Philip Rawson was in P3 on the podium in Heat 1, so hopefully looking to better that in this Heat 2. Are we underway this time as they go towards the start-finish line within the grids? It's all looking good, and we are away for this Heat 2 here at PF International, coming through the first couple of S's up into the bowl section. Are they all behaving themselves as they come round? Have a little look at the inside there. Noah Rosser trying to lay his claim early in this race, but thinks better of it as we come out onto the bridge section.
There was a move there from Rawson in the number 29 to take fourth position. That's the level of experience. It's hard to believe that Philip Rawson was the Kart Masters GP plate winner in Minimax back in 2012. That's a long time ago.
Let's hope he can't hear you.
Well, it was. But that's what experience gets you. Now, Noah Rosser had things all his own way in the first race. He's not going to have things all his own way in this one because he's only in third position. Ireland. Well, Ireland had a really good week at Cheltenham last week, and I think they're trying to see if their luck carries over to PF International this weekend. But Irish eyes at the moment are smiling-ish on Aaron Coogan. He's lost one place, Jorn Bremer.
And Jorn Bremer, we remember in the Heat 1 earlier, equally having a very good race and mixing up in the top 3 and looking to very much do that here. Who's this out? It's gone out on the sidelines. And on the Tillotson sign, that's number 17 of Jason Bradbury. And
he was one of the drivers that had a problem.
Came into the pits, didn't he?
Yeah. But at least he had the decency to park it under the Tillotson sign, which creates a marketing opportunity of some kind.
He's thinking in a worst case scenario, at least I've got them on my side.
Yes, yeah. So he is down on the back straight there. Yellow flags waving at the entrance, the Terry Fullerton S's. There is the stricken cart of Jason Bradbury as the rest of the field head through the Mike Wilson complex. The white and green race suit of Jorn Bremer leads Ireland's Aaron Coogan, leads Philip Rawson. And Rawson, who is that? Noah Ross, sorry, in third position. And there's a 3-car train out onto the banking. And Rosser trying to get at the inside. Rawson closing in.
And Jorn Bremer was turning his head round saying, mate, come on, let's work together for a few laps, because you can see now there's almost like a 5, 6, 7 car battle as we go into hairpin 1, and they're losing that ground that they so much worked hard for at the start of this race. But Jorn Bremer, of course, looking to try and lead them away. Set the example as we could dive out the inside there from Aaron Coogan, who had a very strong Heat 1 earlier and looking to make a claim here once again, and very much doing so, taking that first position off of Bremer as we come round into the third sector now. This very technical section, you must get your lines right and maybe go out wide first, cut in for the apex, make sure you get a good run out to come right back around towards the start-finish line. And this chicane here, very crucial. Do you take a bit of curb, do you not? Just particularly as we've had the damp conditions, you don't want to risk it too much, but they're all looking pretty stable as we go onto this next lap here at PF International.
They threw the Bruno Ferrari S's under the bridge out into the bowl. You could see a slightly higher line going into the corner from Jorn Bremer, then tried to use the gravity and the momentum to sweep his way underneath the leader Aaron Coogan. It can't quite work, and as the field come down the hill, 1.7 seconds separating the top 9 drivers. This is the beauty of four-stroke racing, because you get these long trains. Rosser makes the move into P2.
Very strong move there up the inside, and almost very much just changing his mind last minute, singing, okay, you're going to open the door for me. Thank you very much, Jorn Bremer, I'll take it.
It's rude not to take you up on your kind
gesture.
Kind gesture there. Coogan with that the Tillotson, the standard Tillotson factory race suit there, as you're watching on there from the pit lane, and there's still hand gestures going on. Now the field starts to fan out just a little bit, so the lead group, which was 10 drivers strong, is now being split into 2 groups of 5. And not in that lead group is Henry Bell, Sam Halley-Hinksman, Owen Roberts, Ewan Miller and John Nuttall. Warren Russell sets the fastest lap of the race, but all is not well for somebody.
Yeah, we've got a 5-second penalty for Max O'Neill there showing up on our timing screen, so not too sure what that's relating to, but not looking good for Max O'Neill, down in 18th at the moment, and hopefully we'll just look to try and salvage what's left of this race. We had a bit of a battle going on in the midfield here between I believe that's the number 3 of Chris Alcock there and Jorn Bremer. Jorn Bremer sort of sliding down the field, but back up to P4 and fighting all the time. You see the 29 on your screen there, Philip Rawson, who you were praising so highly before there. Very talented right across the globe, and shown his mettle coming back into this Tillotson series. Yep. Giving it some onto the start-finish straight and getting into a nice slipstream there, as we can see the group now of about 5, as you were saying before, Henry, breaking away into sort of 2 groups now, 2 league groups, and hopefully looking to all catch up to each other again, and maybe a bit of strategy at play here, as we probably got, we've got a couple of minutes left on the lap, maybe some 3 or 4 laps left in this race. Yeah,
Henry Bell gets a warning. He is now in 5th position in that sort of pink and purple cart, the number 15. For those of you who haven't seen last night's Paddock Show yet, that will be going out during the lunch break here, and we do speak to Henry amongst a lot of other drivers. It's again, ladies and gentlemen, with Anthony Jordan only here for one weekend. It's potentially the only time you can see a Henry and Anthony Paddock Show this year, which is probably enough for most people.
Tears streaming
down the eye. Oh, now there could be tears for bedtime here as well. Henry Bell gets shown the wide line coming out of the Bobby Game corner. And Sam Haller-Hinksman, Owen Roberts and Philip Rawson, they thank you very much. Sam Haller-Hinksman, I do recall maybe commenting on Sam's very first ever kart race as part of the Daniel Ricciardo series many moons ago.
Wow, that's quite a memory you flash back to there.
Well, it just every once in a while, it's like...
But clearly made an impression on you.
Well, yeah, I mean, trying my best, but I mean, it's the only Haller-Hinksman. Let's have a quick look back at this. So, door gets opened by Haller-Hinksman, up over the curbs, elbows out, Henry Bell. Wow, that's
what the 5 seconds was for.
No,
that's before
somebody else.
That, yeah.
But again, that's classic. Just open the door. Give the outside driver two options: either the brake pedal or the grass. Sensibly, Henry Bell went, okay, I'll live to fight another day. And as you've won the battle, but the war isn't going to be decided until later on.
And as we hear, obviously, Formula One mainstream got the first Grand Prix this weekend. That's
no spoilers.
That's the position. I would never do that to you, all the esteemed viewers. It was one very early this morning. I could never do that. But the position that Max Verstappen and drivers like Michael Schumacher would put you out on the track.
Oh, of course, yeah.
And equally, same kind of tactic. You decide what's going to happen here. I'm going to put you in this position, and you can make that or break it.
Yeah, exactly. We try and promote karting as a friendly sport, and by and large it is, especially the Tillotson community. There is an awful lot of camaraderie between them. Obviously not everyone's going to get on with everyone else all the time. However, on the track you have no friends. On the track, you have got to be cutthroats.
Once that visor goes down.
Once the visor goes down, oh dear, John Nuttall has stopped. John was down in 14th place.
And had that penalty previously.
Yeah.
I was getting confused with before,
and out of the race. So that is a shame for John. As we now look, Noah Rosser, 2/10 up on Aaron Coogan. Here's Philip Rawson, who's just come back into contention with the fastest lap of the race, but he's down in P6. Can he do something about Sam Haller-Hinksman in front of him as we begin the final lap?
And whilst we've been busy talking about all of what's been going on in the background, of course, we see Noah Rosser has been very busy trying to get back up to the front. But who was that? There was the number 73 out there, Zach Mead, unfortunately, out of this one. And, of course, won't be too pleased with that. And earlier in the previous race, 16th in the last race. And, unfortunately, out of this one as well. So not a good race day for him, and just bad out of luck, unfortunately.
Okay, into second hairpin, Rosser, Coogan, Bremer, Alcott, Haller-Hinksman and Rawson, Roberts, Russell, Bell, Miller, the rest of the top 10. This could be 2 wins in succession for the American driver, Noah Rosser, who comes out of the Mike Wilson complex through Mixed Bend into the final chicane and takes the checkered flag. 5-second penalty for Keith Burke as they cross the line. So 2 wins out of 2. Aaron Coogan, that drive, P2, that should secure Coogan a place on the front row of the grid at the expense of Owen Roberts. Roberts, Rawson and Haller-Hinksman end in a tie for 9 points. Roberts finishing 7th in that race, Rawson finishing 6th and Haller-Hinksman finishing 5th. But there we go. The next time we'll see the Tillotson seniors on track, Jake, it'll be for their main event.
The main event tonight, and that is going to be for the juniors and the seniors, kicking off at around about 5 to 4 and 20 past 4 later on. So plenty for them to mull over as the Rotaxes take their places and get their O-plates, of course, very prestigious O-plates out the way, and focusing on the action there particularly. So lots to look forward to later in these Tillotson categories.
Yes, indeed. So there is the final few results from the senior Tillotson second race. We now have a break for lunch here at the circuit, ladies and gentlemen, but fear not as you watch Noah Rosser just take his gloves off. The Paddock Show we filmed last night is precisely 35 minutes long. The lunch break is precisely 25 minutes long. So, you can start watching the Paddock Show now, and the rest of it you can watch on the Karting UK YouTube channel. It's very well worth a watch.
To your own delight. Coming through Parc Fermé here, just getting all the checks done through scrutineering on the weighbridge and the scales here. That's the 75 on your screen. Aaron Coogan, another strong race there in this Tillotson series, and how many times they must have done this going through Parc Fermé. Just becomes an etched memory.
As you look now, we're going to get a chance to see Noah Rosser's boat race here, his face. Why didn't you see it on the result sheets? Well, that's because he didn't turn up to have his photo taken. Drivers, there are specific times before the event starts that you have to have your photos taken for any event. And if you don't, you simply don't get seen. There's no point then coming up saying, "Oh, can I have my photo taken, please?" No.
And he's won.
There's a look at the Tillotson drivers who didn't turn up for their photos.
And that's Jorn Bremer, who again would be. I think we'd be quite impressed. Got a bit caught up in that second heat with a lot of the action, but recovered well to that P3 as we saw there.
Well, thank you very much for joining us, ladies and gentlemen. Jake Peach will be back for the finals later on. Anthony Jordan will be back for the Rotax finals just after the lunch break, which begins now with last night's Paddock Show. Enjoy. ...2025, it's upon us. There's something missing. This is the Paddock Show, but there's a... Do you get the feeling I'm being watched? Oh!
Hello.
Hello! It's Anthony Jordan, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the first Paddock Show of 2025. We are here once again. Reunited.
We're back.
And, of course, Motorsport UK, British Open Championship for the Rotax classes, presented by Wera Tools.
Yes.
Now, what better place to start the first Paddock Show here at the Rotax O-Plate? Tillotson.
Here they are.
Because it's not just the British Open for Rotax, it's the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup qualifier. Hello, Tillotson. Well, welcome to the British Paddock. Okay, Tillotson, let's have a quick rundown. We haven't seen them today, but they've had their qualifying session. All their races will be tomorrow. Tell us a little bit about... So first of all, this is Mr. Bell. I know that. Why do I know that, Anthony?
Because it says his name on his race suit.
It says his name on his race suit. A little bit. In a nutshell... This is me in a nutshell. That was an Austin Powers joke.
Yeah, very good, very good.
Tell us a little bit about what are Tillotson T4s?
They're basically the same as your two-strokes, but you've got a single four-stroke engine on it. It's, less grippy tyres. The chassis is a strengthened Praga chassis, I believe. And you've got a 225 RS engine on it, and they're amazing. They're great fun. They're easy to, not too hard to drive. They're not too hard to work on.
Yep.
They're seem to be very beginner friendly. I mean, this is going to be my second ever sprint race. I've done.
There you go.
Really? So hang on a sec. Second ever sprint race, yeah.
Yeah. So Henry, how was qualifying for you? Because for your second ever sprint race, we expect good things.
Well, I heard I got P6, which I'm pretty happy about.
Solid result. That's better than this, Henry.
He's my favourite because his name's Henry. There we go.
There you go.
Beginner friendly. That's what we want to see. So
Yes.
we're at the home of British Karting, PF International, Rotax O-Plate. They compete for the grand finals, Nation v Nation. So do Tillotson. The T4 Tillotson Nations Cup is usually held in Valencia. And the UK, I think a couple of years ago, won. And it's where current British Micromax champion Luke Millward made his international debut. So again, you come out, you've got the BPEC, you've got the British British Pro Kart Endurance Championship logos on the thing. So endurance racer 4-stroke, you say this is beginner friendly.
Yeah, so last year I competed in the 4-stroke endurance racing, and I found myself this year without a team, so I looked around my options. Of course, I don't have as much money as other people, so I want something that's cost effective, fun, and welcoming to someone like me who doesn't know much. Looked around our options, and Tillotson just seemed to be the best in every way.
There you go.
Excellent.
It's
reek good, is what it is.
Reek good. Brand ambassador.
It's really
role.
good. It's nice and easy to work on. It's nice and easy to learn.
Simple.
It's cost effective. I think you use 2 sets of tyres for a whole season over here, compared to
2 sets of tyres. I was going to say, there's my view, 2 sets of boots. I was going to say, don't. No, I'm not going to say tyres. Really good, well done. Congratulations on being here and making the move into sprint racing. Can't wait to see you guys in action tomorrow. Juniors and seniors. In juniors, we've got the Honda O plates, the reigning Honda O plate champion Ralphie Branska making a one-off appearance as well. So that's really good.
There you go. Yeah.
Yes. I can't say I've paid too much attention to the juniors, but I see the grid for tomorrow is very close. I think top 10 were separated by 3 tenths, which, I mean, it's going to be all to play for tomorrow. It's going to be who can get on top and not get a penalty.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you very much, Henry.
Excellent.
And we've got drivers from all over the place. We've got an American driver, thank you, Henry. There's a Tillotson thing. So we're in the back paddock here. You can see there's, listen, that 4-stroke rumble. Oh,
you gotta love it. You gotta love it.
Gotta love a good rumble.
A rumble in the jungle, as we like to
rumble
call
in the
it.
jungle. So a big thank you to Tillotson and all the staff for joining us here.
Yes.
Now here we are at the. Do you want to tell us quickly who qualified on pole for the people?
I can tell you, Tillotson T4 Senior. Obviously, we're just speaking there to Henry Bell, P6 for him in the number 15. That was absolutely fine. Aaron Coogan pulled it in the seniors, so a very good result for him. The juniors, however, very different story. Ralphie Branscombe, 4-stroke god in Honda Cadets, stepping into the juniors, putting into that one there. Speak of the devil and it shall appear.
Say his name and he appears.
Ralphie Branscombe, pole position.
I believe in Ralphie Branscombe.
You believe in Ralphie Branscombe? Well, so did qualifying because you pulled it. Congratulations. How was it?
It was really good. It's just like a Honda, but smooth like a junior.
Bigger.
Yeah.
It's a big Honda.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it works out well. And with this one being, of course, a T4 Nations Cup qualifier, there's a ticket in there for grabs, and that is what you're hunting for this weekend.
Yeah, it definitely is.
Excellent. But
should we walk and talk?
Walk and talk a little bit because we're in the dark. We're in PFI's back alley.
And plus, I can see a Paddock Show pooch here.
Yes.
Ralphie moved out of Honda Cadet, reigning British champion in Honda Cadet. But so you're trying lots of new things now. Stay there. We've got a very important guest.
No.
This is Daisy. Hello. This is Daisy. And who does Daisy belong to?
Noah Barham's.
This is Daisy Barham, Noah Barham. Now, we were talking about drivers from the United States that are here. We got several. Noah's mum is from America, so keep the stars. So Daisy Barham, we can have a little sniff. Have a little sniff there, Daisy. The first Paddock Show pooch of the year. She's, there we go. There we go. Oh, dearie me.
Famous.
There we are. So, Paddock Show Pooch of the Year, number 1. We should really give out like an end-of-season awards, like a Bonio or something like that for them. There's a good girl.
Sorry, Ralphie, we were having a lovely little chat there.
Back to the actual
drivers.
Back to the British champion, yeah.
Ralphie, so pole position in qualifying. What is the plan for tomorrow? Is it going to be, do you feel like the pace was quick enough? I mean, looking at it, it was pretty close in there. 1/100th of a second separating you and second place. So is it going to be a case of a defensive masterclass tomorrow? Do you reckon you could break away?
I reckon it's going to be defensive masterclass.
Yeah, well, fingers crossed, and let's see how it goes, yeah? Well, like you say, Honda Cadet champion, you know what you're doing. Stop touching the dog, Henry.
I'm just saying goodbye to Daisy, you know.
Thank you very much, Ralphie. Have a good evening.
Good luck, Ralphie.
Good luck tomorrow.
Good luck, Ralphie.
Thank you, Daisy. Yes, indeed.
Talk about passion, Paddock fashion. Now, you've been working on. Here's a man that knows all about fashion. Tom Smith International, Smith's Property. How are you?
I'm very well, sir. Thank you. How are you?
I'm very well. Now, Tom is not here just promoting 1950s motorsport attire.
Yeah.
He's here helping Otto Amy, a really exciting prospect in Micromax. And he's been flirting with the top 10, hasn't he?
When he gets it right, he can go in the tow with the front boys, and when he doesn't, he's about half a lap behind. So it's hit and miss with Otto, but he's got a lot of talent, and he's sort of on the edge of making it work.
And that's one of the things. It's learning, isn't it? You know, we saw him race as a privateer at Kartmaster last year. 1 lap, lightning quick. Now it's a case of getting 10 laps, the same, and making the right decisions at the right time, isn't it?
Yeah, and obviously you're trying to work with a lad who's 9 years old, so you've got to start somewhere, haven't you? And,
attention span is one of those things where it's I struggle with Henry. He's about mental age of a 9-year-old as well, and his attention span dips quite often. So
it's going now, actually.
It's going now, yeah. He can see.
Yeah.
He's trying to compute. Yeah. So working out that sort of situation as well with quite a young driver, I can imagine for a long distance race is quite challenging.
Really hard, yeah. And I can only imagine Henry in Rotax 177s.
Yeah,
that'd be even
277 after the winter I've had.
Carry on your paddock tour.
Thank you very much. Purveyor of fine sort of tweed-coloured jacket-based arrangements.
I've got a jacket like that.
You have, indeed. You know, if Mike Hawthorne was still alive, he is Tom Smith incarnate.
So go this way?
Yeah, because new season brings new teams, drivers choose things, but we're rolling it back old school. For the first time, global karting are back. Now, Synergy Karting. So, quite a bit of history, ladies and gentlemen. Rob Hanscom and Mike Spencer formed Global Karting, about a dozen years ago. Then they morphed into the Synergy Factory team. They've moved away from the Synergy kart, so they've restarted Global Karting, and they're in here. Should we have our first unannounced awning visit?
Unannounced awning visit.
I remember, James. Oh, no, don't try and ingratiate yourself.
Sorry.
Just because you're back on day release from the FIA. After you, James. There we are. There we
I hate
go.
you
See,
so much, Henry.
I know there. So, these colours, Global Karting, really good to see them back in the paddock. They got the Aurum Racing engines and some good results today as well, especially for Riley Cranham, the GP plate holder. Benjamin Lawn's kart is there. There's Mr. Hammond's kart. Luca Holmes-Ballock moving up. Pierce Wade has gone home, but Pierce from Canada. A number of Canadian drivers, but I mean the drivers have all escaped. Look at this. Look at the hard-working mechanics. Look at this. Look at this.
That face. That face.
Tell us a little bit about the life and times of a kart mechanic. Without swearing or insulting the driver.
If I want to insult the driver, I'd say it made it difficult for me today. We've bent about every part on the kart that we could possibly bend, crashed in a few, but you know what, nothing without a bit of effort going into it, so got a lot of work to do tonight, but you know what, it's fun, it's good fun, wouldn't want to be anywhere else, so yeah.
Exactly. Maybe Palm Springs,
maybe do with like Dubai, something like that. 2 weeks, that would be quite nice. Yeah.
But other than that, Lincolnshire is just fine. Is he looking at his Anthony? He's looking at his phone. He's looking at his phone with his mouth open, ladies and gentlemen, like a small child.
Hello.
Yeah, Luca Holmes-Ballock.
Yes.
It's been a trying day.
Yes.
But he's one of the drivers that's moved up from mini to junior. Well, our first venture into an awning unannounced, thank you very much, went really swimmingly, 0 drivers, but that's okay. The difference is we've got a lot of drivers moving out into juniors. The transition from mini to junior is harder than it used to be because, there's a mini kart, these are the minis, the smaller frames, and now before you went to Minimax 950, the mini karts used to be the full-size karts. So drivers moving out of mini junior, they didn't just have to adapt to more power. They've now got to adapt to a wider chassis as well. That's why it's a bigger jump now between mini and junior.
Yes. I'm just noticing the NASA panels on these. We've got different types in here. We've got the Kart Republic original one in here.
Yes.
We've got, I believe this is the Birrell one.
It's kind of Kart Republic.
It's the Kart Republic, but it's not the Kart Republic one, because I've seen the Kart
gills of a
Republic one.
shark.
It's got the gills, yes, but it hasn't got the 3 different intakes. That's the Kart Republic one.
Ribbed.
You can tell. Yeah. So, I don't know. Yeah, I'm intrigued. I can't remember model numbers. I'm not a fan of model numbers. Do you know model numbers, Henry?
No, I don't know anything about models.
Excellent. Right.
Boy.
Thank you very much to Global Karting. Like we
Thank you very
say,
much indeed.
a success with...
Look at him. Look, James, don't... James...
No, I'm holding it for him.
No, James, I'm not having it, James. I'm not having it, James. He's not a gentleman. You know I'm a gentleman. Thank you very much. There we go. Don't stop moaning. You come back from one weekend and, you know, look at you, creating all sorts of problems.
I'm just a normal, innocent man.
We're just normal men.
We're just normal men.
One other thing here this year, Motorsport UK, they launched a new academy for ladies, and the fastest lady here, Lizzie Mentier. Come scoot in by here. We'll position you in front of the 8-mile-long Dan Holland racing awning. Lizzie Mentier, there's only about half a dozen girls racing this event. You're the only one in seniors, but there's a lot going on with girls in karting and girls in motorsport, isn't there? How do you feel about, you know, being a girl in motorsport, in karting at the moment?
It's tricky, because, like, being one of the only girls on the grid, it's like the boys are out to get you sort of thing. You're beating a boy and they're not happy about it sort of thing. So it's difficult, but
but you're a tough cookie. We've seen Lizzie flip her go-kart, first lap of Kart Masters, get out, try and get it going again, and would have gone, but only the radiator had decided to break. So don't buy it. Tough as old boots.
Yeah, adrenaline though, isn't it? So got to get going again.
You know, looking at, I mean, obviously, Anthony, you involved. There's this Formula Academy. There's all these now steps to help promote female participation in owner-driver racing.
Yes, there is, and with that, there are so many of those new championships coming. You know, for a lot of drivers, would you say this is probably the best time to be racing if you are a female or a male or anything like that? Because there's so many more opportunities that I think have come in the modern era of karting.
Yeah, a few years ago when I was starting off, there wasn't a lot for girls out there, but coming into 2025 there's a lot for girls out there now, and there's a lot of girls getting into motorsport, which is great to see, and there's loads of new up and coming girls racing, and it's just great to see them around the paddock and just make friends with other girls.
Yeah. And I think big stepping stones are being made in the stepping ladder for progression in the motorsport as well.
So, last question before we move on to one of our Minimax drivers. 3 years ago, Amelia Nelson, 7th in the senior Rotax O-Plate down at Dunk as well. Can you emulate that tomorrow?
Well, I'm definitely going to try, so hopefully, top 5 if I can.
There we go.
There we have it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Move on from the sublime to the ridiculous. Logan Rolfe, how are you?
Fine, thanks.
You just moved. I mean, even you're the Minimax driver with the deepest voice out there. How is the move up from micro to mini?
It's quite a change. Like, we was on the Vega tyres last year, and then we just changed onto the Mojos, which I was on 2023, and it was just a massive step up because the power's different and it just comes off the corner quicker.
But are you enjoying today?
Yeah, we've had highs and lows throughout the weekend already. On Friday we wasn't that good, and then on practice 4 we managed to get inside the top 15, in top 11, and then we just mucked it up on practice 5, and then we didn't really have a good quali. We was 18th, and then I got a nose cone in heat 1, and it wasn't the best because I got it coming into the pits, but hopefully for a better day tomorrow.
Well, good luck. You're driving for Luke Christie Racing. That's the new team this year. I think which are going to become Synergy. There's an involvement. Okay, there's a huge bunch of MLC motorsport drivers over here. One of the hard... Thank you, Logan.
Yeah. See you later.
See you later. Right, let's bring in... Greg's on legs, Charlie Wolfett.
Jensen is hiding.
Jensen's hiding, but Luca Holmes-Ballock.
Come here.
Come in very, very quickly. We just spoke to the global karting mechanic who was saying that his driver managed to bend or break every part on the go-kart today. Step forward, said driver. Congratulations, your mechanic is knee-deep in grid there. It's not been a great day, has it?
He said wonderful things about you.
Yeah. Yeah, there we go. Better days ahead. Managed to break every part. Right, bring in the MLC lots. Come on, bring them in, bring them in. Some of them.
The rest of them ran off. They're all scared. They don't like cameras. So.
Well, you know,
maybe we could go intercept that van because that's where
they're all hiding in that van.
Go intercept.
Well,
maybe
the last
not.
time that we unannounced went into a motorhome in the paddock, it wasn't actually the person's motorhome who was it. So what had happened is that.
Do we need to relive the story?
No.
Yes.
No. Carry on. How was your day? Welcome to Rotax.
Oh yeah, it's been all right. Not too bad. It's round PF. I know this place like the back of my hands, but yeah, it's been a good few days and testing Rotax. It's definitely completely different to X30, but I'm enjoying it.
So you're in seniors, and Charlie is now in juniors.
Yeah.
So top 10 in an O-plate last year. Is that right?
Yeah. It was really good last year, but hopefully we'll go again this year.
Well, come again. First of all, Jensen Chalk, 2023 Micromax Grand Finals champion. Now, it's Jensen. You're eating your sweet, right? But we're going to say very one thing. So Jensen's dad is here mechanic for him, but we're going to say hi to your mum at the 70s weekend in Butlins with your, is it your granddad's 70th birthday this weekend? So we're going to say happy birthday, and we're going to tell your mum not to get too... Don't get shy.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, and there we go.
There we go.
Excellent. There we are. Right.
Thank you very much.
We've shut him up. Let's go.
Excellent. Thank you, guys.
Bye, guys. MLC Motorsport, Luca Holmes Ballock.
Henry, I don't know if you can hear that noise on the microphones, but I thought that was you, Henry.
It's been a while since lunch. My stomach is grumbling. Oh, KR Sport. And I tell you what, there's people shouting at us. There's Maria Roberto can come in. She's running off, but we want to try and get...
Maria,
Maria Roberto.
Come on over, Maria.
Come on, Maria. Right. First of all, from Salerno, family from Salerno in Italy. We just spoke to Lizzie Mentier. You're in Mini still, aren't you? And I think you're the only girl in Mini as well.
I think so.
Yeah. What does that? Does that make a difference to you? Do you care?
No.
No? Do you look at things like Formula Academy and the female-only championships and think and initiatives to help women, the girls on track, things like that? Do you look at that and think that's a bit of me, or do you think I want to go and beat the boys?
Both.
Both. There we go. Double bubble. Tell us about your Alice in Wonderland crash helmet.
I got it done, and yeah.
And it's good, and it's cool. There we go. All right, thank you, Maria.
Excellent.
This weekend, let's go and speak. We're going to be speaking to the drivers, so the parents. Let's speak to a dad, but not just any dad. This is a big one-off event.
It is.
Okay. It's no prizes for coming second. It's the Open. Now, there's one driver in this paddock who knows how to get it done in the one-off events. He won the O-Plate in Micromax last year. He won the Rotax International Trophy at Le Mans, and then he went on to become the 50th British driver to stand on the Rotax Grand Finals podium when he won the Micromax Grand Finals. That's Joshua Cook. He's nowhere to be found, but of course...
He's playing football by the gate.
He's playing football by the gate.
Of course he is.
The image from Sarno that the videographers used to round out the entire event was you lifting Josh up and giving him a hug, father and son.
Thankfully he's only small, so it wasn't too much trouble, but yes.
Normally you're lifting him up warmly by the throat. What is it about Joshua that makes him so good at these one-off events?
I don't know. I think he probably puts himself under too much pressure in a championship. You know, you've got a greater risk it's going to go wrong. You've got to accumulate points over a larger number of rounds. So maybe at a one-off event there's opportunity to get it wrong, but it's not going to be so critical for later in the season. Yeah, maybe that.
Now, this isn't a ticket event for the Grand Finals. I mean, so it's just the British Open. Since he became Rotax Grand Finals champion, have you noticed a change in him, his confidence? You know, what is that title, the biggest title in Rotax karting? What's that done for him as a driver, and also as I guess, how old is he? 10?
He's just turned 11.
What's it done to him as an 11-year-old kid?
Yeah, it's a mixture of things. I think I've always said that karting is brilliant because it gives kids life skills. I think learning to win, learning to lose, I think he's had to work on his resilience. So I'd say that, yeah, stepping into Minimax, the grid's brutal. There's probably 15, 20 kids on that grid that could win a race.
We did notice today.
So he's not apologetic for being there. When we first stepped into Cadet, he almost felt embarrassed to be anywhere near the quick kids, as he'd call them, whereas he now feels he's there by right. So I think confidence, it's helped for sure. Yeah.
Excellent. While you're in here, Anthony, I mean,
Yes.
do you want to talk about any of the body work on the carts or the serial numbers, the chassis? Thank you very much, Mr. Cook.
Thank you. Here's your bog standard OTK NASA panel, the new one for 2025.
It looks like the Batman thing.
Here we are then, your first grid walk of the 2025 season. This time it is your Rotax Junior O-plates. Behind me, they're starting to walk onto the grid. We're going to have a quick talk to some of these drivers, see how they're feeling ahead of this race. The first of which I'm going to grab is Cameron Nelson. Cameron, big race here, O-plate, it's a one-off. You know, as a driver, I feel like sometimes maybe there's a little bit less pressure because points don't count and you can just leave everything on the line, but how are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling good, obviously. Like you say, there's not that pressure of losing points. Like, you win it, you bin it.
And going into this then, you look like you've had a really strong winter. You know, you've come a long way over the past 12 months. Going into this race, what's the mentality other than what you just said? Is there any game plan or are you just going into it with a fresh mind?
Yeah, fresh mind, I'd say. I just try to get into the lead, control the race and just win it.
Best of luck to you then, Cameron. What I want to do as well is head to the front of the grid to go and speak to Leon Hasty. Leon, earlier on this weekend in one of the practices, actually had a roll in the kart. Going into hairpin one, you know, it went a bit wrong, bit of an incident, but here he is on the front end of the field at the absolute sharp end, the number 83 for Craft Motorsport. Leon, juniors for you, is this your third year now?
Yeah, no.
And I feel like this could be your year. You've looked so strong so far. You've looked so strong through the winter. Going into this race at O-plate, you know, you could be taking it home, especially starting on pole. How are you feeling?
Yeah, pretty excited. Not really too nervous. I'm just ready to go and race.
And in that last heat, you know, when the rain was coming down, you looked so strong. Not a single mistake. That kart was planted. You were absolutely rapid. Are you hoping maybe for some mixed conditions through this?
I was kind of praying for it to rain beforehand, so we were on wet tyres, but if it's on slicks, I'd just rather keep it dry.
And that love for the rain then, where does that come from for you?
I don't know, I've just always been pretty strong, pretty aggressive in the wet, so it always comes with a good pace.
And the junior class, you know, we see a lot of excitement. It tends to get quite busy. When you're at the front of the field and you've got that pressure of having to deal with that, what's your thoughts?
Normally I don't really think too much about it. I just assess who's really close and then go for that. Depends what they're thinking of doing. I know most of the drivers now and how they race, so it's quite easy to judge on what they do.
So that experience for you in juniors, you actually think you've got the upper hand because you know the way these drivers are going to race?
Yeah, mostly.
Well, best of luck to you, Leon. See you later.
Thank you.
We'll head over to Harry Freeman, who's also starting on our front row. There he is, talking to Dan Ashton. Harry, really good, strong weekend for you so far. Some fantastic moves from you through their first hairpin. Going into this race, what are your thoughts?
Just try and get a gap and like minimise the amount of people that are in like the front battle, and then just do similar to what we did in the pre-final.
So do you think actually then the strategy is maybe to push away a little bit and then leave it to later on in the race for the battles?
Yeah, definitely.
Great to hear from you then, Harry. That's the number 78. So these two drivers are drivers in the category who are really familiar with the Rotax class. We've got Riley Cranham behind me, who has joined Global. He's got the GP plate on, but you know, typically doesn't do too much of Rotax. Riley, good to see you. How are you feeling about this race?
I'm feeling excited, I can't lie.
We're just about to clear the grid. Have you got any final words before you head off?
Let's go racing.
Let's go racing. Let's head up into the box then, because like Riley said, we're going racing.
Thank you very much, Nicole. In the modern era of the British Karting Championship, there have been 5 junior Rotax O-plates. 6, I do apologise. The winners, 2019, Kai Hunter. 2020, Matthew Higgins. 2021, Daniel Ginchard. 2022, Ethan Jeff Hall. 2023, Macaulay Bishop. 2024, Harry Bartle. Whoever wins this race will be joining Exalted Company. Who's it going to be? Let's find out. "66 drivers entered. 36 remain. They'll be led to the grid by Scotland's Leon Hastie for Craft Motorsports. Harry Freeman, 7th last year, goes from row number 2. Riley Cranham and Albie Lapper on the 2nd row.
Row number 3 sees Matteo Palezzio and Cameron Nilsson. Nilsson with a great run in the qualifying heats after qualifying 19th overall. Finley Buck and Eli Baden join on row number 4.
Nelson was 6th in this race last year. Daniel Kilpatrick and last year's Minimax P3 O-plate driver Albert Friend round out the top 10, followed by Ellis Bell and Vlad Jumenchuk.
Ethan Griffiths and Riley Bishop, Griffiths from Wales, start on row number 7. Ava Morris and Ryan Gandor go from row number 8.
Problems for Charlie Wolfitz, who will not start from 19th. Louis Radcliffe and Kai Clark on row number 9. And Zane Quacker, who raced his way in, rounds out your top 20. Lights are out. We're off and racing. The only driver in over the spin. Nelson goes around in front of the field.
Amazing.
And somehow they all miss him. But the Pride of Pontyclean is out. Charlie Wolfitz also out. There goes Nelson. Well, somehow everybody missed him. Where can Cameron Nelson get to in the next 12 minutes of racing?
Well, we're about to find out, and there you are seeing that beautiful shot in towards hairpin 1, the two very drastic different racing lines, the tight, slow inside line, trying to defend position, the fast flowing round the outside of hairpin 1 from many others. But all the meanwhile, the top 3 break away, and Leon Hastie is looking pretty rapid right now. Riley Cranham right there in 2nd place has had a good start for him, up that 1 position. I always say the inside of row 2 is always the 2nd best place to start in these races, especially if turn 1 is a right-hander.
Absolutely. How hard is it to win one of these one-off events? The only driver in the field, in the junior Rotax field, who has won an O-plate before, last year's Minimax champion, Finley Lines, didn't make the final. That's how hard these races are. Eva Morris trying to become the first female driver to crack the top 10 in a Rotax O-plate since her coach and mentor, Amelia Nelson, did it in 2022 in seniors when she finished 7th. She's gone backwards at the start, sadly, as Eva. She's down to P20. Drivers who just missed out on a place. Ewan House, Marcel Poppercourt, Joseph Yao, Noah Barham, Jensen Hookie, Zach Starbuck, Ryan Gill. Starbuck, who was a top 5 finisher in the 2023 Micromax O-plate, didn't make it. But enough of those about those who didn't. What about those who have? And what about Harry Taylor? Harry Taylor started the day outside the top 50 in points. He raced his way in. He started this one where is Harry? He started it in 33rd. He's gained 1 place. Sadly, Shane Chandaria, another driver, the Kenyan driver, who raced his way in through the superheats, he is also out of the race. There is the Kenyan driver. Absolute devastation for the Pro Train Racing ace. The top 3 are clear. Hastie, who was top 10 in the British Junior Rotax Championship 2 years ago. Cranham, the GP plate holder, runner-up in the 2022, runner-up in last year's Junior X30 British Championship, and Freeman, the top 3. Matteo Palazzo is the wild card here. There he is in P4. He's joined KR Sport this year after running last year as a privateer, and we got a new leader. It's Riley Cranham.
Yeah, he certainly has, and it looks like Harry Freeman's gone with him as well. Hasty down to 3rd place. Now, reports out there, potential precipitation is starting to fall, Henry. It's very early on in this O-Plate final, and all these drivers are on slick tyres. We will hold our breath until we actually see something out there, but the reports are coming in. Eyes on this one, though. Like you were saying, Matteo Palazzo has been a driver that has impressed over the course of this weekend. 4th in qualifying overall, 3rd and 9th, finished 2nd in that superheat earlier on. He's got the waft, he's got the pace. All he needs to do is get up to these 3 and try and break away. Despite that, though, Hasty is dropping back off the 2 ahead. They are starting to bolt.
And Albie Lapper isn't far away in P5, and he's bringing Ellis Bell and Finley Buck with him. Bell for Coles Racing. And there's a new leader. It's Harry Freeman in the number 78 KR Sport entry. KR Sport, they won the Minimax O-Plate with Oliver Miewski in 2023. They won the Micromax O-Plates with Joshua Cook last year. Can they go one better in juniors this year? Well, there's a lot of racing to go. Rayan Gandor from Canada is in P8. Albie Friend up to 9th. Kai Clark rounds out the top 10. Sadly, the MLC Motorsport team looking forlornly on because of their 4 drivers in this race. One of them is out, Charlie Wolfitz. The other 3, John Richardson, Jensen Chalk and Jake Flewitt, are all outside the top 25 at the moment. Cranham trying to break away as Hasty retakes 2nd. Palazzo makes his move into 3rd. Freeman drops from 1st to 4th, and then Lapper, Bell and Buck are now closing in. You've got Global, you've got Kraft, you've got KR Sport, Strawberry, Coles and Ultimate R in the battle for the lead, and there's 2 drivers that aren't in the battle. The number 40 of Pierce Wade, he made it, but he is not going to finish it, and Louis Radcliffe out of the race.
Indeed. Well, the race still continues. 6 minutes left of this one as they are starting to really heat it up things now at the front here. Cranham on a clear defensive line there up the banking and onto the bridge. That will suffer his exit down the hill, and he knows it. Tucks into the inside. Watch the KR Sport drivers really close in here. Palazzo and Freeman very close behind. Albie Lapper right there now behind. Ellis Bell has closed in. So has Finley Buck. They are now scrapping for position in the background. But keep an eye on this. This is not over. Remember, we have said it over and over again over the years. No one cares about 2nd. It's all about number 1, the O-Plate champion. And at this moment, the GP plate is looking to claim it. But with 5 minutes plus that 1 lap, it's still a very long way to go in this one. And you can imagine the pressure is on. And those constant looks over the shoulder, Henry, they are a sign of a driver who's like, this is not over yet.
Well, Riley Cranham has got to learn a lesson. You know, defending is one thing, sort of looking back and then blocking is another. He's had a few issues with that. You know, I know his mechanic, Lewis Diamond, has been working really hard with him, but Hasty is not. And here comes Albie Lapper trying to go around the outside. And what about the tiny Carter, Ellis Bell? It's been 4 years. The last time Coles Racing won a Rotax O-Plate was back in 2021 in Minimax at Warden Law with Blake Ticehurst. And Bell's in a bit of trouble now. But there's the 46.
Oh no!
The wait will continue for Ellis Bell, sadly. And there was another kart off at the side of the circuit. Is that Riley Cranham? The GP plate is out from the race lead.
Now that looks mechanical in nature. What has gone wrong with that kart? From our view, it looks fine. It must be with the engine. It's gone bang at some point, but that kart and that driver stricken and distraught at the O Plate in 2025.
And we're getting word from Nicole Sutherland that it's the exhaust that has come off the kart. Oh, he holds his head in his hands, but it means that Freeman and Palazzo are now 1-2 for KR Sport. Then it's Scotland's Leon Hastie, the second Scotsman, so Scotland in second and third now. Lapper is fourth. Here comes Kai Clark, passing Albie Friends. Oh, Riley Cranham, well, your transition to Rotax, it's had its ups and downs, but you were leading the British Open and something went wrong, not of your doing, Riley. That's the only thing you can console yourself with. There's a move. Now, Finley Buck has dropped a couple of places. Look at the KR Sport drivers coming into play. It's not just Freeman and Palazzo. It's also Rayan Gandour from Canada in kart number 37 and Kai Clark in kart number 76. So the pink and the silver and purple of KR Sport, the Cosmics, are heading one way, and that way is towards the front. I'll be friends in there as well, and Finley Buck for Ultimate R at the back of what is a 9-kart train for the race lead.
Well, put it this way, it cannot tell the difference between first and 14th place out there. It's incredibly congested. In fact, I'm going to eat my words. It can't tell the difference between first and 18th place. It says there are 18 karts all within a touching distance of an O plate in this one. This is incredible. Less than 2 minutes plus that one lap sideways under braking for Leon Hastie, and a big send down the inside there from Kai Clark into P4. This is superb stuff, and watch it here now.
Aston Sharp!
He's gone through, yeah, Aston Sharp has had mega race. He's up 19 places.
Aston Sharp qualified 66th and last yesterday. He made up so much ground. There he goes. It's Scotland 1, 2. It's Scotland 2, 3, and 4. Is that with Palazzo's? Palazzo's dropped back a little bit, but Freeman leads, but he's absolutely got the whole field virtually lining up behind him with a minute and a lap to go.
There's yellow flags out into Bobby Game corner. Someone has dropped off the track, and that someone
Ethan
could be
Griffiths.
Ethan Griffiths. Yeah, going no further. A huge shame for him, but eyes on this one here. We're keeping an eye on it. Freeman still in the lead of this race. But again, the defensive line, it brings everyone close into play. Now, Aston Sharp's gained all these places now, but he's found himself in a really tricky spot here. He's got a gap between himself, and he's got a huge train of cars behind, and straight through goes Albie Lapper. Lapper getting up into third. Kai Clark indeed. Yeah, Kai Clark getting up into third place now. Lapper down to P6. Palazzo back into fourth place now, Henry.
It is indeed. So they're not going to get the last lap board this time around. Hastie and Freeman. This is Leon Hastie's third year in junior. It's his last year in junior before he moves into senior. He'll never have a better opportunity than this to win a British Open. What of the last 2 years taught Leon Hastie? But there are more spots of rain on the cameras. It's Hastie. Freeman tries to go to the outside. The cutback doesn't work. Freeman trying to turn 7th last year into a win this year. In third position, Palazzo has somehow fought his way back to third, and they're 4 wide coming into the Fullerton S's, and the last lap board will be going out next time.
Well, this is as close as you would like it between these drivers. It's going to go right to the ragged edge, and you can imagine this is going to be a one-train battle all the way to the end, but it ends in tears for some as one of the KR Sport drivers gets rotated out of the Mike Wilson complex, but the rest of them carry on. It's Hasty and Freeman, 1 and 2. Palazzo's there in third place. You would think at this point Palazzo's got the best opportunity. He's got the slight gap between himself in front. He will go for the wide line here. Watch them go to the inside. Palazzo was down the outside here. He'll try to get the switch over, but he outbrakes himself. It's not going to work out. It's still a two-kart race here. Freeman and Hasty, line astern. It's too close to call here, Henry.
Out of the second hairpin, up the short chute. Palazzo had a great opportunity, but he missed his braking point into the first hairpin. Now it is going to come down to who has got the grit, who's got the nerve. It's going to be Hasty who's going to lead them off the final corner. But is it going to be Hasty who wins? Freeman's got to get this corner right. 1 to go. Leon Hasty joins the list of British Junior Rotax O-Plate champions in a race that was full of excitement. And it's Hasty from Freeman and Palazzo in third place. Well, this battle will go on all year. Albie Lapper finished in fourth place. Zane Quacker moves up from 20th to... He did get a 5-second penalty as well. Aston Sharp, I think, has passed more drivers this weekend than any other. He finishes in 6th position. The closer, Cole Denham, comes home in 7th. Rayan Gandur is 8th. Albie Friend 9th. And the Cato Motorsport kart of Eli Baden rounds out your top 10. But look who finished 11th.
Yeah, not
Cameron
a bad
Nelson.
one. Not a bad one at all
Last
for Cameron
to
Nelson.
11th.
Yeah, such an incredible drive there for him. But like you say, just outside the top 10, a valiant effort. But in these one-off races, Henry, it's all about making it or breaking it. And for this young man here on your screen, Leon Hasty, a perfect scoring weekend and a sign of what 2025 could be for that young junior Rotax driver. Pole position in qualifying, 2 qualifying heat wins, the win in the super heats, and the O-plate in the final. What a drive from him. For Freeman as well, a 2nd place, a very deserved one, and for the KR Sport team, a big team now. They've grown from so many fantastic things. Ash, and the team have worked hard from their humble beginnings in the garage at Daytona Motorsport in Milton Keynes, where they were based out of there. They moved to a big unit in Silverstone. The trucks came from thick and far from around, and they find 2 of their drivers on the podium in the Junior O-Plate. A fantastic effort for them.
Indeed it is. But Nicole Sutherland is down in Parc Ferme. Craft Motorsport have got their first British Open champion. And that is a significant achievement for Killian Craft and the Gilbert family. Nicole Sutherland, you can speak to today's first champion.
There he is then on your screens, Leon Hasty. He's just running over, congratulating the other drivers on their great results, but also, more importantly, looking for Luke, his mechanic and team manager. There he is on your screen, supporters giving him the big thumbs up. What a drive from Leon. Let's go and speak to him.
Yeah, Luke Hughes there,
Leon.
his mechanic, brilliant stuff.
Leon, congratulations. That is a brilliant result for you. I know how much bad luck you've had over the past 12 months. That's fantastic. How do you feel?
I feel brilliant. It's been so long since I've been on top of a British grid. Last time I came short by just 1 place. That was about 2 years ago. And ever since then it's been pretty bad, but changed team, got good power now, so it's feeling good.
And I just saw you run over to Luke, who's TM of Craft. You know, the whole Craft team are going to be so proud of you, but, tell me about that team setup and what they've done for you to get you that O-plate.
Well, they've listened to all the troubles I've had. They've thought about it, they've made decisions, and it's always been right. There's a brilliant team. Lewis, who does the engines, is really good with them as well. He knows everything about them. So, yeah, it's been really good.
Well, Leon, Tina and Gary from Jag have your big Rotax O-plate that you're going to be able to put on your kart and wear proudly. Congratulations. Tina.
Well done.
Thank you.
And Nicole, I've just got to say
Congratulations.
this, that Stuart Angus has been watching. Apparently, the Craft Motorsport WhatsApp group chat has just blown up. What would Leon like to say to the WhatsApp group that has just gone absolutely radio rentals?
Leon, you won't know this, but Henry's just told me the Craft WhatsApp group has gone mental. Everybody is putting messages in there. What have you got to say to that group of people?
To be fair, it was quite a fun race, so it doesn't really mean too much, but I'm happy to have won it.
Congratulations, Leon. Let's head back up then to see some of the race highlights of Leon's win and the rest of the junior Rotaxes.
And there was many highlights from that race, kick-starting right at the beginning. This heart and mouth moment right at the beginning here, Henry. Incredible stuff from the drivers to avoid that contact. And then not only did it happen at the Bruno Ferrari S's, it happened again on the banking drivers sideways right at the beginning. But the rest of the race continued when we saw this breakaway. The top three in those early stages fighting right to the end. Hasty, though, in control. But the GP plate, what can we say about Riley Cranham? Devastation for him.
Yes, for every winner, there must be a loser. That is the way that racing works. And we're just trying to see there, maybe, is that exhaust pipe starting to go look a little bit low on Cranham's kart? Looking back, I think it might have been Palazzo that got up on the curb going through turn number 1, and that bounced him into Cameron Nelson. But this is Riley Cranham leading, and it was non-stop. But as they went out of there, now I don't know what happened. We were looking at Ellis Bell getting turned round, and Hasty sort of went for a move on Cranham. Went right. That could have been the incident that precipitated Cranham's demise from the event, but it just... KR Sports, they had 4 guns in the battle at one point. They finished 2nd and 3rd on the road, 4 wide. Look at that there, and that was Cole Denham, I think, on the inside there, the number 62. Harry Taylor, meanwhile, finishes his day 28th after starting the day outside the top 50. But no matter. Well, could we see our first 5-time O-Plate champion in the modern era crowned in this next race? That driver is Kai Hunter, and he's standing next to Nicole Sutherland right now.
Yes, he is, Henry. Kai, you're going for your 5th O-Plate. To say that 5 could be on the cards, how does that feel?
Yeah, it's pretty good. I think I've had a good career, so why not add another one?
And would I be right in saying it would be the first O-Plate with family team, Hunter? You know, would you say that would be an even bigger achievement?
I think it would be nice, yeah. Obviously, we all put a lot of effort in, me and Reece, so it would be nice to get the all.
Definitely would. We'll head back over to Matthew Higgins, who's also on the front row alongside the number 3 of Kai Hunter. Matt, you've got the GP plate, that was one here. The next time you were here, you achieved a 3rd in the world at the FIA World Championships. Now potentially an O-Plate on the cards, which would be your 2nd. It's quite an array of results, would you not agree?
Yeah, it's not too bad. I mean, yeah, it's pretty decent.
And, you know, are you feeling any pressure at all, or are you pretty chilled out?
Not really, I'm just here for a good time. I got my serious race next week, so just here to blow off a bit of steam and have some fun.
And of course, Kai's got 4 O-Plates under his belt. Harry's got 1, Teddy's not got 1 just yet. So you top 3, you know, you've all been in this position before. What's your thoughts on that, where you've got drivers around you that have got experience on how to deal with this pressure?
Yeah, nothing really. We've all got 4 wheels and an engine, so fair game.
Fair game. Good luck then, Matt.
Yeah, Matt
we'll
Higgins,
head behind Matt to the number 4 of Teddy
Rotax
Pritchard
champion.
Williams, Welsh driver. Teddy, potentially a first O-Plate on the cards for you. It would be a first for Origin Motorsport. New team in the paddock, new team on the grid. You're right at the sharp end of the field. You feeling good?
Yeah, feeling good. We'll see how we get on. Hard work, but let's have some fun.
And to be, you know, behind Matt and Kai, who very, very strong, but, you know, the 3 of you know how each other race. Do you feel more confident that you know maybe how they're going to approach this?
Yeah, maybe. I just think it's an O-Plate final. I don't think you can predict anything.
No, definitely not. Good luck to you, Teddy. Good luck to these drivers. We'll hear from a championship partner before we head off to this senior race.
"56 drivers entered senior Rotax. Here are your 36 finalists. Kai Hunter and Matthew Higgins go from row number 1. Harry Bartle and Teddy Pritchard-Williams go from row number 2. Kean Geraghty and Archie Walker on row 3. Guy Cunnington and Matty Hingley on row number 4. The rest of the top 10, Macaulay Bishop and Ewan Charman, followed by Brandon Truman and Lewis Gilbert. Then we have Freddie Ingram and Jack West, Joshua Turnbull and William Antramus. The top 20 rounded out by Mikey Walker, Hugh Moulton, Joshua Graham and Kai Veach. Of the other drivers there, look for Henry Gregory in 22nd. Tristan Rennie has got a good record in O-plates. He's got a couple of top 10s to his name. He starts from row number 12. Further back, America's Charlie Smith goes from 25th on the grid. Neo Clark goes from 28th. He's had a top 5. Lizzie Mentier, her quest to become a top 10 Rotax O-plate driver starts from grid number 30. And George Holbrook, privateer driver on the CRG chassis, rounds out the top 32. Armand Hamilton, a Grand Finals champion, starts shotgun on the field. Oakley Pryor, third in the first O-plate in the modern era. He starts 35th. Reese Hunter won the first modern era British Rotax senior O-plate back in 2019. His younger brother Kai followed it up in 2020. Then it's been Lewis Gilbert in 2021, Kai Hunter in 2022 and 2023, Macaulay Bishop in 2024. Hunter is going for his 5th O-plate. Lewis Gilbert has been on the podium in this class, in this event, for the last 5 years, including P1 in 2021. Macaulay Bishop is going for 3 in a row. Junior in 2023, senior last year. He's the defending champion. Could he make it 3 in a row? Harry Bartle, he's the junior Rotax O-plate champion from last year. There he is. He is trying to match Bishop's achievement and do the junior, senior, back-to-back double. Higgins, a junior Rotax O-plate champion back in 2020. It's going to be a fantastic race. Anthony Jordan, bring them to the line.
We've got so many O-plates here. Let's see if we can find one more. Lights go green. We are racing down in towards turn number 1. It's a fantastic start from that inside line. Higgins caught out dry. He's gone down to about P4. Rest of the field gets through up the banking, all clean and dry, which is good to see as they go over the Litchfield Bridge. It's 3-4 wide onto the apexes there as they negotiate their way down the hill in towards hairpin 1. Clear breakaway though at the front. Crucially, there you can see everyone in a fine position, but Bartle is on the charge here now behind the likes of Kai Hunter, who leads the way still on that number 3. It's a calm and controlled start for the front. However, in that midfield, Henry, it's getting a little bit dicey there with Freddie Ingram defending that position.
No, I couldn't see who it was. One driver starting towards the back went clean over the grass at turn number 1, bouncing through the air, keeping it absolutely pinned. Now, Dan Holland racing as we got our first lead change. Harry Bartle takes the lead.
Not wasting any time is Bartle. Does not want to allow Hunter to break away. He knows he can do that in the senior category. It's a smart overtake, and now he just needs to try and take this one to the end, and you can see it already. He's pushing right now. He's not holding on to tyres. He's pushing it.
The terror from Trefeglois, Matthew Higgins, the GP plate holder, moves into P3. Dan Holland Racing have won 5 out of the 6 senior Rotax modern era O-plate titles. The only driver not to in the Dan Holland Racing awning to win an O-plate in the modern era, Lewis Gilbert, is in 10th at the moment, but his Craft Motorsport team have just celebrated their first British O-plate success. However, Gilbert is not in the lead group. We've got a lead group of 8. It's Bartle, Hunter, Higgins, Walker, Pritchard Williams, Hingley, Bishop and Cunnington. 8 for the race lead. Let's have a look back. There's already been plenty of action.
It certainly has. This moment here, Owen Neve getting a rotation there on the infield straight towards the Fullerton S's. His race is not over. However, he is rotating in 36th and stone dead last. But,
it may have been the number 22 of Archie Buttle who was joining him in that dance, shall we say. Oh, Super Teddy Pritchard Williams. Oh, Harrison Crowther in the barriers, out of the race on his senior karting debut. It will not be a second career O-plate podium for Crowther, who finished 3rd in this event as a Minimax driver back in 2021, and the wait for another Coles Racing O-plate goes on.
It does. Well, still, that was at the exit of hairpin number 2 as well. Marshall's quick on the scene, and that incident cleared away, so great work by them. Bartle not breaking away here. He is under pressure still from Higgins. Higgins, smart, controlled driver, now into second place. He's going to be waiting for that opportunity. He knows how to win races around here. He's rocking the GP plate, the Grand Prix, the Kart Masters champion of 2024. He knows how to get around this circuit. Kai Hunter as well, another very familiar name around this track, still in a strong position of 3rd place, and this is going to be a run to the line. Speaking to every single one of these drivers over the course of this weekend, saying, who do you think is going to take it? Who do you think is going to win it? Each and every one of them said, I don't know, it's going to be a pool of around 15 to 20 drivers who are in a chance of winning this one.
Yeah, and we've got one of the drivers that was in everyone's pool to potentially win. Macaulay Bishop moves to the second. There's a move. Higgins to the front, coming up the bridge, and Bartle trying to move across to prevent Hunter going through. Ring the dinner bell. Hunter in second, Bishop in 3rd.
Oh, it's going to heat up here, but not for much longer, as back down the inside goes
and there's
Bartle.
Harry Bartle making sure that Bishop doesn't come back and in through
no!
there.
Bartle's round.
And Archie Walker, they've got to miss him. Harry Bartle gets going. It will not be 2 in a row for Harry Bartle, and that changes an awful lot. The order will change significantly. I couldn't quite see it. May have been Archie Walker that had that issue with Harry Bartle, but now we've got Higgins and Hunter clear at the front. Still 7 minutes to go, however, and Bishop, Bishop now has to do what Bishop does and get his elbows out and scrap and fight for every position to try and get himself back into contention. Cunnington 3rd, Pritchard Williams in 4th, Hingley in 5th. Let's have a look back at that incident that took Harry Bartle out of contention.
I'm curious to see of just how it unfolded. You can see now Bartle on the outside here. Yeah, a little bit of contact there with Walker and just going round. But again, that's so easily done going into the Fullerton S's. You'll always get a kart down the inside. If you leave a kart with gap, there will find a kart there, just like that, as Macaulay Bishop heads back through and up in past Ewan Charman, up into 7th place.
Yep, so Ewan Charman, Kai Hunter's Hunter Motorsports teammate, drops back. Ewan Charman, there is Jamie Rogers. He's mechanicking for Freddie Ingram in this race. And I've got to say, Ingram is the best placed Strawberry Racing driver in this final. Now that Bartle has been pushed back, Cian Geraghty has retired Harrison Crowther has retired. Hugh Moulton has dropped back. He's back to 34th position. Armand Hamilton for Strawberries, he's only gained 5 places. Let's have a look. Lizzie Mente is still mired back in 32nd. And there's a problem. Who was that running very, very wide? Back in the pack.
That's a lot further back in the pack here. Big train from about 29th to 34th.
I think that could be the number 63 car. It was Oakley Pryor. Oakley Pryor has dropped back there, so Oakley is not having a good return to karting after a few years just working behind the scenes as a mechanic.
Archie Buttle, I believe, in the 22 KR Sport driver, just had a rotation there at the Fullerton S's as well. He's going to tumble down the order, which is a big shame for him, the driver of the 22. Still in the race, but a lot further down. 5 minutes to go here on Henry, and I'm just keeping an eye on these sort of sector times here.
Yep.
I'm seeing some greens coming in from the second group behind, closing in on Higgins. Nicole Sutherland, those got some action as a change for the lead.
Well, it's not quite action, but it's some insider knowledge on why Cian Geraghty has retired. Just spoke to that driver, and he doesn't believe that the power valve is plugged in properly.
Right, and that can cause a multitude of problems for a driver.
Yes, a lack of power valve pluggage equals a lack of go-kart waft.
Yeah,
yes,
indeed.
So that is a shame. Here we go. Bishop is now into 6th. Things have calmed down. Cunnington, Pritchard Williams and Hingley are working together because they know the only chance they have to win is by working together. They know that Hunter and Higgins at one point will have to start throwing shapes at each other. Could the drive for 5 be on for Kai Hunter? The Hunter Motorsport team, looking back last year, Morgan Porter finished 4th for that team last year. New leader, Matthew Higgins.
Yeah, and again, smart overtake. You can see that the trio behind are closing in. He doesn't want to get caught out with Cunnington going for that first move and then putting him back. Then Pritchard Williams, then Hingley goes through. It will all end in tears if that's the case. So Higgins now giving himself a buffer and using Kai Hunter as that buffer. They're going no further as the 87. That's Alfie Thompson. He goes no further in this race. That is a huge shame for him. However, my eyes are still focusing on the 3 drivers, not in that second group, but in that third group, Henry, now as well, that's being led by Bishop, Walker there, and Jack West. They are also looking incredibly strong right now, and that gap is also closing in, but time is very quickly running out.
It is indeed. The number 92 of Jack West trying to makes the move on Archie Walker at the second. Nicole Sutherland, what have you got for us down in the pits?
We've got another retirement, Henry, this time the kart number 30 of Lorenzo Cordell. On your screens you might be able to see, but if not, it's the radiator that has snapped and come off.
Wow. Now, they don't tend to do that without assistance. Oh, and speaking of assistance, this is all getting a little bit tasty. Kai Veach, Mikey Walker in the mix. There's an MS kart, the Jack Dex number 93 of Liam Hartley, and they're all fighting over 19th position. That lead battle is getting closer, and now Cunnington, Pritchard, Williams and Hingley join the fun. The famous 5 up at the front. Hunter leads.
Here we go then. Less than 2 minutes plus that 1 lap. Hunter back in control of it. You saw that overtake closes that gap up so quickly. And now with the 5 of them there, look, Bishop's on the gap now.
6
Bishop's
of them there.
It's now 6. Make it 7 or 8 in the next lap. This is far from over here. I reckon this is going to be a fight now for the next 1.5 minutes plus that 1 lap. Defensive line there into turn 1. It's all going to bunch the pack up.
The tone is now set. Kai Hunter has to defend now. He has to. He has no other choice. There's no more just run the racing line. You have got to be on your toes, Kai Hunter. Now, and to the outside, Pritchard Williams sends one in from fullback. Didn't quite work, but the Origin team, new team this year, Ooh, this would be a debut, wouldn't it? The O for Origin, it would be replaced with the O for British Open title, and Super Ted's now running P2.
Yeah, he has a nice little dive to the outside there. Again, it's a common move that we see here at PFI in towards hairpin 1, and Pritchard Williams makes it work for him. But like you say, they're in second place. Kai Hunter still in the lead of this one. The gap is still around 0.2 of a second, but the big check over the shoulder, the slipstream, the toe, he's on his rear bumper going into the Bruno Ferrari S's, but keep an eye on them behind. It's only a train of 4 now. The 5th place driver is still in contention. Archie Walker as Pritchard Williams on that inside curve. He's going to lose out on time. He's into 3rd. Is he going to lose out on 3rd place as well? Walker's going to certainly look for it, but the 2 are fighting at the front here now. Hunter and Matthew Higgins are line astern now heading in towards hairpin 2.
What a drive from Matty Hingley in kart number 11. He's been out of the seats for quite some time. The former vice champion in the British Series back in 2020 as a junior. And he's there in the top 4 or 5. Cunnington has fallen back to 6th. And so the clock strikes 0. There are 5 for the win in senior Rotax. The Micromax kids watch on enthralled. You watch on enthralled. Will it be Hunter? Will it be Higgins? Will it be Pritchard Williams, Hingley, or Archie Walker? We're going to find out now, Anthony Jordan.
It's all going to kick off here because Higgins under pressure from Pritchard Williams. Here comes Hingley. Hingley and Williams wheel to wheel into hairpin. Watch him around the outside again. Oh, they're off in the background. And that is Macaulay Bishop. The British champion of last year is out of the O-plate. But can Kai Hunter? He's got 4 O-plates to his name. Can he make it 5 at the end of this lap? You can see it picture in picture. Bishop is out, but the eyes are focused on this lead train here. Higgins is going to try it. But there's a little bit of contact between the 2 of them. Oh, but they make it through. The 2 of them are keeping it clean, tight, and crisp. Kai Hunter, here Henry, he's done 4, he's looking for 5, he's going to do it!
Mr. 5-time Open champion, Kai Hunter. He holds off the Welsh invasion behind. There are 5 Olympic rings, 5 gold rings, 5 O-plates. He becomes the most successful driver in the history of this class in this event. Form is temporary, class is permanent.
Wow, that is what you like to see. A title fight to the end. And put it this way, the top 11 separated by less than 2 seconds on track. It shows how quickly it can close in, and it shows as well the pressure these drivers are under, and for some that pressure was just too much.
I love things like this. Dan Holland's 5-win streak in seniors ends. Lewis Gilbert's 5 consecutive O-plate podiums ends. Those 5s are over. We have a new Hawaii 5-0 Kai Hunter. Matthew Higgins, what a drive for Dan Holland Racing. A first podium in British karting for Super Teddy Pritchard Williams. He made one little move on the banking with a couple of laps to go that I think cost him momentum. This year started under a bit of a cloud for Kai Hunter. For those of you who watch racing in the United States, you saw him get involved in an incident out in the Rotax Winter Series, and he got a little bit of stick for it, but he came out, he apologised, he acted so well, he spoke so eloquently about that incident in Orlando, and he has bounced back. And for the family, for the team, he looks happy with that. Well, we're going to find out if he's happy, because he's going to speak to Nicole Sutherland.
Yes, he is, Henry. Here he is then, your O-plate, your 5-time O-plate champion, let's add. Kai, congratulations. What an achievement.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. That was unbelievable. Yeah, kart was good, engine was good, everything just fell into place. I feel like such a good race from me and Matt again. Obviously, he races smart, that's just good. So, yeah, got in the lead when I needed to, and then I just managed it from there. Yeah, absolutely over the moon.
Yeah, I do notice a pattern between you and Higgins. You know, when you get out there on track, it's always very clean racing between you. It's clean, but it's hard. And, you know, you both gave each other a run for your money. You came out on top, Kai, fantastic race. Were you aware in those later laps that you had the win in your belt?
No, not at all. I feel like when it gets close around here, everything bunches up. You don't know what's going to happen next. I feel like we did such a good job of like maintaining it the whole weekend. I feel like that's been our best part of the weekend. So yeah, I'm just so thrilled.
Well, Kai, congratulations, you're a record breaker. Tina and Gary from Jag have your big blue O plate. You'll be able to put that on the kart once again. We'll head back up then to see some race highlights of the senior Rotax grid, and then we'll be back over on the grid for our next track walk.
Welcome to the 15-minute highlights package from that senior race. Now look at the middle of the pack, there's one driver, there he goes. I think that was Henry Gregory, and he did get a 5-second penalty for that. It's all well and good being forced off, but it's all well and good thing. Do you know what?
Keep it pinned.
Keep it pinned and pass 20 drivers on the grass. Hey, but it's an open. What are you going to do? That's the craziness of this. That was the end of Owen Neve's battle. He did come back to finish 21st. Now, Macaulay Bishop's drive had its ups and downs, battling away. There he goes past Archie Walker. Now, that was Harry Bartle, sort of, he had one little move there. That cost him a couple of bits of track position. It put him back in this scrap. That was the end result. Harry Bartle recovered to 14th. He was only 2.5 seconds behind eventual winner. Now, Higgins and Hunter, I've got to say, really good mid-race battle. They worked well together. They swapped places a couple of times. And then eventually, well, let's have a little look. It became game on, because at one point it was two of them. That's the moment that the die was set. That's the moment where there are suddenly 7 of them. Pritchard Williams with a send. Yeah, you know, this is where I think Teddy Pritchard Williams may have lost a chance. He goes for the move, Hunter defends, Pritchard Williams on the curve, but look at that, you know, Hunter, he's got such a group of drivers behind him. What can he do? It's the closing minutes, 2 minutes ago, that was the last lap, Bishop out of the race, but, you know, it's not, you're not defending against one driver, you're defending against 8. So if you leave the door open for one, you are going to get elbowed out of the way and lose 9 positions.
It is what it is.
It is what it is.
Well,
what it is now is a great race. Are we going to follow this up with another great race? Because we go from the seniors to the babies. It's Micromax time. Hello, Nicole.
Hello, Henry. We're on the grid then, and like you said, we've gone from the seniors, our oldest drivers, biggest karts, to our youngest drivers, smallest karts. I've joined Charlie Page, who's starting on the front row. Charlie, you've had really strong results in micro before, both at the British and at last year's O-Plate. Are you feeling confident that maybe you could grab an O-Plate and take it home this weekend?
Yeah, I'm confident. Like, I'm on the front row, so I could get up there. Like.
And the racing so far, you know, it's looked tough, it's looked competitive, but can you tell me how you found it?
Like, obviously, like, the track's gone on and off to dry and wet, and, like, you need to adapt to that, so it's quite hard, yeah.
And we've got a little bit of cloud around us. It started spitting in the junior race. Are you hoping maybe for a little bit of that, or would you like it to stay dry?
I'd like it to stay dry.
Okay then, Charlie, before you head off, have you got any final words before this race?
No.
Good luck, Charlie. We'll head over to the other driver on our front row, which is the number 11 of Benedictus Masiokas. Benedictus, you've looked really strong this weekend. You're starting alongside Charlie, who's just said how confident he feels. Do you feel confident as well?
Yeah.
And the racing so far, what's it been like?
Hard.
Hard? Well, good luck to you, Benedictus. Looking forward to seeing how you get on. See you after the race. We've got a little bit more time, so let's see if we can find Dian Bahal, which I have found him. He's just behind me, the number 23. Dian, Last year in the Micro Clash, you had a great year. You know, well, you're one of those drivers that we watch and you're never scared to take an overtake. You know, you're always right up there. Are we going to see lots of overtaking from you in this race?
Most definitely. I'll try my best, do what I can, and work hard.
Work hard then, Dean. Good luck to you. That's time then. The whistle has gone. Henry, Anthony, let's throw up to you after we hear from championship partner. Go.
Here we go then. Anthony Jordan, are we going to see a good race?
Most definitely.
Will there be many overtakes?
Absolutely.
Excellent. Here are your starting drivers in Micromax. Charlie Page and Benedictus Masiokas on row number 1. Most definitely Dian Pahal on row number 2 alongside Dimitar Usanov.
Row number 3 sees Alfie Garrett and Albert Farrow go from row 3. They'll have Ralph Martin and Harris Barber on row number 4.
Albie J. Stubbs and Dax Farrow round out your top 10 ahead of Otto Amy and Jensen Darlow.
Zach Andrew and Sebastian Crawford go from row 7. They'll have Chloe McGill. Can she make it inside that top 10 at the end of this one? She'll have Ted Hayward starting alongside.
The rest of the starting lineup. Ansel Murray, after a great drive in the superheat, he can get it done from position 7. Will Wainwright, George Simmons, Max Armitt, and the final few drivers, Freddie Walker, Harley Brereton, and hopefully Oliver Woodall, who was struggling. I could see him at the exit of the pits there. So
there.
Oliver Woodall there, well, he's got Mr. Mulvaney there to get him going again. That's good stuff there. Let's see. What can the Micromax drivers do? They come out of the final corner. Charlie Page in the 33. Lights are out. We're off and racing. Woodall joins from the back. Page leads them through the first corner. Dimitar Usov there runs a little bit wide in that CKR chassis. Oh no, it's happened. It's a problem. Pahal and Page come together. The two leaders out of contention on the opening run to the banking, and who now moves into top spots? It's Alfie Garrett.
What a dramatic opening lap there, Henry. The leaders colliding at the banking, and their O-plate chances diminishing as the lights go out. But at the front here, as you were saying, Alfie Garrett, a start for him. And, well, here is how it all unfolded. We were saying that we were going to see the overtakes from Pahal. That was it, down the inside. And I think, was that just a little bit too ambitious at the start?
I think it was. But we're only at the end of lap number 1. These races have a habit of unfolding in crazy ways. Benedictus Masiokas has the advantage. What a return for Nathan Rawlings' FSFR Motorsport team would this be? Now, this is the third Micromax O-Plate event in history. Oliver Spencer won the first one. Joshua Cook won last year. Cook then went on to take the Rotax International Trophy and the ultimate Rotax prize, the Grand Finals Trophy. Big shoes for these little drivers to fill.
Certainly so. 10 minutes. Oh, wow, there. Very wide off the side of the track there. Harris Barber bringing it back onto the track. 10 minutes plus that one lap remaining. And again, now it's simmered down just in this early stages. Now this is where you've got to start to see these finesse drive, like this little movements with the steering wheel, try to get these karts to the end. You've got Albert Farrow there in second place with now a gap of 7/10 from Masiokis, who is breaking away now, and this is where it starts to get tricky. Garrett there back into third place. They really need to push each other along here. Now, they do get the slipstream, they do get the toe, they get the draft, but can they close that gap up? I'm going to keep an eye on it. 7/10 per second. They'll cut the timing being down towards hairpin 1. I've got a feeling that gap is extending, though, and it is.
It is by a 10th. Jack Monaghan, great point. Benedictus Masiokis, he's got an English and Lithuanian heritage. He sounds like he's from Gladiator. My name is Benedictus Masiokis, driver of fast wagons, wearer of great crash helmets.
Yes. My Roman name is Antonius Decimus Meridius.
My name is Henry Idius Maximus.
Idiots Maximus.
Idiots Maximus. Here we go. Spots of rain in the air. Farrow and Garrett trying to close down the leader. And look at, we said it earlier, the wild card. One of the 2 wild cards in this race. Ansel Murray is up to 9th. But look at the number 62. Dimitar Uzanov is closing in on the second place battle. Benedictus, you gotta try and run and hide, Benedictus, because the cavalry are forming up and will soon be on their way to you.
If Uzanov can get to the front of this train here, I reckon he will bring each and every one of these drivers along.
Slippery, slippery.
It's getting a little bit slippery, yes. Yellow flags are out. One driver has fully rotated there. But is the rain starting to pitter-patter down on the track, Henry?
But judging by the fact that so many drivers ran wide there, and I think it is starting to get a little bit slippery. We've got 8 minutes to go. This is a huge test for these drivers. Let's remind you, if you're new to karting, Micromax, 8, 9 and 10 years old. Charlie Page has fought back. New fastest lap. He's up to 16th. Dian Pahal is 15th. Chloe McGill is 13th. And the slippery surface flag is out. Now it's time to hold your breath, ladies and gentlemen. Why do we talk about these youngsters like they're adults? Well, you're about to see why, because of the skill level they possess.
Certainly do, and we'll keep an eye on all of these gaps, because again, Masiokis leads the way, but that gap is still extensive. Now 2.1 seconds, but he's the guinea pig going into all the corners, and you're starting to see some drivers. Yeah, they're running a little bit wide there. That was Uzanov who ran wide, so he's dropped back a little bit in this pack. So again, when you see those flags, you see the drops of rain on your visor, it starts to make a driver second guess themselves of where they need to start to squeeze that brake pedal.
Great drive from the Strawberry Racing number 12 of Harris Barber. Ralph Martin in the number 32, losing a position there to Dimitar Uzanov, who has dropped back a little bit, but now is trying to fight his way back towards the front. But Benedictus Masiokis is controlling things. 6 minutes to go. We're at half distance. He's got a lead of nearly 3 seconds. All you do now is focus at apex after apex after apex, breaking point after breaking point after breaking point. It's now Benedictus's race to lose.
Certainly is. Eyes on this, and again, drivers just taking that normal line in towards hairpin 1, but Albert Farrow experimenting there with the racing line. Now you see there with the hand gesture, Harris Barber just saying, come on, let's go. Albert Farrow has given that as a sign of overtake me, and that's what he's just done. He's got through past hairpin number 2, and he's into second place. All the meanwhile, Masiokis with that first place. That's the only one they care about in this race, is another 3.3 seconds further up the road.
Yeah, he is so far in front now that even with these group of drivers working together, 5 minutes to go, yeah, like I said, you know, this is now in the hands of Benedictus Masiokis. Garrett, family watching from Barbados, runs in 4th. Last year he finished this race in 3rd. Can he make it 2 podiums in 2 years in this class? Charlie Page, meanwhile, last year's runner-up is up to P12. Dean Pahal is up to P10. Chloe McGill is 15th. And side by side, Barber and Pharaoh, I think they might have decided Benedictus has gone, so all we can do is fight over the scraps. Well, Ayrton Senna made his name for being a wet weather maestro. When the grip went down, Senna, his speed went up. Benedictus wears the crash helmet colours of the late great Formula One triple champion. And in these very treacherous conditions, it's not really, but the track is slippy. Look at the lap times. They're 3 seconds off earlier. So they're tiptoeing around 3 seconds off the pace, and the gap just continues to grow and grow and grow.
I mean, if it can get over 5 seconds, Masiokis could get away with a penalty out there as well. If he gets a 5 second for anything, I don't know what it would be for, because he's done nothing wrong. He's been exemplary this race. But, you know, he would still be in a really safe spot. Every single overtake and lunge you see here just gives him each more times. And now you're seeing this. Ralph Martin gets up into third place and is starting to push forward now. They're all nice and close in here, and I'm really impressed with Dean Pahal here, Henry.
And Charlie Page.
And Charlie Page as well. 9th and 10th place for them. They are back in this fight and could still be on the podium.
Yeah, they've got Sebastian Crawford behind them, but now again they're tiptoeing through here. There is Pahal in the number 23 kart. There is Page in the number 33. Now Page has been given a 5 second penalty. Pahal is under investigation by the stewards. Obviously Pahal under investigation for the incident on the banking on lap number 1. Page, I'm not sure what the penalty was for, but they've both been kicking themselves there because they've caught the chasing pack. The problem is, though, their incident here on lap number 1 gave Benedictus Masiokis the lead. There's Dean Pahal up on the curb, and Benedictus, say never look a gift horse in the mouth. He just went, okay, thanks very much. The Red Sea's parted and Benedictus has disappeared. 5.5 seconds up the road. Ralph Martin, a history-making driver in his own right. The first driver of any kind in British motorsport to win an official Motorsport UK British Championship in an electric-powered vehicle. Last year's Mighty Bambino champion is up into P2 ahead of Harris Barber. So, Strawberry Racing second and third, and that'll keep Mark Baines happy. And I've got to say, Mark Baines needs something to keep himself happy, because his son Jordan went and got married in the week. Didn't invite mum or dad. Just phoned him and said, oh, yeah, by the way, mum, dad, I got married earlier. Thanks. Thanks for the invite, Jordan.
Well, consolation's happening here. Charlie Page trying to get past Alfie Garrett, and, Garrett not happy about that, throwing his arms up in protest. However, Page is on a recovery drive here, so you can imagine will go for any given overtake he can. I'm just jaw-dropped about this gap we've got from Masiokis right here. 6.3 seconds. He's exiting hairpin 2 as these drivers exit hairpin 1. There he goes, right past the screenshot there. It's just such a lead he got. There he is, into the all by himself. Not a drama in the world. He is just dialed in. That is tunnel vision at its finest.
The last time SFR Motorsport as a team competed in the British Championship, this class did not exist. 2022, at the end of 2022, they raced in Honda Cadet, and that's when SFR Motorsport sort of was put on pause, and Nathan Rawlings came over to run the junior arm of the Strawberry Racing team. He's now decided he wants to go back to his own thing again, and in his first big race back, Benedictus Masiokis, who made his name in Honda racing last year, is just a stunning drive. But what could have been, because Dean Pahal and Charlie Page have gone from first and second to last and last but one, and now they've driven all the way back through the field. If this was the lead battle, then it would be amazing. But of course, they would be up there with Benedictus. So Pahal and Page have passed virtually the entire field. They might think to themselves, oh, have I won the race? No, because Benedictus Masiokis has put on a clinic.
Certainly has. Timer strikes 0. Last lap board's out this time, and Dean Bahal gets back up into second place. You know what? When he said there will most definitely be overtakes in this race, I don't think he imagined it would have been from the back of the grid after a spin on the opening lap, but he certainly delivered it back. He's into second place on the final lap of this race. I've got a feeling he might not know that Masiokis is so much further up the road, but
he will.
He'll know that.
Dean's a smart lad. He'll be thinking to himself, "Where's the Ayrton Senna crash helmet gone?"
But right now he's there in second place. He's defending that second place on this final lap. Albert Farrow, Harris Barber, Charlie Page. Charlie Page right there as well, has still a chance of getting on this podium still, but all of them have done a brilliant job here. But Henry, what can we say? This young man here has delivered.
Benedictus Masiokis comes into the Mike Wilson complex. He took the lead on the second corner and has not looked back. Congratulations. The Lithuanian flag flies at the top of the British Open field. And who's going to take second? Well, Dean Bahal, the Sikh symbol of strength as he crosses the line there. He is second. I wonder if he thinks he's won the race. The winning margin, nearly 8 seconds. Well done.
In Micromax, that is unheard of for Benedictus Masiokis there. That is an exemplary drive, and I can imagine for that young Lithuanian, this season is going to be one to watch for him.
Being corrected. Kirsty. Yeah, of course. When Micromax did some qualifying rounds in 2022, they won those as well. But they weren't official British Championship rounds.
Yeah.
As an official British Championship class,
yes,
Micromax didn't exist last time SFR racing. I mean, I'm just making excuses for myself here. Thank you, Kirsty. There is a look at the finish goals. Do you know what? 23 drivers started that race. 23 drivers finished. Oh, look at that. The thumbs up to Harris Barber. He takes third. Benedictus. Dean Bahal coming in, and now he's thinking, did I win? Did I win? The realisation that he got second.
I think he is second. He's happy with second.
And he should be happy with second as Dean continues to break his own boundaries within the Sikh community, trying to get more Sikh drivers into this sport and be a flag bearer for, everybody. Everyone who is a Sikh. Oh, well, Benedictus has escaped. Benedictus. No, it's the other way. You've got it.
You're on the podium.
There's a 1, 2, 3.
Yes.
No, there we go. Dean does know he's second. He's happened. Benedictus is thinking, well, he's never won a race this big. There goes Dean, off to have a big hug from his family. Love that. He made a mistake at the start. He went from last back to second, and there's a happy, smiling face. He's the one that said it was going to be a most definitely a good race. And there's his dad there. They work really, really hard as a family, as a lot of these families do. It's not just them, but there we go. There we go. Yes, that's what you want. Fist bump. Benedictus, he's going to have to compose himself. Well, and there's Chloe McGill. Chloe McGill finishes 14th. Amelia Nelson still has the record.
Still stands.
For one more race, because we've got Minimax coming up there, and the rest of there's Ansel Murray coming in to the pits. Sportsmanship. In the paddock last night, when we recorded the Paddock Show, Anthony, we get interrupted every once in a while by suddenly a flurry of Micromax drivers all playing hide and seek.
Yes.
Here we go. Right, Nicole Sutherland. Let's have a chat with the happiest man in Grantham, Benedictus Masiokis.
Benedictus, you must be absolutely ecstatic.
Yeah, I am.
Great race, and you just absolutely drove away from the rest of the field. What was it like out there?
When I saw I was pulling away. I was so happy that I could finally use Go play.
When you were driving around out there, did you know that you had done it and that you had won the O plate before the race had even finished?
Yeah.
And Benedictus, I can see your dad behind me. He stood just behind Gary and Tina from Jag, who are going to give you your O plate that you can put on your kart for the rest of the year. How are you going to celebrate later?
I don't know.
Don't know yet. Benedictus, congratulations. We'll let you give your dad another hug and let you grab your O plate. Well done. What a drive from our micro class. Benedictus, just absolutely incredible compared to the rest of the field. Drove off in his own air, no mistakes, fantastic driving. We'll head back up to see some race highlights and then we'll see you once again on our grid.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland down there, and well for Micromax. Blink, you'd have missed it. Bosch, the leaders, the front runners out at the start. However, it was not over. They recovered back, and one of them even makes it back on that podium at the end. And then from this point onwards, Henry, it was a freight train. For Masiokas, drove away, gifted that chance to get into the lead, and that gap extending to just under 8 full seconds. The rest of the battle, though, all kicked off with so many drivers getting into second place.
Yes, indeed. Second place, chopping and changing. Albert Farrow had it at one point. He would eventually finish 5th. Ralph Martin had it at one point. He would eventually finish 6th. Alfie Garrett had it at one point. He would eventually finish 7th. But then the spots of rain, intermittent. Dimitar Uzunov in that black and red number 62, he had his battle. But then out from the back of the picture to the front, the number 23 RCE kart of Dian Pahal, obviously fired up after that earlier incident. Charlie Page, you again can feel quite aggrieved there. He got a penalty, but on the road, Charlie finished in 4th place. So 2 fantastic recovery drives. We didn't quite see that there. That was the number 35 of Dax Farah going off, possibly in the company of the number 87 Harley Brereton. But all eyes, it was a good battle for second position. But that young man there, yeah, don't sleep on Benedictus Masiokas. There are 3 races to go today, ladies and gentlemen. The last 2 races of the day will be for Tillotson T4 Junior and T4 Senior. They are racing for their T4 Nations Cup qualifier. We've got 1 British Open title left to decide. It's Minimax. The drivers, all 36 of them, are down the grid with Nicole Sutherland.
Yes, they are, Henry. And next to me, I've got Edward Haynes, who's starting on P2 alongside Emerson McAndrew Uren. I'm going to speak to Edward. He's sat in the car already, looks focused. Just going to interrupt him to have a quick chat. Edward, you've been on fire this weekend. Some P2s, fastest laps. You've been all over it. Are you feeling good?
Yeah, feeling very confident. I know I can win this race.
You know you can win this race, and we've seen from you minis so far this weekend, it's been very busy out there. There's been so much overtaking. We've seen lots of overtakes coming from the outside. Do you think it's going to be more of the same in this final?
Yeah, it'll probably be more of a scrap.
A bit of a scrap. And it's looking a bit dark out here. We've seen spots of rain so far for the other finals. Would you like a bit of rain out there? Would you like it to stay dry?
Is what it is.
Is what it is. Good luck to you, Edward. We'll stand up and head over then to Emerson, who's starting alongside Edward. Emerson, equally so, has looked so strong throughout this weekend. We've seen on social media that Emerson's been showing us some round the outside moves through the hairpins. I think I've seen 2 from him so far this weekend. We've got some last minute tyre pressure adjustments being made by the mechanic. Now I'm going to get in the way. Feeling good?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty confident coming into this race with the P1 earlier.
And just a minute ago, before you jumped in the car, I saw you on the side of the track talking to Matthew Higgins, who competes in the senior class and got a P2. I know he's your driver coach. Are you allowed to tell me what Matt said to you ahead of this race?
Probably not.
Is that just because you don't want your competitors to hear?
Yeah, mainly.
And it's looking a bit dark out here. I just asked Edward the same question, but would you like a bit of rain or do you want it to stay dry?
I don't mind because we're fast in all conditions.
Whistle has blown then. Emerson, good luck. To the rest of our minis, good luck. We'll head up into the box then for this mini Rotax race. But before, let's hear from our championship partners.
Here at Demon Tweaks, you probably know us for our massive kartwear range. We've got everything from suits, boots, gloves and helmets from the biggest brands in the business. But we are so much more than that, because if you're looking for kart parts, well, we've got you covered too. We've got everything from Rotax parts, sprockets and chains, discs and pads, data loggers and dashers, fuel tanks, steering wheels, bead breakers, and loads more. But of course, it doesn't just stop at the track, and if you're looking to build your skills in the sim, then we've got everything you're going to need to build the ultimate rig. So whether you're just getting started or you're already at the top of your game, Demon Tweaks has got you.
It's the last Opel 8 of the weekend, and here's how they'll line up. Emerson McCadrick-Urin and Edward Haynes on row number 1, Joshua Griffin and Leo Livings on row 2, Max Jolly and Austin Gibson on row 3 with Riley Murrow, and Tom Reed rounding out the top 8 on row 4. Ryan White and Joshua Cook go from row 5. They'll have Max Wheatley and Sebastian Behrman on row 6. Josh Gormack and Alfie Mayer go from row number 7. Harry Radcliffe and James Roots go from row 8. They'll have Benjamin Lunn and Sebastian Clark on row 9. Theo Bradshaw and Jensen Walker round out the top 20 on row 10.
Aidan Hammond and Logan Rolfe are up next, following Max Gilman and Ollie Thompson. Gilman having issues getting his kart off the line. There's Luke Millward, Soren Gallagher, Arthur Farrow and Alfie Ward. Oliver Spencer, Maria Roberto, Jack Fulbrook-Harmer and Lucian Smith. The final drivers, Austin Oman, Thomas Jackson, Alessandro Salas and Esme Rosie. Max Gilman will start from the back. Archie Kitchen, Harry Linden, Blake Ticehurst, Scott Marsh, Oliver Bieski and Finley Lines have won this title before. Who is going to be next? It's a false start. Drivers in the barriers, and that was the number 31 and the number 38. So Luke Millward, well, Luke Millward's already put a dent in one of the barriers. He tried it again, but luckily all those drivers will be able to continue.
I've got to say, fair play to Dan Ashton out on
All
track.
through
He
the trainers.
hopped, skipped and jumped over a Minimax kart there to avoid a moment.
Can we see a replay of the greatest feat of athleticism I have ever seen? It's all down to the trainers. Ladies and gentlemen, watch and marvel as we show you a true athlete in action. And there he... look at that, over the barriers. I mean, talk about 110-metre hurdles. Dan Ashton, what a true athlete and a legend. Now,
I think
that will go down in the folklore of karting history.
I think that's the fastest I've ever seen him move.
Well, no, when the dinner bell rings, you can get a quick bit of pace on as well, but there we are.
Right, well, good stuff. Probably not the start they will have wanted, sorry, Dan. But great reactions from him. Right, are we going this time around? Last O-plate of the weekend. We are green and racing down into turn 1. And Edward Haynes got the jump there, but it's Emerson McCandrew-Urin who'll get the whole shot through the Bruno Ferrari S's for the first time. Up the hill, though, go, and you'll see Joshua Griffin now into second place. He's had a good start as well. He's up into P2. As again, I see the spots of rain, Henry, on those cameras. It's daunting.
Yes, indeed. Last year, Emerson McCandrew-Urin at 6th in this event.
Oh,
Edward Haynes 7th, and they're going off. McCandrew-Urin, they're all going off. Urin's in the barriers in the number 3 kart. 3 of the drivers, the 44.
It's raining.
The 12.
It is raining hard.
Max Wheatley is gone. Lucian Smith has gone. There's a Hunter Motorsport kart leading the race. The slippery surface flag goes out. Max Jolly leads on his debut for Strawberry Racing. Haynes in the number 7 plate kart. He finished 7th in the British Championship last year, 7th in the O plate last year. He's looking good. It's Tiptoe. There's the number 9 kart, and that is Josh Cormack. Now, if there's a driver that knows how to win on the wrong tyres in the rain, it can be Josh Cormack. He chose the right tyres a couple of years ago at Gladagorse and lapped the field. What can the driver from Falkirk do?
Well, let's find out, but that was an explosive first opening lap. There are yellows at turn 1 as well as drivers going on the grass, but they're all back on the straight and narrow. Now it looks like everyone's got going again from that incident at hairpin 1, but crucially the drivers who really lost out on that one, Lucian Smith, Max Wheatley, Emerson McAndrew, Riley Murrow, Sebastian Behrman, you had Jensen Walker and Sebastian Clark. They all lost out on that opening lap.
Alfie May goes for a spin in the number 15 SFR Motorsport kart. And Tom Reed came across the line in first place, but I think Tom Reed
He's
might
not
have
there
been
anymore.
No, that might have been the SFR car that went for a spin. So Reed, he led into this lap and then spun, so Max Jolly goes back to the top of the order. Leo Livings in second, and there's Griffin and May battling over third position, and they both allow Josh Cormack through into P3. This is where the race directors and the stewards earn their crust.
They certainly do.
That's how slippery it is. Perfectly executed 360 from Aidan Hammond. But that was, he just tiptoed on the power, the global karting, and there's someone going up under the bridge. That is an SFR kart. Is that May or is it Reed?
I'm not too sure. We will have to wait until our timing screen updates there, Henry. But so much drama is happening. Yellow flags are still out. The slippery surface flags, they're still being shown as well. As it going into the corners here.
May's out.
Yeah, he is. He's tumbling down the order. The 15 goes no further in this race. And I did see a lot of sparks come off some of the karts as well as they were going through the Mike Wilson complex. They may have knocked a chain or broken a sprocket or something like that, but it just showcases how treacherous it is out there. Here is that, is that spin in the background? Yeah, lights it up on the white paint.
Oh.
What a recovery, though. I can imagine new race suit needed.
Yes. In karting parlance, that is what we call a code brown, ladies and gentlemen. Now, talk about drivers going the right way. Alfie Ward, Theo Bradshaw up to P6. Alfie Ward from 28th to 8th. Oliver Spencer from 29th to 9th. And Maria Roberto from 30th into the top 10.
Amelia Nilsson, watch out because you could lose just. That's
Tom Reed spinning, coming off the bridge.
And that's a big curb there, isn't it?
Yes.
And that's probably one of the curbs you want to avoid. There's more drama there. That's one of the Craft Motorsport karts going wide. Now, who
that's
was
the 8-plate of Thomas Jackson.
It is, yeah.
That's the 8-plate of Thomas Jackson. Now, let's look for the Alice in Wonderland crash helmet. It's pink and purple. She's got the Cheshire Cat on that. Oh, that is Sebastian Behrman out of the race. But the Cheshire Cat is grinning because Maria Roberto has cracked the top 10. Here's the lead battle. Leo Livings in the 77. I'm trying to look back. And Max Jolly, Jolly finished 8th in this event last year as a Micromax driver. He's got a huge online following and they're going to be cheering and shouting as they cross line. He's got people from the Philippines watching as Max Jolly. I don't know if it's family, it's just people that support his social media. Here's a driver making a name for himself online and on the track. What about Leo Livings though? And up into third place comes Austin Gibson.
Austin Gibson has had a fantastic drive on this one. Fastest lap of the race as well. He's got into second place already. Leo Livings through the banking, just lost the back end, lost all his momentum up the hill, just showcasing how slippery it is out there, and all the way through, these drivers just moving up thick and fast. Change now for the lead. It's Gibson in P1, but for how much longer? Back through goes the two KR Sport drivers, Leo Livings and Josh Cormack, 1-2.
Up into P5 comes Theo Bradshaw. Oh no, the Cookie Monster is out. It will be no repeat for last year's Micromax champion. Look at Theo Bradshaw in P5. He's closing in as well in that white liveried machine. Benjamin Lawn. Great drive for the number 85 global karting entry, Benjamin Lawn. He's had a learning weekend in lots of ways as Benjamin this weekend, and he's now learning how to come and try and get a podium in the British Open. Tom Reed 7th, Edward Haynes 8th, Oliver Spencer 9th, and Maria Roberto still in 10th. New leader, Austin Gibson.
Back through he goes. Here comes Ozzy as he pushes his way through, digging deep. You can see how much this means to him in these sort of conditions. It's not just a case of you're fine, you're quick on slicks on a dry track. He's quick on slicks on a wet track, and he's battling right to the ragged edge here, and you can see how much it means to them. Just taking that wider line. You can see Leo Livings just holding that tighter line, but you've got to remember that the track is evolving constantly as this race goes on. If the rain stops, it gets drier. The dry racing line is the faster place you want to be, and there you can see just on the exit, it's still so slippy again. Sparks coming out from underneath. We wait as they whiz through underneath the Litchfield Bridge as they go through onto the banking. This is where drivers have been struggling the most. Up the hill here, no such drama this time around.
We saw Sebastian Behrman retire from the race earlier. Nicole Sutherland, have you got any more information on that for us?
Yes, I do, Henry. I'm down in Parc Ferme, and I overheard his dad, John, say that he thinks it's probably the spark plug. The kart just had no go. It wouldn't fire up.
Oh, that's a shame for Sebastian Behrman, who Sebastian won last year's British GP plate in Micro Max, but we've got some new names. Well, Austin Gibson, he's not a new name in the British Championship, but he normally races in the Army and the Water Swift classes. What a debut for the Sam Pollitt Racing team here, and what a debut for Rotax. Sam Pollitt Racing, well, their best O-plate results in their history, a second and a third last year in juniors for William Antrobus and Lewis Goff. Could they go one better? What about the KR Sport drivers trying to make it, another win? Oliver Mieski won this event in Minimax in 2023 for the KR Sport team. They've got Leo Livings and Josh Cormack sitting in second and third. Jolly is fourth. Bradshaw, Lawn, the rest are a long way back. It's a four-way battle. 3 minutes to go, and we've got a new leader. Josh Cormack, almost Leo Livings, teetering on the brink of disaster, but still Gibson holds the advantage. He's gone off. Gibson's off, and Jolly takes the lead.
Again, it's the rain again. It's starting to come down. They got comfortable on a slightly drying circuit, and now that rain falls once more, and the grip level once again disappears. Now these drivers really need to dictate. And look at this, Max Jolly. He's gone. He's got this in the bag. 2.5 minutes left to go. Look how much rain is falling now. But again, he's the guinea pig in towards turn one. He's the guinea pig into the banking. We have seen drivers struggle in the lead when you look back off the bridge, but right now with the clear track, we're seeing a similar story on what we saw in Micromax.
Yes, indeed. There's Livings taking a very different line to everybody else. Hasn't quite worked. Cormac struggling. Gibson struggling. They're signaling to the okay, let's work together, and they got to go. 2 minutes to go. Hard on the brakes. Oh, they've gone off at turn number one, at the first hairpin rather, and they somehow scramble back online, but that has given Jolly. Jolly's still got a tiptoe round. But let's look back. Oliver Spencer is now 7th. Haynes is 6th. Griffin 8th. Ben Lawn 9th. Roots is 10th. Oman from 33rd to 11th. Then it's Pharaoh. Roberto's dropped to 13th. Reed, Ward, Radcliffe, Murrow, Mir, White and Clark, the top 20.
Change
Cormac.
for the lead. Yeah, Cormac in the lead. Got the switch over at Bobby Game Corner as these two literally have no traction out on the circuit. It is pouring down with rain. The slippery surface flags are very much out for the entire circuit as these drivers will be tiptoeing all the way around. Now there's a kart right in front of them now going through the corner. You can see there's more drivers just struggling to get temperature in the tyres. There is the number 15 that's rotating right nearer the back end. Yeah, Alfie Mayer, who was right up near the sharp end earlier on. And look at this now, no traction. There's Max Jolly. He's into second place, but he almost lost it.
Yes, indeed, 30 seconds to go. They're travelling so slowly, they will almost certainly get the last lap. Oh, there's Jolly at the inside, but no. Cormac taking the high line. There is another KR Sport kart that has gone up. That's Oliver Spencer undoing some of the good work that he's done. He gained 23 places. Look at Gibson trying to close off. What a pass from Gibson. That was superb. Oh, no! Cormac loses the braking. Cormac spins it and cannons into Gibson. Cormac locks it up. Oh, Gibson's going to be spitting feathers, but Cormac, you could just see there was nothing. It's teeming down, ladies and gentlemen. Jolly leads. Look at his nose cone, though. Look at Max Jolly's nose cone. There's a very big divot in that nose cone. Cormac second. Theo Bradshaw is in the mix now. The last lap board is out, but this last lap is going to be one of the slowest yet most dramatic any of us will ever see. Oh, it's absolutely pelting down. These Minimax drivers, 10, 11 years old. Who are we going to get across the line first?
Well, let's find out. Max Jolly just needs to tiptoe this wagon around the lap. One miscalculation on the brakes, too much wheels on the curbs, a white line, a bit of grass could end your O-plate hopes. Over the bridge they go, and it's just a fine line between perfection and disaster here for KR Sport. Their two pilots in second and third of Cormac and Livings need to push through, but he's completely misjudged the braking, has Josh Cormac, and he's gonna tumble down the order. Now, does this give Theo Bradshaw a chance of getting on that podium? I think it might do. But for Max Jolly here, Henry, he has delivered some ups and downs over the course of this weekend, but right now in the final where it really matters, he's delivered an exemplary performance.
He has indeed. Max Jolly, he's not home yet. He's tiptoeing, he's got to stay off those curbs, Max. They are like ice. Cormac and Livings dispute second place. Max Jolly has only got to tiptoe round two more corners. The teammates go at it again. Bradshaw's going to be on the podium. But Max Jolly, stay off those white lines, Max.
Keep the hands on the wheel until you're over the line. Oh.
Now you can celebrate. Now you can celebrate for the Strawberry Racing team. Well, Austin Oman in the barriers, but he's okay. And look at them crawling across the line. It has been a war of attrition. It has tested these drivers, but when Max Jolly's tens of thousands of social media followers look into Instagram and TikTok at his latest post, they will see him proudly saying, "This is the day I became British Open champion."
Absolutely superb there for the Strawberry Racing team and Max Jolly. What a drive that was in the up and down conditions there. I didn't think it was going to go that bad with the rain, Henry, but how wrong we were. It went from dry to wet over the course of just a handful of laps.
I got to say, I'm not surprised that the race didn't get red flagged. There would be many occasions where that race could have been red flags. It's a credit to the drivers. Yes, there were spins, there were incidents, but those drivers earned every single moment of that. The only question is that nose cone. We will see very shortly Max Jolly's reaction.
Wow.
Has Max Jolly got a nose cone penalty? Let's have a look. He's waiting. Here comes the official. He waits. He waits to see.
Well,
maybe he's already passed the nose cone test. Yes, there's a smile. There we go. Oh, Josh Cormack finishes 4th on the road. Leo Livings, what a drive from that young man. Leo Livings, well done, finishing in P2. And Theo Bradshaw for the Luke Christie Racing team rounds out the podium. Frustration for Cormack. And he gets a hug there, but it's not going to... Josh Griffin, there we go, his fellow Scotsman. Do you know what? Last year, that from Josh Griffin's point of view, how have these young men grown? Last year, Josh Griffin at the Oak Plate was... he behaved not how Josh Griffin... And he admitted that. He had a moment of madness, while being lapped and trying to take out Finley Lyons, who was leading the race. We can say that now. Look at the way that young man, Josh Griffin, has grown. He's now, hey, I didn't win, but hey, let's comfort a driver. Let's try and prevent that driver from having another driver moment of madness. That is what I love to see, these young men and women growing, not just as drivers, but as human beings and as sportsmen. Here's a moment. All the Strawberry Racing team and a few more as well there. There's Mark Baines. He's happier now than he was the last time Sheffield Wednesday won a football match. And that's saying something.
Oh, dear me. You can imagine that relief, can't you, from a driver. Just the ups and downs in that one, but all the way throughout. Nicole Sutherland's there. I'm sure they'll be chatting very, very soon. But Nicole, just down there, that is a great race. Not only it was a fantastic fight, but in wet conditions as well on slicks. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
Absolutely brilliant indeed, Anthony. Max, here he is. He's just taken his helmet off. You must be ecstatic. Tell me about it.
Yeah, so the first few laps I was like, oh no, I'm getting dropped. And then when it started to rain, I was like, yeah, I've got a chance. And then yeah, I won, yeah.
You absolutely did. And when the rain was coming down, how difficult was it out there?
It was really difficult, but you had to hold the brake on the curbs, but I'm drenched, so.
And I saw you ran over and gave Jordan, your mechanic, a massive hug, straight over to the Strawberry Racing team. Have you got anybody else you'd like to say thank you to?
My mum, my dad, my sister, my mechanic Jordan, Strawberry Team Racing, Cream Racing Engines for all the waft, and yeah.
And of course, Max, you've moved over from the Hunter Motorsport team to Strawberry. Your first big race in the UK with them this year. A massive win. Tina and Gary from Jag are going to give you that O-plate. Congratulations. How are you going to celebrate?
I actually don't know. Just high fives and maybe a McDonald's when I go home. Yeah.
High fives and a McFlurry. Congratulations, Max.
Yeah, thank you.
There he is then, your mini winner. Gary's got his O-plate there for him. What a drive from Max Jolly. We'll head back up then to hear some replays from that race, and then we'll see you on the grid for our Tillotsons.
Well, let's have a look at those highlights, because right at the start here, well, at the first beginning part, it was absolutely fine and dry. No drama here through the banking. You saw the pitter-patter of the rain on the camera lenses, and then into hairpin one. That's where it all went wrong for the field, and for Emerson McAndrew-Urin, he was out of the race. He did recover back to 21st in the end of that one, but the pole sitter losing out on his hopes for an O-plate in the early stages. Then you had the dramas from behind as well. Tom Reed getting the lead, a mistake on that curve with the wet conditions and the rain starting to fall, just falling back in the order. Then you saw, of course, the likes of Edward Haynes he would push himself forward. He would miss the chicane a little bit there into the Mike Wilson complex and rejoin the circuit. I suspect he may get called out for that one a little bit later on. He did finish that race in P5. You did see those other moments there as well with some of the global karting drivers going for a slight rotation on the start-finish line. Then the almighty battle at the front here. Josh Cormack for moments in the lead of the race, and then you just see going into the hairpins, the running wides here, the driver sending it down the inside. There you could see Austin Gibson, a brilliant drive for him, but then Disaster struck there. Cormack into the back of Gibson at hairpin 2, sending them both into a spin, and then again Cormack into the thing. He had such a dramatic race in this one, and it didn't go all the way to the end on that one. To the line, heart in mouth moment here. We were saying, oh, Max, keep your hands on the wheels, purely because we've seen drivers spin on those lines. But nevertheless, the O plates are done. Henry will be back in the box later on. For myself, it will be Anthony Jordan and Jake Peach in the box as Tillotson T4 Jr. gets ready for their final. Green flag waves on the grid as they make their way out onto the track, and it starts with Ralphie Branscombe on pole position. They'll have Tysius alongside Thomas Harper and Frennick Hesse on row 2. They'll have the likes of Harry Gardner and Wesley Berriton on row number 3. Ben O'Keefe and Ronnie Legg on row 4. Harry Ward and Samuel Harris round out the 10-kart field. For Tillotson T4 Junior, this is their final for the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup qualifier here at PF International. Jake Peach in the commentary box with me now. Jake,
I'm still catching my breath from the last race.
They've been pretty hectic, haven't they? And now for Tillotson, it's all down to them now. 10 drivers for the final, a qualifier for the Nations Cup, and it's a slightly damp, greasy circuit.
Yeah, they don't want to take any chances, of course. Not going to start on the slicks. They've gone on to those wet tyres to try and give them a bit of extra grip as we go around this PF International circuit. But, of course, only the 10 runners in this race. So quite interesting to see with the smaller grid how that's going to play out. Are they all going to be close together? Are we going to see Ralphie Branscombe break out at the front and build a lead like he did in a couple of the heats? It will soon to find out here as we get ready for this T4 Junior final to qualify for the Nations Cup event later this year.
Yes, indeed. Ralphie Branscombe, of course, a well-known name in the British Kart Championships in the Honda Cadet classes, moving to Tillotson T4 Junior. Big jump for him in terms of the size of the karts themselves as they get themselves into the tram lines. We are racing for the final in T4 Junior. Hold your breath. In towards turn 1, there is a rotation in the back. Round and round and round it goes. It is Ben O'Keefe who brings it back on the straight and narrow, albeit, I can imagine, slightly dizzy now after that, what was it, 360 and the rest.
Yeah, I can't imagine that's going to be the last spin we see in this race, but who knows? It's very difficult, damp conditions out there, as now we see a challenge from the 96 of Ralphie Branscombe trying to take the lead back off of Thomas Harper. A nice skirmish going on there as we approach hairpin 1, but still very tricky down into that braking zone with the one with the more grip here at PF International. This second one here, a bit more greasy, a bit of a slightly tighter line as they're trying to come out here into this end of the second sector and up to the third sector. But it looks like Ralphie has managed to retain that lead and get a bit of stability going into this third and final sector, if you can call it that out there at the moment.
Well, I think stability is, yes, few and far between, because they're running wide out of the Fullerton S's there. For Ralph Branscombe, you're seeing these different racing lines there. That's an unfortunate moment from there. He got onto that curb, and then, of course, because the bottom of the cuts are so low, he just grinded along like a skateboard on a skate ramp there until it came back on the circuit. Lost a little bit of time there, but still in control at the front of this one. Thomas Harper still there in second place as they head back towards the start-finish line. It is Branscombe from Harper. Hurst is there as well. Hevesi is still there in P4 from Gardner. Harris from Berriton. O'Keefe from leg. Well, it's Harry Ward who's got up into 7th place now as it all updates on the screen. This is an important moment now, and you're really seeing from these drivers the different racing lines that you're seeing here. You're seeing drivers taking the traditional wet racing line. Branscombe there demonstrating. Then you see Harper, who sees that enticing gap down the inside because the driver's gone wide, thinking that I can go for the move here, and then realising that, oh wait, it's not going to turn, and then you get moments like this as down the inside, Tysus is going to fight back as he goes wheel to wheel with Harper now in towards hairpin number 2. Are they going to come out of the corner unscathed? The answer to that is yes, albeit still a little bit side by side, but it looks like they've sorted it out, and you can see the direction changes there of just hitting the brakes, that initial tap of the brakes, and the car going sideways, trying to correct it. It's so slippy out there.
Well, whenever you go to arrive and drive, you never tap on straight away, as we see a bit of a lunge there from Thomas Harper, looking up the inside of Ralphie Branscombe, but not making that stick there. But yeah, of course, when you hit the brakes, particularly in these conditions, you have to be so light on that brake pedal. But the gradual, cadence braking, coming off of the pedal as gradually as you can, and then back onto the throttle as you dare in these very damp conditions here at PF International. And everyone making use of that runoff there and the start-finish straight, maybe not gaining some lap time from it, but really trying to wrestle that kart through as they come up through now, as we see on our screen, to the bowl section and onto the Litchfield Bridge, which I think they've got to be even more careful here when they're going over right into this very tight left-hander here, and not get on this grass too much, because that could be very costly and lethal in these kind of conditions.
Well, the curbs over the Litchfield Bridge are very, very big, and you don't really want to hit them. You can't really grab onto them like you can through the Terry Fullerton S's. A lot of white line there for Thomas Harper in the braking zone. You just see how quickly he lost the back end. I say the same as well for the likes of Frederick in the background and Havesi off the circuit. And round is the 77. You saw him as he exited out of the final corner. He hitted the helmet there. He was saying, come on, do better, do better. But he's just having those micro moments out on circuit. It's so easily done. And there as well for Titus as well, out of 2nd place. He's lost out on P2 here. And it just shows how tricky it is on circuit. They are all struggling to find the traction. It is those worst sort of conditions for wet tyres. These tyres work best when it's pouring down with rain and there's so much standing water out there that it disperses the water out the tyre, puts the rubber down on the tarmac. They don't have that here. It's just a greasy layer. These tyres aren't really doing anything. That some would say they're probably better off on slicks, but yeah. But it's really tricky conditions.
Very tight on the cutoff, isn't it? And
it is.
It's trying to get the tyre to get that purchase, but as you say, there's not enough water to go through the grooves to maybe keep the tyres at a good temperature, and then of course they're all balancing, trying to keep the heat in the tyres, but also keep them in a good condition, because all these spins they're having can't be doing any good for them either. No, exactly that. Of course, with wet tyres, they're always a softer compound to help with getting the temperature in the tyres, and that's why when you see a dry track on a wet tyre, how quickly that wet tyre disintegrates on a dry track. It isn't dry, it is still a wet circuit, that is 100% the fact, but you are seeing those dry patches now start to appear. The clouds are lightening up as well, just a little bit, so it's all opening up a little bit more. 6.5 minutes left to go of the session, and this is the battle for P4 right now. Harry Gardner up into P4, and just again showcasing that defensive line, but Paddock down the inside, and again that's just that enticing inside line that you see. You think the grip level's going to be there, and it isn't. And you find out, and it's so tempting, isn't it? Of course, they're in the final, and they're wanting to give it their all to get to this event in Valencia later this year. But of course, you've got to get the judgment absolutely 100% spot on. Otherwise, you're going to end up, possibly taking out one of your colleagues out on the track, or even yourself coming out worse there, as we saw from Ferenc Havesi, who's now in 6th position. Running down the field for you, Branscombe, Harper, Tay Schweist, followed by Harry Gardner in 4th, Samuel Harris in 5th, Ferenc Havesi, Harry Ward, Wesley Berriton, Ben O'Keefe and Ronnie Legg in your P10 at the moment. And right here we're witnessing the battle between 2nd and 3rd. Thomas Harper just keeping Tay Schweist honest at the moment as we go between the two hairpins here. again, in this kind of racing, though, those gaps take longer to close up, so it's really invaluable when Teichhuis is right up the backside of Thomas Harper, right on his gearbox here, to take the opportunity and using a lot of the curb there to take second position. Teichhuis out in front now.
Well, this is what we were saying about the Terry Fullerton S's there. The curbs are more inviting for the driver. The same in towards Bobby Game Corner. That's where you see that slightly tighter line there. When you get into the Mike Wilson complex, the outer line works better. So you're constantly evolving through the lap of where you're positioning the kart. Sometimes you're clipping that curb on the inside there on the exit and into Pitts Bend. A lot of that inside curb just hooks it round and you can get on the power sooner rather than later. But for these drivers, they've had that opportunity to get onto these wet tyres now to really showcase what they've got. They've not had to struggle with a wet track on slicks.
And as you've been pointing out today, Anthony, the track is going to be evolving all the time, as we haven't had any rainfall for a considerable foreseeable future, but really giving it some there, Teichhuis. They're constantly fighting the car, every position.
And that, again, is that big curb on the bridge. And for Thomas Harper, a lot of oversteer there onto the Litchfield Bridge, and he's lost out on a lot of time there.
Look how wide we're seeing these lines from Teichhuis and trying to get that run onto the straight.
Well, again, the way it works, and me and Henry have said this for eons of kart racing, where it's like basically you've got kitchen gloves, and when they're dry, they're very grippy. But when you've got wet kitchen gloves and you try to rub your hands together, it's very slippy. So that's why when you're on the racing line, you don't want the rubber touching the rubber that's on the circuit. You would come off the racing line into the dirty part of the track, and that's where the traction is. You have to chop and change again for different corners because you can see that sheen through the corner there, perfectly demonstrated. And again, the nice lunge down the inside.
Works this time.
Back through. Yeah, again, work this time around. But again, that's because the track is evolving lap by lap. It gets just that fraction drier here and there, and that's where you can start to get that confidence level back up. But we always say it, if you're at the front of the field or anything, or there's no one in front of you for a long while, you are the guinea pig going into these corners.
Well, we can see, Ralphie Branscombe building out a 9-second lead now, which is incredibly impressive. We saw the same thing in the Rotax, of course, claiming that victory there. But, a great lead out in front.
He's going through hairpin number 1 currently. Second place is heading towards hairpin number 1 and has got there now. That's how big that lead gap is for Ralphie Branscombe. And like you say, if he can get it to a 10-second gap, he will find himself, if he got 2 penalties in a race, he would still be clear. There is Branscombe. We've not said much about him over the course of this race. 10th start for him. Did lose the lead in the early stages of it, but the pole sitter has delivered over the course of this weekend with those ups and downs. But right now, looking at the kart control there, you're just seeing how much he's just using the back end, rotating it. A lot of oversteer there. Yeah, getting on those rear wheels on that curb on the exit of the Mike Wilson complex. It's just showcasing how tough it is out there in these conditions.
How impressed have you been with Ralphie this weekend? Because it seems like he, hasn't really put a foot wrong so far, and he's just keeping it calm, measured, and of course has this lead out in front now, really showing his mettle.
Well, he's got that experience of racing in a Honda Cadet, a much smaller chassis, a smaller powered engine, of course. It was Honda Cadet when he was racing. It was the GX200. I think he raced it with the GX160 as well, or the 180. I can't remember. But yeah, it was a lot of experience in that class, and that has been a busy class as well. Multiple drivers in that one, slipstream changes. It's a different style of racing that he's had to contend with, different strategy that he's had to contend with, bigger engine, bigger chassis, bigger brakes, everything like that. Everything's bigger, and Branscombe has just... he's taken to it like a duck to water, no pun intended, with all the rain out in circuit. But no, he's just shown some pure skill in this one. And again, it's a sign of what you can expect from Branscombe in years to come in his racing. He likes the 4-stroke package. He's clearly shown that in Honda Cadet and in that. But he's not just limited to 4-stroke. He's tested Rotax. He's tested other forms of 2-stroke racing. And he enjoys that too, and he's not half bad at it either. So again, he's just showcasing, not just restricted to the 4-stroke side of it. This battle here, though, all starting to heat up a bit there. You've got the 3-1-1 of Samuel Harris there. You've got Harry Ward, Wesley Berriton, Ben O'Keefe, Ronnie Legg as well at the back of the field. They are all still scrapping for position and all round it for Ben O'Keefe. That's how quickly it can go wrong. Too much curb, too much power, and round you go.
And it's been an unfortunate race for him because he has worked so hard to recover from the earlier spin he had on in the race. And, it's all undone again by these really treacherous weather conditions. But, yeah, really great battle here forming for P5 and onwards.
Yep, certainly. So, again, a lot of curb. And Harry Ward has that moment for him out of that final hairpin. You hear that pitter-patter.
Yeah, between the pedals.
Yeah. You're hearing... now, I'm not sure if that's a nose cone rubbing on the track. I am not sure if that's a limiter because it's obviously on the start-finish straight and it's the fastest part of the circuit, but I suspect...
I want more power, come on!
More power from this kart. No, I think it's a nose cone scrapping on the circuit. You see some of the nose cones are a little bit low, and the track here into the braking zones especially is relatively bumpy. It's not horrendous, but there are some... ups and downs on the circuit. So again, you do hear that. Right, timer has struck 0. Last lap board is out for this young man here. Hands off the wheels there. Do you know what that is? He's been gripping it too tight.
Confidence?
No, I think he's been gripping it too tight. His hands have seized up a little bit. That's a very common thing a kart driver can get. You feel it in the forearms. If you've never been karting before and you go out in a corporate kart and then you've done a 20-minute session, trust me, tomorrow you're going to feel it in the forearms. You're going to feel it in the shoulders, especially in wet conditions. You're constantly fighting the steering wheel, and he's just let go of the steering wheel to say, yes, my hands are hurting a little bit from gripping it so tight. But I love looking at Branscombe and his kart control here. Just cool, calm and collected.
Of course, yeah, it's not the usual everyday thing where we get to go karting like this in the rain, and these kind of muscle groups are being used every day by us. So yeah, of course, but they're being so used to it, that muscle memory over the years, that experience that you talk about, Ralphie Branscombe building up. He is coming right through the final few corners now, coming towards the Mike Wilson complex, and pretty much a bit of a victory parade at this point. He's nearly 10 seconds in the lead. He's going to be about to come in through the final turns here at PF International to take this junior Tillotson T4 crown, to give him the maximum number of points and that automatic qualification for the Cup event in Valencia later this year. He takes the victory here at PF International. Ralphie Branscombe, a fantastic drive out in front of Tej Suisse, who's coming in across the line now at second place.
A further 10 seconds down the road there for Tej Suisse, who just gets it to the line. Thomas Harper, another 18 seconds further down the road. He takes third place. A superb drive there, albeit a little bit sideways out of that final corner. Here comes Avesi across the line. Well, there's your order. They've not finished that order just yet, but that is the order that they're currently in on track. But that's a smile on his face there. One who was in the media centre getting his photo taken. I can imagine the smile is even bigger underneath that helmet.
Well, he's going to Spain for a few days, isn't he? It's going to be nice and warm, the complete opposite of now, and he's going to get to go karting and show what he's made of even more so.
Exactly, heading to that Lucas Guerrero circuit in Spain. A fabulous, fabulous venue.
But of course, the top three, we must also give credit to Tej Suisse and Thomas Harper. Automatic qualification for them, and some great points in the bag for later this year. If you do go on to race in the other T4 series, more points in the bag and available there too.
Exactly that. Not over just yet for these young drivers, but here at PF International, that is done and dusted for the T4 or the Tillotson T4 junior categories. They will make their way back towards the weighbridge. Like I say, not over just yet. Are you above the weight? Yes. Is your nose cone good? Yes. He's all good. Branscombe can celebrate now. I love that style of kicking it off the weighbridge there, kicking the foot
just
through.
Another, exhalation of energy, I guess, if that's the correct term. I don't know.
It is a correct term. Right, well, Ralphie, you're heading over there to the scrutineering bay. There is a nicely placed number 1 board behind you. You could probably push it backwards over there. That's probably more appreciated for the media team.
He's staying humble.
There. No, he's staying humble, yes. Big smile on your face there, but your wagon needs to go over there, Ralphie. You're walking over there. you forgot your kart, lad. But never mind, never mind. For Ralphie Branscombe, we're going to chat to him. Nicole Sutherland, over to you.
We are going to chat to Ralphie. Ralphie, here he is there next to the number 1 kart. Ralphie, I do think you forgot your kart. It was supposed to go in front of here. Ralphie, you've just qualified for the T4 Nations Cup in Valencia. How do you feel?
I'm over the moon. Like, I was coming into this weekend, first time in the T4, just expecting maybe get top 3 at the end of the day, but to win it means the world to me.
And, you know, this time last year, I interviewed you after you had won the O Plate in Honda Cadet. You're now a bit taller, you've jumped into a big kart, and it's the same result despite, you know, different engine, different kart, different circuit. You know, you've got a bright, bright future, Ralphie Branscombe. Tell me about it.
It was just at the end, I knew I had a big gap, so I was just keeping it on track, and yeah, I just took it up slowly. Like, I started in Honda, done Honda first 3 years, jumped into an X30, then a Rotax, then this, and this has been probably my favourite.
And looking forward to Valencia then, the T4 Nations Cup, do you think that maybe you could bring home a win for your home country?
Maybe, I'd have to try it.
And Ralphie, I know that you've got your dad Joe on the tools for you this weekend. Your mum Peaches is in the paddock. They must be so proud of you. Is there anybody else that you'd like to thank?
Well, yeah, obviously all my family, AP Lifting, Agenico, AP Lifting.
What about JSCC?
Yeah, JCC.
Ralphie, congratulations. We can't wait to see you celebrate on the podium later on. Anthony, should we see some race highlights from that T4?
Why, yes, Nicole, of course we will. My name's Anthony Jordan, and I'm going to take you to the highlights. No, I'll tell you who is going to take you to the highlights. It's going to be Jake Peach. Jake, a good spin to start the race, but then a complete cookery lesson from Ralphie Branscombe.
Yeah, a spin at the start there for Ben O'Keefe, but then we saw Ralphie Branscombe really controlling that early part of the race there and really just building out the gap from there pretty much. And we had this good scrap here going on between the 15 of Thomas Harper and Tay Schwies for the second and third. But as you can see here later on, Ralphie is just in a world of his own, building out that gap here. And we see Thomas Harper again here then battling on a little bit more with Ferenc Havesi, but unfortunately getting a bit much of the conditions there.
Ferenc, the Hungarian driver, a lot of spins, even Ralphie Branscombe. So there was the Dutchman Tichoys going for a rotation. Ferenc Havesi, obviously different track surface. The Hungarian kart circuits and British tarmac is different. Like, it's cold, it's wet. The wet tyres used by the Tillotson T4s aren't good. But I mean, style points. The number 55 kart held on well there, Ronnie Legg. But Ralphie Branscombe was up the road. There's the silk cut Jaguar colours.
You're a big fan of that Jaguar.
If you're of a certain age and you grew up watching Group C sports car racing, the mere mention of a silk cut Jaguar does strange things to your insides.
Ben O'Keefe, unfortunate for him in that race. He did spin at the start of the race, and then, as you just saw there, did all that hard work to try and catch up again. But of course, as we're seeing, Ralphie Branscombe out in the lead, very comfortable, coming across the finish line here and taking that top spot to qualify for that Nations Cup event in Valencia later this year in the junior category. And of course, we are now going to move on to the senior category, the final race of the day.
Yes, race number 28 of this weekend. It's Tillotson T4 Senior. It's their final race here at PF this weekend. Nicole Sutherland is going to speak to some of the contenders.
Yes, I am Henry. It's time to find out who will be joining Ralphie Branscombe in Valencia for the T4 Nations Cup. Alongside me, I've got Aaron Coogan and Noah. We're going to speak to Noah first. Noah, you've joined us from across the pond, quite far away from sunny Florida. Yeah. It's a bit colder here than Florida, is it not?
I'm freezing my butt off. I've been freezing my butt off all week. But this is a new challenge for me, and I really enjoy, learning new conditions like this, so I can't be happier, really.
So is this quite different from what you get to race over in Florida? The circuit as well as the conditions?
Yeah, the conditions, rain driving in tracks like this is very different from what we do in America. And, I've never driven this kart in the rain. So it's been a new challenge for me. I'm glad I got some practice on Friday, but I'm feeling really good.
So the kart is a challenge. What about the challenge of your competitors? What have you thought of the competition so far, and what are you thinking going into this final?
Well, there's some local guys, in the field that know this track pretty well in the wet, and it's good to kind of adapt off them and see what they're doing. I've learned a lot just from the 3 practice sessions on Friday, and I'm feeling really good.
Well, Noah, any last words before you head into this race?
Not at all. No, feel good.
Feel good. Let's speak to Aaron Coogan then, the number 75. Aaron, tell me about this final. How are you feeling? Confident?
Yeah, confident enough. I'm excited to see what happens. Hopefully it goes well.
And, the attitude of all of you guys in the Tillotsons, you all seem like you're, in a way, bouncing off each other. It's good vibes out in the paddock and here on the grid. Would you agree?
Yeah, it's close, hard racing, like any racing, I suppose. And I suppose these Tillotsons are very close together, so it's definitely good racing.
Well, best of luck to you, Aaron. I can see out the corner of my eye, Dan Ashton is blowing the whistle to say, 1 minute, it's time to clear the grid. It's the final race of the day. Let's head off.
Once more into the breach, dear friends, once more. Noah Rosser, who drives for Team Felon in the USA. Now, I've done a fair bit of commentary over in the United States. Can't remember if Noah competed at Supernats Vegas. We'll find out what he's made of as we get the last race of the day underway. Let's have a look at your starting lineup. From Florida, Noah Rosser will lead the field to the line alongside Ireland's Aaron Coogan, Owen Roberts and Philip Rawson on row number 2. Sam Halle-Hinksman and the Netherlands' Jorn Bremer on row 3 alongside Chris Alcock, and then it's Warren Russell. The top 10 rounded out by Pro-Kart ace Henry Bell and Ewan Miller, Keith Burke and Joe Bechtold are next, followed by Tyler Brereton, Ed Davidson, Olivier Lemons, John Nuttall, then Zach Mead, Luke Hornstra, Jason Bradbury and Max O'Neill. 12 minutes plus 1 lap. Now, in the United States, the 4-stroke, they call it 4-cycle racing in the USA.
Something different.
There's the Challenge Kart Cups North America, the CKNA. Their national championship attracts every year at the Newcastle Motorsport Park 600 entries.
Wow.
That's is
staggering.
a big paddock.
Yeah.
There's only 20 drivers here, but Jake Peach,
yes,
your first weekend up here in the Alpha Live commentary box. Let's get this go-kart race underway.
Let's do it. Double the amount of the field of the juniors. This is the final for the Tillotson T4 Senior round, the qualifying round here, as we look forward to the start-finish line for the final time, if they all get away and behave themselves down these tram lines as we go through and not get a full start, but we've got someone coming off there at the start there.
It's the number 3, Chris Alcock, who is... retires meters past the start-finish line. Alcock out of the race, and another spinner up on the banking. That is the number 346 kart of Dutchman Luke Hornstra. But it has stopped raining. It's still a very greasy, slippery track, and Oh, the O plate almost got squeezed like a pimple there. And then, threading the needle, coming out of the corner is Jorn Bremer.
Jorn Bremer, very good opportunist in the previous rounds and the heats that we've had, and looking to do that the same, although did get a bit caught on that inside curb there of hairpin 1. So a bit of tit for tat in terms of momentum going through there, and a nice move around the outside there from the 29 coming up the inside there of Philip Rawson, who has been talked about very highly throughout this whole weekend.
Yes, Philip Rawson knows his way, especially now. His Kartmasters victory in 2012 came in conditions that were decidedly worse than this. But again, Noah Rosser mentioning about there's some local aces that know their way around this track at the back of their hand. He was referring to the likes of Philip Rawson as the O-Plate winner from last year. Gets run very, very wide indeed.
But Aaron Coogan there taking the position from Noah Rosser up into P1, building that 7/10 gap now, and it can all change in a matter of moments. Of course, in the Rotax classes, but also here in the Tillotson categories as well, as we're racing around this PF International circuit. Noah Rosser very confident on the grid. He's been very impressive all weekend, as has Aaron Coogan. I think Aaron has had a bit of bad luck and unfortunate events happening throughout the weekend. But you can see Philip Rawson is making his way up. He's kind of been very impressive this weekend. Maybe not directly at the front all the time, but actually saving it for when it counts in the final. We could see it all to play for.
Yep, this is the main event. This is where that position in the T4 Nations Cup finals in Valencia are handed out of the Fullerton S's, down the back straight. I'll start again. I haven't been drinking, ladies and gentlemen, honest. Warren Russell. I said William Wainwright all correctly all weekend, but I can't. Warren Russell gets a 5-second penalty in kart 708. That would, I assume, would be a tramline infringement. New leader, Philip Rawson, crossing the line with the new fastest at 1 minute 19.49 seconds. That's beaten by Olivier Lemons, who's moved up from 15th on the grid into P7. But we've got a 4-kart train or a 4-kart battle up at the front.
Yeah, we've really seen and it's some impressive racing and change for the lead, not messing about out there, trying to pick those lines that are going to give them the best run and the best traction, taking the wider lines onto this first back straight as we come into hairpin 1. Very squirrely under braking as we're seeing.
Here's a look at how Philip Rawson got the lead. There is, and it was, that's an expert move. Aaron Coogan, he got mugged there. Rawson stole one from him in that instance, and now Coogan's having to defend from Noah Rosser, and Noah Rosser better look behind himself because Sam Haller-Hinksman is there as well.
Yeah, they're all ready to pounce, particularly Aaron Coogan was on the grid, feeling quite confident. Didn't have much to say. He was going to crack on and do his talking on the track, and that's very much what he's doing at the moment. But Noah Rosser coming back with that same kind of move. You're going to leave the door open for me like that? Thank you very much. I'll go right up the inside and down the start-finish straight. But that is not what you want to be doing, getting out wide there on those strips, because as Anthony was saying earlier, it is like you're caught on the skate rail, and once you're out there, it's very hard to get back.
Exactly. Now, of course, there were some photos earlier. Trent Valley Kart Club and the PF International Circuit painted the curbs in preparation for this event this week, which means they are shinier and slipperier than ever. And there's a problem for number 347.
That's
Jorn Bremer. It could change just like that. The curbs that you have to use in the dry, you stay away from in the wet. The curbs that you don't use necessarily in the dry, you've got to use in the wet, but you've got to know how to use them. Sam Haller-Hinksman says, hello, Noah Rosser. I'm not from Florida, but this is how we do things in the UK. And Noah Rosser goes, all right, I see where you're coming from. I'll have a go at this, and tries to fight back.
There was a nice little slide there to say, yes, I'm coming through. You better watch out. You better not cry. It's not Christmas yet, but that's just what came to my mind.
I
54.
like this guy. Hey, being a DJ for BBC Essex, you should know lots about music.
It's flooding out finally in the final race. The 54 there, we've got our eyes on at the moment for positions 8, 9 and 10 down. That is Keith Burke, Owen Roberts, Henry Bell, who was in your Paddock Show over lunchtime as well, gave some great insight into this series. But unfortunately, you've got a lot of people getting out wide there and maybe just trying their best to fight the kart. But yeah, the conditions very, very tricky, very slippery, very greasy out there, almost like you're driving oil on times.
It is. These are the worst track conditions, believe it or not, because the wet tyres, they haven't got enough water to sort of, on the track to dissipate, so that they can't just, the treads can't just dig in. But of course, in four-stroke karting, maintaining the last thing you want to do is back off the accelerator coming out of a corner onto a long straight.
Because you lose that momentum in the engine.
You lose so much momentum, and so of course, once you've decided to put your foot down coming off a corner, you've kind of got to commit to that decision, which is why you have so many people running wide coming out of this corner here, Fullerton S's, and also the last corner, because you've got such a long straight that these four-strokes, you just cannot afford to send off the gas. As there's the number 24 Kart, Ed Davidson, having a moment. But the battle is on for the race lead. Rawson, Coogan are now clear of Halle Hinksman and Rosser, with Olivier Lemons doing a great job up into P5 now.
Yeah, breaking out there, only half a second. I say only. That's it's fairly close, to be fair, but half a second gap between Aaron Coogan and Philip Rawson, and then Sam Halle Hinksman. 2.5 seconds back.
Crashed!
Oh no!
Rawson spins coming off the bridge, and Coogan had nowhere to go. I wonder if we can see that. I think that nasty curb coming off the bridge, I think Rawson just clipped it at the wrong... Well, we'll have to wait and see, but we got a new leader, and it is Sam Halle Hinksman.
But battling all the time with Aaron Coogan. They do not want to let this opportunity up, because a nice gap has opened up in the race. The status quo has been rearranged, and going over that curb there, one instant can really open it all up, and this is getting a little bit more heated now, as it will be in Valencia, hopefully later in October.
Yeah, and so, I mean, all we saw was Rawson coming backwards off the bridge, and Coogan looked like he had nowhere to go as Rawson, but now, what's up? Look, there's some rather wobbly nose cones there. That's Tyler Brereton. That nose cone looks decidedly wobbly-ish, and he was battling away with Ewan Miller in the number 414 Kart. We got 4 minutes to go. Sam Halle Hinksman leads by a 4-second. Rawson. Now, let's have a little look. A multi-angle replay, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have a look. There is the aftermath. Rawson spinning backwards. And it looked as though Rawson spun on his own and Coogan had nowhere to go. Yes, Rawson lost it on that curb. And, there's no denying it. It was a self-inflicted spinneroony from Philip Rawson.
And unfortunately, if he'd spun another direction off the racing line, it probably wouldn't have been quite the scene that it was. But unfortunately, that's racing. That's how it goes.
So, question, Jake. Did Aaron Coogan make nose-to-nose contact with Philip Rawson with enough velocity to impact the nose cone bracket and thus give him a penalty? Because Olivier Lemons from the Netherlands now finds himself in P2, and less than 5 seconds. Here comes Noah Rosser as well, battling with the recovering Rawson. Coogan looking over his shoulder. Well, where'd everybody go? I'm sorry, Ireland, but that's the best I can do.
But Aaron Coogan, of course, will be loving this, because a few laps ago, it looked like Philip Rawson was all in control. Noah Rosser was looking like he was going to control this race right from the start, and he's now back down in 5th. As we come through the bowl section here, as Olivia Lemon, Lemon. Well, I don't know how you say it.
Lemons.
Lemons
When life
close.
gives you lemons, you just got to try and make lemonade. And that is what Olivia Lemons is doing.
Yeah, going down the back straight here to hairpin 1, getting right back out there to really make the most of those rear brakes on these Tillotson T4s in this senior category, live on Alpha Live. Sponsored by Wera Tools, as it has been all this weekend, going up towards hairpin 2. That gap is building somewhat now, up to 2.2 seconds as of the last sector. And as we come across into, though, this final sector, he's closed up the gap by a whole second, which in karting is a lifetime.
Yeah, now Warren Russell is in number 708. He has moved up into sixth position, but he has a 5-second penalty. That would promote the O plate Owen Roberts, the number 54 of Keith Burke, the number 4 of John Nuttall, the number 15 of Henry Bell, Jorn Bremer, Jason Bradbury, Joe Bechtold, Zach Mead, and potentially Luke Hornstrom. But this is a good scrap. That was the battle for 6th place, back to 12th on your screens. There they go, under the bridge. Rawson, meanwhile, has set sail. Coogan leads, but don't count out Olivier Lemons yet, because he's just set the Flying Dutchman has just set the fastest lap of the race, and that gap is coming down by 0.3 of a second per sector, not per lap, per sector. 1.4 seconds at the start of the lap. It's now 1.1 seconds. We're going to have an almighty battle of the lead pretty soon, with Rawson and Rosser not out of it yet either.
And as you've been talking about all day, it's about picking your moment and taking that chance at the right time, not trying to chuck it up the inside when there might just be half a chance. You've really got to be sure and get that judgment right. So Olivia Lehman at the moment happy to just sit there, close that gap now down to half a second, and hopefully pounce with 2 laps to go and make that move and construct it perfectly right up until the end of this race.
Yes, as we look at the number 17 kart with Jason Bradbury crossing the line, the clock has got 10 seconds left on it. Next time around, they will get the last lap board. Aaron Coogan gets a really good second half of that lap. He increases his lead to 1.2 seconds. The clock strikes 0 now. Next time by, it'll be the last lap. They're going 3 wide on the bridge. Henry Bell in the middle, backs out of it, lives to fight another day. Well, you've only got 1.5 laps to go. So whatever you got to use it up now, boys.
And at the front of this pack there, breaking the 3-3-1 there of Noah Rosser, trying his best to keep hold of that T4 Tillotson, but a 4-way, 5-way scrap now going into hairpin 2.
Brilliant.
Anyone could come out on top here, and Noah Rosser says, again, thank you very much, I spot the gap. I'm going to try and do a bit of the drifting that I might do back in the US when the track's a bit warmer, and show you what I've got.
2, 4, 6, 7, 8 carts all in a line. You're all chasing. Well, it's a forlorn chase. Here they go into Bobby Gain corner. And now that's a very Mika Hakkinen-esque style crash helmet there. The blue, the turquoise, the blue,
ice
and
through his
the whites. Yes, ice through his veins. Well, I mean, that's only because he's been standing at PF International for the last 3 days. The final lap has begun. Aaron Coogan leads. Olivier Lemons has got the gap down to 0.9 of a second. Here we go. Ireland versus the Netherlands, with Rawson and Roberts fighting over the final podium position. Aaron Coogan, let's see what you're made of now. Through turn number 1, the Flying Dutchman is closing in, however.
Yeah, and it's all to play for. These top 3 positions guarantee that automatic qualification for that T4 Nations Cup. Although it's a bit of an argy-bargy with the O-plate of Owen Roberts, and Philip Lawson there back in P3. So that final podium place is all to play for. But at the front here, we see Aaron Coogan running away with it now into this 3rd and final part of the track and through the Mike Wilson complex. He must be feeling pretty confident at this point. Just a couple of turns to go, and his work here this weekend at the PF International Circuit has paid off, and being cool, calm and collected on the grid. He's not now. He's taken victory here for the T4 Senior Tillotson event and qualifying for the Nations Cup later this year, and an impressive drive there from Aaron Coogan, capitalising when he needed it most, and a great drive, albeit in 2nd place, from Olivier Lemon as well.
Yeah, Olivier Lemons, he was cheering and punching the air just as much, because he knows he has now booked his place. He'll represent the Netherlands in the T4 Nations Cup final. Philip Rawson will go for Team UK in the T4 Nations Cup. He beats Owen Roberts. Now, there was an incident on the last lap. Noah Rosser falls all the way back to 10th position. So it didn't end well for the Team Felon driver. But there we go. The Audron Henry Racing overalls of Aaron Coogan, P1 for Ireland, P2 for the Netherlands, Philip Rawson, P3 for the United Kingdom. And apart from Chris Alcock, who went out at the very start of the race every other driver finished.
Yeah, it looked like a bit of an issue there, but hopefully we'll maybe hear what that was all about. Of course, yeah, rounding out your top 10, Owen Roberts, Sam Halle-Hinksman, John Nuttall, Henry Bell, who was part of your Paddock Show, and maybe we're pretty happy with that result in a big scrap in the midfield there. Jorn Bremer, Warren Russell, following on to Noah Rosser, who you just mentioned there, unfortunately down 9 places from the start of the race, so an unfortunate one for him. Jason Bradbury in 11th, Joe Betchold in 12th, Keith Burke in 13th, Luke Hornstra from the Netherlands as well, the fellow Dutchman of Tej Suisse. Zach Meads, Tyler Berriton, Max O'Neill, Ewan Miller and Ed Davison rounds off the 19 runners that finished here at PF International for this final race of the day, and as we said, bad luck to Chris Alcock.
That's the effort that Olivier Lemons has put in to go from 15th to 2nd. That was a drive. It doesn't matter how fast the karts go, he gave that 110%. And yes, Nicole is about to speak to a driver who hopefully isn't busy losing his lunch right now. He's your winner, Aaron Coogan!
Aaron Coogan, indeed. Aaron, great race there for you. You'll be going over to Valencia to the Nations Cup. You must be absolutely ecstatic.
Yeah, over the moon. Can't believe it, so pretty good to be fair.
And you were just saying a comment to me about the steering column. Can you tell the audience what you just said?
Yeah, so I was coming down off the bridge and Philly spun in front of me and my front wheel just got caught in his. He bent the steering column completely, so it's gone up the track like this, but finished P1 in the end, so can't complain.
So going around the track with a bent steering column, you just hit Philip Rawson and you still managed to get the win in there. You know, pretty impressive result. Thinking forward to Valencia, you know, that's going to be a tough race, but, you know, confidence level high that you could bring a win home?
Well, hopefully. Last year didn't go to plan, so hopefully a bit better this year.
And the Tillotsons, of course, this weekend, you've had a big presence in the back paddock. You know, you've been pitting together as a big group. It's been really great to see. Have you enjoyed your weekend here at PFI?
Yeah, definitely. There's been great camaraderie between all the drivers, so it's definitely good class, so can't complain. Yeah, thanks.
Congratulations, Aaron. We'll head up then to the boys to go through some race highlights.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Yeah, seeing just how physical it was down there in the paddock in the background. Drivers giving it all, but seeing some highlights there. Very strong start with Owen Roberts, so you can see the O-plate on the outside getting caught on that very damp and wet line there, but of course a bit later in the midfield trying his best to catch up with everything. Number 54 Keith Burt there in the mix of it as well on your screen, and then we had Aaron Coogan just seeming to take this first position and capitalise on this opportunity, building a nice gap out the front, whilst the rest, as you can see, squabbled in the background and getting all a little bit out of shape as we came onto that start-finish straight. Again, nice midfield scraps with Owen Roberts involved there, as well as Keith Burke in this midfield, because it all can change in the matter of an instant, and that's what we kind of saw throughout all of the races today in the Rotax classes, but particularly in the Tillotson T4 as well, as we've witnessed here. And this spin was a big moment in the race, the 75 spinning round there, and Aaron Coogan managing to carry on, but Philip Rawson caught in that, and that was a pivotal moment for Aaron Coogan to come and take the victory. But it seemed like it was all Philip Rawson's own doing, and then just a bit of traffic coming off of the bridge section as we go throughout the rest of that sector there, and some nice shots throughout today of PF International, of all of the amazing camera crew. Must give a shout out here to all of the Alpha Live team who have been bringing you this coverage today, and giving you these great shots through really changeable conditions. It's made a very difficult kind of racing for at least a third of the events today, hasn't it? Given us some great action. Noah Rosser there, you can see, was really having a hard time trying to get that stopped into that hairpin, and unfortunately went down the order from that pole position to finish in the 9th or 10th position. Aaron Coogan, though, had it all to do, but he did it very well, and this series very big over in Ireland, very popular, and of course Aaron Coogan has certainly got that all signed, sealed and delivered. Jay Peach here, been with you commentating on this and some of the Tillotson races today. It's been a pleasure to be with you on Alpha Live, and I've got Nicole down there on the grid to see what's all going on the after reaction of this fantastic race day we have had here at PF International.
Thank you very much then, Jake. We're in Parc Fermé. I'm with Anthony, I'm with Henry. They've left the comms box. The curtain has closed on the O-Plate of 2025. We've crowned our Rotax champions for the year. We found our Tillotson T4 qualifiers for Valencia. Anthony, a weekend, you've come back to the UK. Have you enjoyed yourself?
Oh, of course I have. It's lovely to be back in the UK. Despite the weather, despite the coldness or anything, I've been tucked up in the commentary box, but it has been brilliant. One thing I can say is that it's all blimey, it's hectic here.
It is.
It is. We've given you too much free time though over the FIA and stuff like that. But it goes to show, you've been commentating now for 2 years around the world. Britain has 2 world karting champions. This is their proving grounds, and it's just a reminder for everybody why British drivers go off and compete so well around the world.
Do you know what I think this championship is? Is a talent factory.
It is a talent factory, and we had 4 amazing O-plates crowned. I mean, Max Jolly, great ride. Benedictus Masiokas, a clinic in the wet. Kai Hunter, Mr. 5-time Hawaii 5-0 Hunter. That's going to be a new one. And again, great result for Jack Freeman as well, a driver who we may not have picked at the start of the week, but has proved himself. And so the season, the 2025 season, looks really, really good. It's a shame that you're going to be somewhere else.
I'm going to miss it. But hey-oh, it is what it is. What I'll be enjoying instead, ladies and gentlemen, is a bit of sunshine out in Europe. So while you're here in the rain and the cold and the wind, I'll be enjoying it. No, I'm only joking. But I'm going to miss it, really, because the racing, like you say, in the UK, the tracks are different. The driving is just, it's great, and I'm going to miss it. And I think you guys are going to look after it. And as well when our man Andrew comes back from Spain.
Absolutely. This is it then, guys. Your O-Plate 2025 presented by Wera Tools. Thank you to Wera Tools. Thank you to Demon Tweaks, Alpha Live, Motorsport UK, our team of incredible marshals out there on the track, keeping all of our drivers safe. We'll see you next time.
Got Kart's in.